And he fucking just adds them back in and makes them invulnerable completely.
Oh, it's just crazy, isn't it? I was in a state of despair really with the whole Look a Pig thing because in the end, I'm a manager on the channel. I'm fucking staying up for 8 hours every night to run fucking hangouts, and Look a Pig's got more power than I have.
I know that nonsense. I wouldn't even worry about it. Fuck them. Fuck Cincy. I'm serious, dude. Are we live right now?
But
are we live yet?
Like I said before, though, I do understand. Yeah, we are live. Yeah.
Well, good. Fuck Cincy. I'm saying live. I don't give a shit. He only promotes this type of negative behavior. Well, I'm sorry.
I don't think that's true. I think he's just trying to stick to a principle, and we're just at the mercy of these people, and his approach is to try and appease them. And
yeah, it's not good. It's not good. That's what I'm saying. So I'm going to add some people. John.
Oh, God.
Well, he may not come in. He may.
I haven't got a lot of energy tonight.
You're good. You're good. Had a Big L.
But oh God, no, not Big L.
What's wrong with Big L? He's great.
Fucking snipes like crazy.
He's not gonna snipe. He's got a bad reputation, and he's not a sniper.
Just tiresome.
He's not gonna snipe you. Like
honestly. I don't hang out. I don't actually want to talk to anyone.
I see that. Well, don't worry about it. Just leave it to me. You don't need to talk to anybody.
Yeah, okay, we can do.
Go to bed early or some shit. I just needed one. I didn't want to go up on my channel. Let's see. What's Tim's newest name? Kettle Logic.
Yeah, what account was he on? I didn't know what to add. I couldn't remember.
Yeah,
I guess I can look
real quick.
Oh, well, he's gone now anyway, by the looks of it. Or I think everyone has.
Let's see. Yeah,
looks like John's in that hangout.
He's coming. Let's see.
Here he is.
Yeah, everybody dropped except for Caleb.
That guy's killed her.
Jeez, he's 13, man. Come on. Don't everybody's like mean to him.
Hey, Pops was outside. He threw the football to me today. What about you? Huh? Well,
I don't know why.
I had some math homework. That really got on to me today. And I couldn't get it.
Oh my God.
Sorry. We're live.
Yeah, we are. And I feel bad for that guy.
Yeah.
No, dude, you know what? Anybody can make fun of me. I don't care. That's fine. It's totally it's open. It's the internet, man. It's nothing to get upset about at all.
Dude, JLB, you look gorgeous today.
He'll drop his balls and he'll be like, "Hey guys, this is Caleb." Like, dude, he'll be straight, man.
Oh,
he'll get one of those. He'll get one of those fucking asteroid mind fucking platinum grills when he's like 45 because he's probably smart. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna be the first motherfucker with a platinum grill mined from a robot out on an asteroid, dude. I mean, that is not. You cannot get more gangster than that, dude. You can't.
Cathexis. Check it, bro.
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Bro. Seriously, we're gonna get on a great topic, and he comes in and derails the fuck out of it. Is that a coincidence, bro? Like, really?
No, dude. He was sent here. Have you ever seen the old picture of him with the fucking ring? He's got a mason ring, and it says, "Look at the ring. I was sent." Dude, all he does is disrupt, dude. That's it. That's it.
What's up, gentlemen?
Hey, John.
What are you doing?
Hi, John.
We got an odd bunch here today. We're having more of a, I don't know, trolley night, I would say. A4.
Whose account is this being, where's this being streamed at?
This is Jeremy's secret flat earther account.
Yeah.
He's a secret flat earther.
My infiltration account.
Yeah, we had about 15 viewers though last time on it. It's better than that nonsense though.
Yeah.
A4 just constantly. Yeah, we were talking about some very good topics, and he just completely.
Get into it.
Oh shit! I probably should invite Pete, Shay, and Matthew too.
Yeah. I invited some of the panelists.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you add them, please? I'm away from my computer now.
I'll be sure to add as many as I can.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking. We're an odd bunch here, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I like that. I like having such diverse views on things.
Definitely. What do you know about revisionism so far, Alexis?
I mean, I know the premises that we've been discussing, and I believe that that's probably the case, but I haven't looked into it hardcore enough to be so certain about it. You know what I mean? But I lean towards history being a lie on most subjects. So it's not a problem for me. I don't have that. A lot of people have this built-in conditioned, like, oh no, I can't talk about that because I'm going to be anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people have been programmed that way. For me, it's not like that. I don't feel that at all. It's more like, look, this is just a part of our history that hasn't been explained properly, and they might have lied a lot. So let's look at it, you know?
Yeah, listen.
So I don't get freaked out about it.
Revisionists don't deny the Holocaust. They deny the reason,
the amounts, and the
why
reasons,
it happened, and the aftermath. That's it.
Mm-hmm. And there's nothing wrong with that. The numbers are skewed. They try to fit their particular paradigm in order for Israel to come about, and people need to know that. The 6 million was being talked about for 20 years prior, probably longer than that. So, dude, did you just add Jay? Tim?
Yeah, he's
what a
been much
weird
better
bunch
lately,
here. What a
He's
weird
much
bunch.
better.
Is Jay in? I can't see
Jay
Jay.
39. I fucking love that dude. He's hilarious.
Yeah, he's cool. Yeah, I like Jay.
He's a funny guy. He's really funny.
Definitely.
Where did he go? I don't see him.
Well, he just added him to the call.
I see.
He may show up. He may.
Well,
not.
he was in the other debates channel under the chat, so I told him to come over here. So we'll see.
Oh, another sock. Where's Pete, Shay, and Matt? Did you put them in?
I added Pete and Matt.
Pete, Shay.
Okay, cool. But yeah, it's an important topic, and it's awesome that you're so young, and you're coming into this knowledge because, I mean, think about it. When you were in high school, I even took AP history, and I didn't learn any of this shit.
Yeah, definitely.
Like anything. They don't tell you anything about World War II, except that it happened. Here's some key points, and that's it. And then they push the whole 6 million thing, and it's, I don't know. I think that's the revisionist history. You know what I mean? Like what people are called Holocaust revisionists are really the ones who are just pointing it out as it is.
That's right.
And the victors have painted the wrong picture. They're the revisionists.
Well, look at public school
story. Go ahead, Hank.
What's that, Hank?
Look at public school. They have Black History Month every year, and they're telling the black people who they are. And it's like, it stops 400 years prior to the beginning of slavery. So before that, there's absolutely nothing on the black man. They're just Africans, and that's it. Well, what if they were somebody else? Everything
the real
in
Jews?
public school. Everything in public school is indoctrination, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, they teach you basic stuff where you can do the job and pull the levers and press the buttons, but they don't teach you how to think. They don't teach you how to learn.
100% with you, brother. Yeah, and I think that that's probably likely, actually, that they may have been the real Jews. I've seen that group, talk about where they come from, and we just don't know. It's hard to say. What do you think about that, John? Who do you think the real Jews were? Do you think? I don't know if you've ever come across these Black Hebrew Israelites before.
That's right.
Yeah. Do you know anything about that, John?
No, I just briefly went down that path. It really doesn't matter to me.
It doesn't, but do you think it's possible that be a deception that we're dealing with?
After the flat Earth and everything, 1 and 1 is up for grabs.
Yeah,
I feel you. Yeah, there's a lot of craziness. A lot of things are being exposed. The internet is unstoppable. It just really is. This is where whatever awakening that's happening is happening. It's because of the internet.
Well, Scripture says that there's pretenders as Jews. So
there's what? Pretenders
masquerading as Jews, and they're not.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, and we see that with the Rothschilds and Rockefellers.
Yeah,
that's right.
And so I think that and it probably goes much deeper than that, but yeah, you have to trace it back. It's kind of hard. Now hold on a second. Jeremy just left. Did he get sniped? I swear to God, if he got sniped, I'm gonna kill someone.
No, I'm here. I think, aren't I?
Yeah.
Well, your account isn't.
I'm.
It just left.
Yeah, but
He's on.
I was in twice somehow.
Oh, well, there you are. Okay. I was like, Big L, you motherfucker.
I
Nah,
don't know.
I know you wouldn't
nah.
snipe us. I know. I'm fucking with you.
I'm not gonna snipe this shit.
If I'm here, you good. I appreciate
right.
you, man.
Got you, man.
Is there like a loophole that has people snipe or get rid of other people or something?
Yeah, you could if you go into this is part of Hangouts that you go
Hey,
to where you can see
just
the
say yes. Just say yes.
yeah, I'm not
Just
gonna
say
tell
yes.
people how to do it. Yeah,
I
okay.
don't do
But
that.
yeah,
I don't
there's
do
a
that. I
way
wouldn't.
to
We'll teach you
remove
though. We'll teach
somebody.
you in case
Yeah,
you ever
there's a
get pissed
way.
at somebody.
But the problem is if the moderator who created it invites the person back with their email, it makes them
Blah
invulnerable.
blah blah
They
blah blah
can't.
blah blah blah.
Nah, hey, I
What's
found
wrong with
I
that
found a way.
information?
I found a way around that, Texas.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
well, we'll
don't.
talk about it later. We won't
Yeah, I don't
publicize it.
need to know
All right,
because
gotcha.
I wouldn't do it anyway.
No, I know you wouldn't. But yeah, there is a way to remove people, and that's what they call sniping. So, yeah, there you
That's right.
go. Tim.
So what's the topic without the raging lunatic in the fucking room?
Holy shit, bro! He went the fuck off, dude.
Well, didn't he
That's
last
so
night? Were you guys wasn't Flatty in there and shit last night when he was going nutty?
Oh shit, where's Flatty?
Every night. You know,
Dude,
Richard
he was
Yeah,
going
Garner.
ham.
SO4.
He was going ham last night, man.
Richard
And then
Garner.
Yeah, I
that was
heard
the
parts.
same time that there was like a troll, just like this really fucking racist troll in there, just spamming the whole time. That was
Yeah,
a
it's
pretty
weird.
good troll, man.
That was a good troll.
Hey, did you see the part where the kids showed up and you had like some kind of fucking glasses on or something, like animated glasses? And they
Yeah,
were playing a
that
bunch of
racist
sounds.
kid. Yeah.
Oh my god, I was laughing my ass off today, dude. That shit was
Yeah,
funny.
I don't know why debates is getting trolled real hard all of a sudden. Like someone must have found
Because
him.
the link is open, man. You just put in you put in hangouts.google.com and put live today, and you'll find whoever has the link in the fucking description. So snipers will go around and do that just for the hell of it.
That's true. That's true.
No way around it, really.
Well, yeah. Well, we're still talking about, I guess, the revisionism. What do you think about that, John? Do you think the information about the Holocaust is skewed or wrong? Or
From what people are saying, I haven't looked. Like I said, I haven't looked into it myself, but from what everyone is saying, I don't usually take that as gospel. But like I said, ever since flat Earth came up, and the other things that I've researched on my own, I didn't go down every single rabbit hole, but yeah, it's possible, sure.
Brother,
yeah, I hear you.
give it 1 hour and look into revisionism. It'll blow your mind, man. That Morning Dew guy blew my mind because he's a year younger than me, not that much younger, but he knows his shit on the Holocaust, and it's crazy.
Yeah, he
man.
does.
Cat,
he does.
Cat, can you add Chris Truthseeker?
Mm-hmm. Look at back like
Chris Baby Ruth Seeker. I need that stock, man, so bad.
You know, I think anything before the 1800s is up for question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, JLB's got that whole. You know,
We question everything at this point.
I agree, but you know,
Everything,
JLB's
dude.
got a theory that our history is completely manufactured from about 200 years ago.
Shit, Hank.
I want to see his. Oh, go on.
I was just gonna say, before the flat Earth thing came up, even before that, I was saying question everything. At this point, it's like everything. I would never question what I was living on. It's insane, dude.
Yeah, and I think we have every right to. That's what's so interesting about it. I'm 35 years old, and I never ever thought to do so.
What's up, mate?
Hey,
I should be indicted more because I came from the other end.
Big L, I dare you to tell your girl that you believe in a flat Earth.
Nah, I'm straight, bro.
Oh shit, is that Bob? What's up, dude?
Imagine if I told her about Holocaust revisionism, bro.
What's up, Texas?
Yo, I can't get, for some reason, I can't find Chris Truthseeker on my list here. I don't know why.
I couldn't find him either. And
I'll
The
look.
thing
I'll
is,
look for him. It's
if
probably
you go to his
not hard to
YouTube
miss.
page, you can send him a message through
Oh,
about.
man. I
But
don't
for
know
some
about all
reason, it
that.
isn't opening up for me on this account. It's weird. This.
Is this a new channel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, because we destroyed a channel, me and Big L.
Whose?
Armando's.
Good for you. Fucking Armando, man.
We got his picture too. If anyone wants to see him.
Was he just continuously going off on you guys and just being ridiculous or something? I mean, I
It's a
know
long story.
Armando.
He banned
okay.
everyone on his panel, everyone in his chat, everyone's banned.
Jeez. I don't know. I don't understand that guy. I really don't.
That's a classic picture, by the way. So if you guys go in the hangout, you'll see we pasted Armando's face on the Hebrew Israelite on the right.
He claims he's not a Hebrew Israelite, but he acts like one.
Fucking buff.
You got the picture with the smock and everything? Let me see it.
Go to the one I posted, bro. That shit's hilarious, bro.
With the smock and everything. That's funny.
The Hebrew Israelite and shit.
Yeah. He's something else, man. He's on a different level of ignorance. I mean, I'm not being like overly critical either. Like he's demonstrated a lot.
Yeah. I remember John went in there once, bro. And I asked John, I remember this, bro. This was hilarious. I asked John, I'm like, hey, John, would you agree that the Bible supports a flat earth? And John started talking about it, right? But as soon as John left, he was like, this is ridiculous, bro. I don't want to ever hear you compare the Bible with the flat earth.
Yeah.
He went right the fuck out. That shit was
I
hilarious.
heard, listen to this. That guy earlier, that Kentucky preacher earlier on the last one, he was saying that early on today, he was saying that the Bible says it's a round earth because of because of circle of the earth and it's hung on nothing. Okay, the Job. He mixed the. I know. He mixed the Job with the Isaiah, and I came in later and I said no. There's two words. There's circle and there's ball, and you can find that. You can find the Hebrew is different for both of those. When you say circle of the earth, you are not saying it's a sphere.
Yeah, it's in Isaiah. It's not in Job.
Well, he said that the hanging on nothing is in Job, I think.
Yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with the circle.
No, I agree. He mixed the two. And I called him out on that, and he didn't say a word. And I'm like, look, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but what you said was false, blah, 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 blah.
You called him out on that. You know that. Both of those passages in Isaiah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's Isaiah 42.
Yeah, 40:22 and
40:22. That's what it is. And then I think it's Strong 73:85 for Chug.
Listen to you.
Let me see.
Jeez, you're just a hair's breadth away, Texas.
Well, you know me, man. I try to learn as much as I can about this.
It's the juxtaposition between Isaiah 40:21-22 and Isaiah 22:18.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's what he was doing. Yeah, and I mean, I'm only familiar with this because of what's his name, Rob Skiba. Rob Skiba did amazing work on this, in my opinion. So.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah. I'm trying to find the Strong's Concordance, though. I'm just wrong about that number. But yeah, there's two words. There's chug, and the other one I forget.
Chug is 02329, and Duer, DUWR, is 01754.
Yeah,
yes, I have that on my script.
And people accusing you of having a script. It's some bullshit.
Well, doesn't
dude? You have done so much work on those presentations. It's ridiculous.
Doesn't that imply that if I'm on a script, if no one else is on that script, then it's actually not a script?
No, you're teaching, man. That's what you're doing.
And if you don't have that, they're gonna say you're talking out of your ass. So I mean,
I try not to do
if you don't.
Yeah, that's their only combat of it, is they attack that kind of nonsense. It doesn't even make any
Throw
sense.
some ad hominems and some procedural arguments. Nothing of substance.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
But that's pretty cool. I didn't know that you knew that, Cathex. That kind of shocked me.
Well, I mean, the Bible thing is actually, it's pretty obvious that it's a motionless earth on pillars with a firmament, rakia. Like these things, there's no way you can get around earth out of the Bible. None. So, like, I mean, I'm on that level, but I don't think it proves anything.
I'll tell you what, I told you before, man, I was on some Christian forums for a lot of years. And I brought this subject up. Like I said, I'm new to the flat earth, relatively new compared to most people. I brought that stuff up. I'll tell you what, I got banned faster than you can say Christian.
Yeah, I'm sure, dude. People don't like hearing it. They think, because I mean, that's actually something you see in the atheist rooms, whatever. Like an atheist would be like, "Well, you guys thought that the earth is flat," and the Christians would argue ferociously against it, trying to say that, the circle of the earth, the hanging on nothing, try to, act like they have nothing to do with the flat earth. But there are 75 Bible passages that clearly show a motionless level plane with a firmament. So they can't deny it.
I know. And I was, like I said, I should be the most indicted for not even seeing it.
Rob Skiba said the same thing. Michael Heiser was the man from Logos Bible College.
Listen to this, Michael Heiser. How the heck do you know him?
Anyways, dude, Michael Heiser was, he did a presentation about the Hebrew cosmology, and he actually got pissed at Rob Skiba for associating it with flat earth, even though he was showing a flat earth Hebrew cosmology. Like, he literally got mad. They had an exchange of emails because he didn't want it to be taken as literal as, like, that's what it really is today. But he did the whole presentation. It was a flat motionless plane with a firmament.
That guy is certifiable, dude. Michael
he's
Heiser,
amazing.
He's got degrees in
He's got like 3 degrees, yeah.
No, he's got like 8, and a lot of them are Hebrew and those Sumerian text language. He's got all these language degrees. I'm sitting there, my word, sir.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing, man. He's a smart guy. But
I'm shocked. You continue to shock me.
Thanks, dude. But yeah, it's just a lot of stuff that we got to take in and understand. There's just so much, and there is some precedent with the biblical stuff. This is what these people thought for the longest time, and it's necessary to understand. Like, I'm more interested in understanding these other cultures' cosmologies than anything else.
Right.
So, and you just see this regularly. There's a flat, motionless plane with a type of firmament above it. This is with all of these older civilizations. So
yeah, but they were stupid or something, huh?
Right? All of them were.
Yeah.
But it was even all the way over to this side over here. The Mayans, the Aztecs, the Incas, had the same cosmology as the Egyptians, essentially, as
those
the
stupid
Hebrews.
pyramid builders.
Yeah, I'm sure those stupid Egyptians, their stupid language that we can't decode yet, were morons, right?
Yeah. So, a lot of people, this is that whole myth of modernity that's happening. Like, people think that we're evolving or we're getting better because, we have technology now, et cetera, but it's not true. Like, I think that there was a different level of technology prior, and we haven't discovered it yet.
You been to Walmart lately?
Exactly. Exactly, dude.
Damn.
Yeah, I think there's a devolution going on. I really do. I think
it's called genetic entropy.
Right? There's no such thing as evolution, and like you can't create new things. It's always missing something every type. You know what I'm talking about? Like every time.
Yeah. The 1860s called. They want their argument back. We got you got genetic entropy, man. It's going strong.
Well, yeah. So I think that, everybody's tricked thinking that it's going to be, that we're getting better. And I think we're getting better technologically, but people seem to be getting stupider. That's for sure.
I would have to agree with that.
And that's manufactured in a lot of regards, but there might be something genetic there, like you're saying.
Yeah, the genetic load's pretty heavy after these generations. Not too many left, I don't think.
Right.
I'm not saying we're going extinct or anything. That there's another plan. I read the last chapter.
There's definitely something going on right now. That's for sure.
I got a
We
question.
live in a very weird time.
It has to do with the
What's up?
Bible, right? So, that verse in Genesis. Sorry, I don't have it pulled up. I'm gonna paraphrase a little bit.
Go ahead.
It says that there's a firmament, right, to separate the waters from above. What does that mean? How can anyone else interpret that differently? That's my question.
Right?
Like, what are the waters above and under? Because it says to separate the waters from under the firmament and above it. So,
well, there's 4 of them. There's 1:6, 1:7, 1:8, and 1:14.
Okay.
So
it's mentioned. The waters is mentioned often. Is what you're saying.
Oh, the one that he's saying, I think, is Genesis 1:7.
Okay.
Yeah. My question is, how could you interpret that differently? What are the waters?
The abyss, the deep.
No, the waters are the seas, and the firmament separates the waters in the seas from the waters above the firmament, like Heiser. I think Heiser has a.
Yeah, he says that the firmament's the sky because of the expanse. That's what the word means.
That's what they say.
Yeah, so the waters from above, waters from below is basically the seas, down here. But honestly, there might be, in my opinion, some liquid above. Like,
yeah, that's what
maybe
it's saying.
Shit.
Yeah, maybe it's like that liquid helium that that H3.
No,
I think.
Yeah, but that's above. Remember, it's the seas, the firmament, and then waters above that.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
So, and the firmament is solid.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the word means in the Bible. I mean,
Rakia,
the Rakia, exactly. Yeah, that's what the word means. So, listen, I don't know. I've never seen it. I'll just take his word for it and move on.
Hey, so cathexis, I've never heard someone explain this one. The ISS, right?
Yeah.
Is it because people always say you can see it in the sky, man, and I can't seem to ever see it. Do you guys think it's in the sky, or do you think it's just being filmed down here or something?
There's a light that does move overhead. There is a light. I mean, and I've seen. There's a guy named I forget his name right now, but I have his channel where he has
Bukkake Pies.
Yeah, Mr. B he goes by now, and he did an amazing capture of it, and it looks really weird. Kind of hard to explain. It almost I don't want to say this, but it almost looks like a fucking hologram, like the way that the light operates with it. But apparently this thing's moving at 17,500 miles per hour, and it's going around the Earth every 90 minutes. And it's been up there for 16 years. It's been up there for 16 years. And first of all, I want to know how they got it in at that speed in the first place, and how do they add on to it? And it just seems all very improbable. So I don't know what it is, but they're definitely doing something up there.
Well,
I don't think there's people on it.
Somebody said you could see it with the naked eye. I've never have. I've just heard people claim that.
It looks like a star. It looks like a star moving across the sky. That's what it looks like.
I did some calculations on that, and if we could, from the size of the ISS, I can't find them right now, but I think I come out with it. It would be like looking at a Mountain Dew can from 4 miles away.
I agree, and that's the thing. 250 miles away, the angular diameter.
It's a football field. It's a football field, and it's lit up.
Yeah, but the angular diameter.
There's a difference between seeing something here on Earth, and there's a difference between seeing something where there's completely pitch black with a light being lit up.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. No, it's definitely a light, but the thing is it's extremely bright anytime it's being seen, which is another weird thing, because of the way the light would have to be reflecting off of it.
Well,
but
yeah, that's why you can only see it certain times. You can only see that
well,
light.
that's not proven to me. From what I understand, it can be seen at night over any person on the
the Earth will be blocking. Will have a shadow on it, dude. It has to be certain times, like before
Well, I think
dusk
that
and after morning,
Yeah,
whatever.
you can't see it every time it flies over. You know,
well,
because it's
Well, you
flying.
got companies too. Remember Bassano? He tracked down those companies that could project frigging stars in the sky.
oh yeah, dude. There's tons
I
of this
don't have them.
craziness.
I dropped them. I just thought it was interesting. It was two companies. I don't know where they're at. I don't know where I put that information at. But they can project anything they wanted up there. Not that
Yeah.
I'm not saying that they're projecting it. I'm just saying that there's technology that would.
Yeah, I give way to the possible. I don't make any claims because I don't know what it is. But
Yeah,
I don't think
it's
there are
called-
humans in there. I don't.
It's called Project Bluebeam.
Yes, sir. Maybe that's what the chemtrails are for. Put up the particulates.
Well,
Maybe the
where's Pete
chemtrails
at?
are flying.
I
Maybe
think
that's
the
what it is. They're
chemtrails
flying
are
on the
to keep
path.
the spider god away.
Yeah, right. Fucking spider gods, man.
Yeah, I've been hearing that. What's up with that?
A4, his ultimate theory on the flat Earth is that it's enclosed by a.
Hold on. You got to preface this first, though. Adam Dwyer was a flat earther before flat Earth was the cool thing around the block. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
The crazy
So, like,
guy
3
Adam?
years ago.
The crazy guy Adam?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Go
3
ahead,
years ago, he
Rebecca.
found it.
Okay.
So he's developed a theory that we are in an enclosed Earth, but the enclosure is
speculation.
Is a spider. Yeah, exactly. It's a spider silk, and that the magnetic field of the Earth looks like a spider, and we have this inherent fear of spiders and all of this stuff. And so what he's saying is like it's like a Russian nesting doll of these spider containers where there's these spider lords, these spider gods.
Spider lords. Okay, what's his evidence?
Well, the best evidence actually is that the moon hatched, and that's why we see what we see today.
His evidence is a bag of
when the sun hatches, that's when the spiders are going to come feed on us.
Yes, he believes the sun is going to hatch, and it'll make it look like the moon.
And then the bell rang, and we came in from second grade recess.
Yeah, but that's the good old spider gods theory, and
and then the LSC wore off.
Yeah. Sellers.
The Jews.
I mean the LSD. I say LSC. Fuck.
Oh well, both the same thing at this point. You guys.
So how's the Coriolis effect affecting people?
We need Coriolis insurance, guys. I heard that there's a new company starting up. That you can't deny the spin of the Earth, so you got to get insured for it if you're driving or moving real fast.
I don't know. Richard, he had about 4 or 5 different explanations.
Gravity.
Yeah,
piloted bullets.
First it was gravity. Next it was that it wasn't, that it was one whole system. The atmosphere was spinning with the Earth, then it wasn't, and then it was the speed and momentum, and then it wasn't. It was like 4 or 5 of them I counted.
Yeah.
Certainly was. You know, and I get where they're. Finally, I talked to him after you had left and talked to rhetoric and epistemology about it. And here's what they say, okay? That, so when a plane is taking off westward from the equator, the inertia from the Earth, so the inertial frame of reference of 1,000 miles per hour is built into this as it lifts into the air. So it's moving with the spin of the Earth.
That means it's going
even. Did I say it wrong? You get what I'm saying. Like once it lifts off, it has the inertial frame of reference of the speed of the Earth at that point. And the reason why Coriolis. Well, hold on. That's what. Listen, this is problematic. Once they go north to south with it, because the speed of the Earth is lower as you go up, up to the North Pole. That difference in speed is what causes the Coriolis effect. That is their official fucking stance.
Okay. Now let's tell them again for the 1,000th time. That's not our argument.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how many ways I tried to explain it, but it just didn't get through. I don't know why.
Yeah. Because it breaks their paradigm to answer it properly. Like
No,
tonight,
but
did you hear
these
them?
yeah, but you know what? These guys are pretty intelligent. It doesn't take a rocket
Look,
scientist
yeah,
to figure
there's a
this out.
basic concept that John had to go over and over. And then when he did it, you get, well, see, if you shoot a bullet and it's going north, right?
Oh, was
mean,
that
it's
you,
like-
Tim? Was that you that was
Yeah, what's up?
walking him?
Yeah, he was in there.
Oh, I
yeah.
didn't know that.
I have
was
to say,
Tim.
I still don't understand. I mean, as I understand the argument,
Oh, okay.
it was that you need more than one frame of reference for Coriolis.
Yes, that's
Yes.
correct.
Right. And as Kat has just described, you have more than one frame of reference, i.e., one at the equator, and then, continually differing ones as you travel north.
No. Don't worry about those. No.
Yeah,
don't even
that
go
was
with the
not a
equator.
proper answer.
Don't even go with the equator, Jeremy. That'll confuse things. Don't worry. They're just two differing frames of reference. One with the Earth spinning, and what the atmosphere doesn't spin. That's it. If you understand that, then the second part of my argument follows.
Right. I don't understand that.
Yeah, because it doesn't have. I'm only using the Coriolis effect just to demonstrate and to establish the two differing frames of reference. That's where the Coriolis effect in my argument ends. My next argument is It logically follows onto that. Are you following me?
Not really. But go on.
Yeah, well, you got you have to know that one before I can move on.
Okay, so
Well, there needs to be more
the
than
two
one
frames
frame
of reference.
hang on.
Well, here it is, Jeremy.
Go ahead,
The two
Quebec.
frames of
Yeah,
reference
you have a go.
are on the ground speed. Okay, it's the first frame of reference, and then when you're in the air. Okay, that's how Coriolis works. Is that if you picture the roundabout, whatever it's called, the
Merry-go-round.
What is it? A merry-go-round. Picture the merry-go-round, and you toss that ball to me while we're spinning. The ball is going to be diverted from its path visually because we're spinning, right? Because it's left my hands, which is the first frame of reference, into the air, which is the second. So the spin of the Earth when a bullet is shot diverts the bullet because it's in now the second frame of reference. Okay? So this is where the problem comes in, because they want to say that the atmosphere spins with the Earth, and yet that can happen.
Right.
Tim, can you explain? Do you got this, Tim?
If you guys couldn't do it, I don't think I can, man.
Yeah, he's been
Truthfully.
smoking all day, John. So.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What is
not
it?
the
Denver,
reason.
man. I'm jealous.
What is it you're trying to explain?
The Coriolis effect. We had this talk the other night, and it's a little bit more complex than people. I guess I don't know. It seems to be a little bit more complex than
It
what people
seems
think.
that people make it complex when it's not.
Yeah, I know.
Do you mean the Coriolis effect on a sniper shooting a bullet over distance?
No.
Well, on a plane, on a helicopter, and also you could say with a bullet too. It's just how
Yeah.
these are affected and what should be happening and what doesn't. That kind of thing.
But I think you're oversimplifying it then, maybe.
No, we're breaking it.
That's why you
How
don't
can you
get it.
oversimplify it?
Well, because
Too simple, I don't get it.
Well,
That
no, there
works.
aren't. Hang on. There aren't just two frames of reference, which is on the ground and in the air.
How many are
is-
there?
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on how you measure it. But if you're shooting north to south, then you're moving. Depending on how far you shoot your bullet, and how fast. Yes, you're moving through different frames of reference as it moves further north.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think
so you're
that
saying-
would just wait a second, Cathexis. That just confuses matters. I don't know why everyone goes to the equator and wants to fire north and south. Let's just
I know.
drop that whole thing. Maybe this will help.
Well, I mean, it doesn't. You can pick anywhere on Earth and shoot
Yeah.
north to south. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. It's going to be an apparent deflection. That means if you're on the Earth spinning with the Earth, it's going to apparently deflect. Now, if you were hovering above the Earth, not spinning with it in the atmosphere, it's not going to deflect. It's going to go straight.
Yeah. But it's only deflecting because the Earth is supposedly spinning underneath.
Yeah, and you're on the rotating frame of reference. But once you get wheels up on an aircraft, you are no longer in the rotating frame of reference, just like the ball that's thrown off the merry-go-round.
Just like the bullets that shot.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, but that's the argument. Nobody wants to acknowledge that. Like I said the other day, have you ever heard a pilot say, "Oh, I had to deal with some extra Coriolis today"?
Yeah, that was funny. I loved it.
It's not something that happens, it seems.
Right,
that's the point.
So I give in.
Yeah, you didn't get.
I don't. I mean, because. I don't. No, I don't.
All I can do
So
is
how many
Coriolis? How is the Coriolis effect not your argument? Then
we're demonstrating that the Coriolis effect would imply such an action on all objects, which we do not observe.
Due to plane flights and other things.
Yes.
Yeah, we do not observe this in any other thing outside of a bullet and a hurricane. If you look into it, the mainstream acceptance of it, not a bit of it is spoken about when it comes to aeronautics.
Well, maybe I could say this again.
Well, how could it be though? I don't.
Well, let me
I
say
want to say because it's piloted here.
No,
which I know you're not going to like, but how?
Please don't, Jeremy.
Because this traversing of these frames of reference is very gradual.
Okay.
And
Listen.
That plane has to point in a certain direction. They set a heading and they go to that heading, and then when they get there, they call the air traffic control up and they give them another heading and they go on that heading.
But that's not my argument. My argument isn't apparent deflection of planes.
Okay.
So the Coriolis argument is the apparent deflection. I'm only using the Coriolis effect to establish that there's two frames of reference, the rotating frame of reference and the air, which is not rotating. That's the whole point. That's how you get the Coriolis effect. So all I try to do is establish.
Well, I think that's incorrect.
What's incorrect?
What you've just said. You're saying that the Coriolis effect is caused by the two frames of reference: one, the moving Earth, and two, the non-moving atmosphere.
Yes.
Right, and that's not correct.
That's not correct. So let me give you the definition of the Coriolis effect from the University of Oregon. The effect of the Coriolis force is an apparent deflection of the path of an object that moves within a rotating coordinate system. The object does not actually deviate from its path, but it appears to do so because of the motion of the coordinate system.
Okay.
Okay, do you
the
want
motion of the coordinate system?
So here's the next one.
So it's either one or the other. Do you see? It's either that the motion of the coordinate system, being the Earth, and the non-motion when you get into the air. But it's not said to work that way.
It doesn't say that at all.
Okay, then
That's the motion of the coordinate system and the motion.
Okay, let me say it again. And
say it again, but I heard it the first time.
Okay, now I'm going to give you another definition. It's from that textbook, the college level textbook, Introduction to Ocean Sciences. When set in motion, freely moving objects, including air and water masses, move in straight paths while the Earth continues to rotate independently. Because freely moving objects are not carried with the Earth as it rotates, they are subject to an apparent deflection called the Coriolis effect.
There we go.
That should
It's
do
the
it.
clearest one I've ever heard. So if that be true, then we would see a totally different effect occurring with airplanes and helicopters.
Neither of those support the definition that I'm
hoping for.
I just don't think they do. They don't say what you're saying.
Yes,
No,
they
no,
are.
listen. Okay, the last one. Okay, actually, John, if you could just reread that last one real quick, and then let me talk about it.
All right, this is the critical. They call it critical points or critical something from the Coriolis effect. The Coriolis effect, when set in motion, freely moving objects, including air and water masses, move in straight paths while the Earth continues to rotate independently. Because freely moving objects are not carried with the Earth as it rotates, they are subject to an apparent deflection called the Coriolis effect.
Now, if that be true,
wait a second. To an observer rotating with the Earth, freely moving objects that travel in a straight line appear to travel in a curved path on the Earth.
And if that be true, then you are competing with the spin of the Earth when you're in the air. It's just that simple.
Yeah.
And that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So what does that say? By the law of non-contradiction, it doesn't spin.
Yeah. It's just that simple.
Okay.
Or at least the atmosphere doesn't spin with the Earth.
I think if you insist on misunderstanding it in the way that you are misunderstanding it. You are.
I just gave you the definition 3 times.
Look, hold on a minute. The consensus understanding of science.
Consensus.
Hang on a minute. Let me finish. Don't shout. Okay. The consensus understanding of science is that this effect exists. And yet you're saying that as science describes it, it doesn't.
Science, that's where
now,
let's not get bogged down in that.
Either you're correct and the whole of science is incorrect and hasn't noticed it,
because
or you're incorrect
as a friggin' monolith.
You think?
But Jeremy, so your inability to
even I can see where you're incorrect, and I don't even understand this stuff very well. And even
where are we incorrect? Where are we incorrect?
Well, I've explained it.
Okay, so your inability.
You're saying that the 2 frames of reference are the moving Earth and the non-moving atmosphere. I don't think what you've read says that, and I think
what it's saying, Jeremy. What it's saying is when an object leaves,
as I've described them, that as you move north to south.
Listen, Jeremy, when the object leaves the Earth through whatever means, it is traveling independent of the speed of the Earth. That's what it just said. Okay? If that is true, then it is competing with the spin of the Earth. The Earth is either rotating underneath it or it's not. If that is true, when a fucking helicopter lifts up, it should be able to hover and allow for the Earth to spin underneath it.
Right, and it can't. So what?
No, it cannot.
And your conclusion from this is not that you've misunderstood it somewhere, but that everyone else is wrong and you've spotted the mistake.
You got it right.
Yes, that's right.
Yes,
yeah, that is right. Yeah, actually.
Right.
Your inability to think that we might know something in this situation because the rest of society says it's one thing, that's a problem. We're pointing out an issue, a contradiction.
It isn't because the rest of society says it. It's because I can hear these statements that John's reading. I can take my smattering of knowledge that I already have on this subject, and even I can see where you're incorrect.
Well, where are we wrong? Where are we misunderstanding this?
All I can do is appeal to you to understand that.
What are we not understanding?
Willful ignorance will not lead you to truth in any way.
All you're doing is appealing to popularity, and it's a fallacy.
I'm not.
What are we misunderstanding, Jeremy? Please.
Yeah, you did.
No, I'm not. There is no appeal to popularity. As I said, I can see where you're incorrect, and I've explained to you where you're incorrect.
Popularity fallacy.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on, gentlemen. Jeremy, please explain how we are misunderstanding this.
I have done. You're saying.
Do it again.
Well, all right, but this must be at least the 5th time I've said this. You are saying
that continues to get more stupid as you say
it. Well, I've said it the same way each time.
All right, gentlemen, come on.
But you are saying that the 2 frames of reference are the moving Earth and the non-moving atmosphere, and I'm saying that they're not.
And they're
no.
Then you're wrong. Then you wouldn't have the Coriolis effect. Jeez,
if the atmosphere is moving with the Earth.
I'm saying that the frames of reference are as you move north or south of the equator, because if you were hovering,
Jeremy, you don't get it still, dude.
I do get it. If you were hovering, the ground speed at the equator would be greater than if you move north or south of it, right? If you were able to hover with the Earth spinning underneath you.
So if you take a helicopter up on the equator and you just sit
those
there,
differences as you move north to south is what what causes the Coriolis effect, and those differences are the differing frames of reference.
So if you take a helicopter and you hover it on the equator, let's say for 6 hours, you are being pulled along. Independent of the ground, you're being pulled along in that same position with the spin of the Earth, is what you're saying.
Right.
There we go. I don't know. That sounds ridiculous to me.
Okay.
It just says that once you leave the ground, you move independent of it.
What says that?
That last definition that he just explained.
No, that said freely moving objects do.
Yes, that's a helicopter.
Okay, so
a freely moving object.
Now we need to see how they have defined what a freely moving object is.
Oh my goodness!
I'll define the period.
All right, gentlemen. Let's just leave it alone.
Tell me. Hold on. No. Please cure my overwhelming stupidity and tell me what is meant by a freely moving object.
Ones that are not attached to the rotating frame of reference.
Yeah. So anything that's not attached, that's freely moving.
Well, how do you know that is the definition that they're using?
Because words have meaning, and that's what the words fucking mean.
Well,
Jeremy.
no. That's just a meaning that you've assigned to it.
Oh my goodness! Listen, Jeremy, I love you. I don't want to go back and forth on this. We've already done this plenty of times. Let's just move on to a different topic.
Yeah,
it is what it is. Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to.
Yeah, no disrespect. I don't want to get into a heated situation with you. But okay. So what other topic can we go on? How about boats over the horizon, Jeremy? I know that's one of your favorites.
Oh God, no.
Hank, you got one? Anyone?
You guys. I'm not really in the mood for.
Well,
I know you're
tired anyway.
I know that you guys don't want to talk about it, but I do. Any object, I guess, would atmosphere be considered one of those objects moving freely?
Yeah, it did say. It said water and wind.
Okay.
Yeah, and so
too many 1,000-mile-an-hour winds lately, so.
Yeah, and that is another issue too. So, I found this website called the IERS.org.
But this is why I'm confused, though. Hold on. This is why I'm confused, because I don't understand how water is freely moving.
If that, clouds.
How is Jeremy?
Well, hold on. How is that?
That's what they mean.
How is that? Sorry.
That's what that means. It means clouds. He's reading it from an atmospheric definition. So water in the atmosphere is clouds, wind, and all of that. It's moving independent of the Earth once it's up there. So the spin of the Earth can divert it, which they claim is what causes hurricanes.
Right.
I think it's the path of the sun, personally. Diamagnetic aspects of water, I think, is really what's happening there. Same with the tides.
Oh, what evidence have you got to support
Bob
that?
from Globebusters.
I don't care if Bob said it. He's probably right. I said it before Bob, by the way.
It wouldn't matter anyway, because that's a genetic fallacy. You got to have something of substance. Doesn't matter.
Well, sure. I'm not saying that's what it is. That's what my idea is about it. I just think that that's probable. I do think the sun and moon is much closer. I don't know ultimately what the shape and orientation of this Earth is, but I do know personally, I'm pretty sure that the sun and moon is much closer than what we've been told. And it probably moves and we're stationary.
It's a globe.
I do. Sure, geocentric globe if you want to.
It's a
I don't care.
geocentric globe. That's the only way you can. Because I think Tim gets the
I
argument.
agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Yep.
It's just,
Flat-
you know,
flat is
this
whack.
lady,
That's
that
whack.
lady earlier, I don't know if you heard her. She was kind of quiet when she came on talking to philosophy and whatnot. When flat Earth was mentioned, she said, there's nothing wrong with questioning mainstream science on this subject. I just don't want to see an erroneous concept be slipped in
So
after
she's
questioning
good.
It was
She's good to go
beautiful. Buy a
she's
new
good
one.
to go for the erroneous concept that we're going on.
Well, no, I mean,
It was
honestly,
beautiful,
look,
Cathexis.
I'm standing here. I don't know what the shape of the Earth is, John. I don't. I have an idea, but I don't know. I can't go out and confirm it for myself.
Like we talked about, it can't
without
be
lots of.
It can't be scientifically validated. The question is non sequitur.
I know we're going on. Yeah, I mean, it's a really tough one. It really is to figure out. So I'm neutral on it. I don't know. I don't care. I'm more interested in cosmology. I'm more interested in, you know, a different, like maybe a geocentric setup. Maybe, you know, the sun and moon much closer, stars much closer.
I just watched The Principle for the first time the other day.
Oh, God, wow.
Nice.
Really? Loved it.
Such a good movie.
I watched it. I heard people talking about it for years, and I finally got a hold of it. I think Matthew posted it in a link or something.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's a great movie, dude.
And it was, I already knew more or less what they were going to say. I picked up a couple little tidbits from it.
Yeah.
But I thought it was pretty good. At least they were honest.
And Kepler killed Brahe. I'm gonna make a hashtag.
Kepler killed Brahe.
I'm pretty sure Kepler poisoned him with mercury.
To get his observations.
Yep. He took his observations and ran with it.
I was going to ask you a question. I just bought the 1984 book again. I've had it before, but I couldn't find it. Can you give me the address, chapter, where I can find that famous quote?
Chapter 3. I know it's in chapter 3. I don't know of the exact placement of it, but you're talking about the dual system of astronomy quote?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah. John, have you heard that quote, by the way, from 1984?
What's that?
Let me read this. All right, this is from 1984. So Winston's talking to O'Brien. Winston's the main character. O'Brien's kind of the face of the, you know, the state. And he says to him, how can you control matter? Look at the universe that's outside of us. We said, look at the stars. Some of them are millions of light years away. They're out of our reach forever. What are the stars? Said O'Brien indifferently. They're bits of fire a few kilometers away. We could reach them if we wanted to, or we could blot them out. The Earth is the center of the universe. The sun and the stars go around it. Winston made another convulsive movement. This time he did not say anything. O'Brien continued as though answering a spoken objection. But for certain purposes, of course, that is not true. When we navigate the ocean or when we predict an eclipse, we often find it convenient to assume that the Earth goes around the sun and that the stars are millions upon millions of kilometers away. But what of it? Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant, according to as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to the task? Have you forgotten doublethink? So that, you know, Orwell died 6 months later from an aggressive tuberculosis. And I personally feel that Orwell, because he was up there with the elites, he was rubbing shoulders
Eric
with all these
Blair,
guys.
right? Eric Blair?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Yes, Eric Blair. I really think that he was giving us some indication of what might be going on.
You've heard like Jay Dyer and stuff. I mean, he kind of thinks that he was like a British asset named Eric Blair or whatever. That was his pen name.
Yeah.
Orwell was his pen name or whatever.
Yeah. So I think that this guy was on the inside. He knew what it was, and I think they took him out for making such a book.
I haven't read the book.
It's been a long time. I had the Cliff Notes when I was younger. I need to sit down and actually read it.
You can go watch Patty Steer on a potato show, and she'll read it to you if you don't want to read yourself.
She's actually pretty good at that. I'll be honest with you. She got into it, and I didn't watch it all, but I heard her, and she did a good job with it, in my opinion.
Is there something wrong with Patricia Steer?
Well, Tammy thinks that she's a shill.
Hey, she's a shill. It takes one to know one, right?
I can't even comment. I just can't.
You can't. You can't comment on Patricia Steer. Or you can't comment on the show.
I can, but I won't. I'm gonna restrain myself.
Is it bad?
Well, there's just a lot of.
I can't comment.
You can't. You're not going to comment.
There's
Okay.
there's just a lot of suspicion, just because where she came from, what her intentions are, etc.
Where'd she come
Seems
from?
like a nice lady.
She's
out of
definitely
nowhere.
She's definitely milking the flat earthers though. Out of money.
Yeah. I mean, most likely her intentions might be profit of some kind, but she just does this show where she interviews people and that's it. So I don't look at it in a conspiratorial way. She seems like a nice lady, but a lot of people who think that she's like a CIA asset and all this crazy shit.
And why
The
is
conspiracy theory crowd.
Conspiracy
She came out of no. Yeah, I mean, we're in the conspiracy theory crowd, so everybody's got their own little ideas about things.
I know conspiracies never happen.
Right. So I don't know. I don't subscribe to any of them. I've talked to Patricia. She seems like a nice lady, but some people think that she's an agent or shill or, in it for the wrong reasons or whatever.
And why is that?
But
what's the reasons for it?
What's the reasons,
popular,
Tim?
and anyone in Flat Earth that gets popular is in trouble.
Oh,
that's actually true to some degree. They get a lot of heat.
Can you name anyone that's popular that doesn't have like a big hate following?
Me? I haven't got a big hate following yet, except for that one troll who made 10 fucking accounts in my name and porn bomb Nathan Oakley.
Me?
That guy.
No one hates me.
Not at all, John.
I mean, I don't want to imply you guys aren't popular. Of course you are, but
No, I know what you mean, Jeremy.
Start at the top and work down. And how far down do you have to come before you?
Yeah, Patricia gets a lot of hate. Glowbusters gets a lot of hate, and
Bob's a
it's
pretty
just
good
the
guy.
nature
I've
of
talked
it.
to Bob before. He's a good guy.
Yeah, I like Bob a lot, actually. We had some great conversations.
Yeah, but he has a lot of Globers hating.
I wanted to tell you why I dislike Jaron. I think I have a pretty good reason. One time he did this show with this white nationalist, and the white nationalist was explaining white genocide to Jaron for the first time. And Jaron said, and I'm quoting as close as I can, but it's probably a loose quote, "As long as there's not dead white people piled up in the streets, I don't care because I'm not white." And ever since then, I just have no respect for Jaron.
Really? He said that?
He also said, and I quote, "Jesus can suck my dick."
What?
Yeah, so, I mean, when you're, in a community like this, you're always being recorded. And if he were to say the same thing about black people or the Jews, it would be hysteria. But because it's white people, it's okay.
Well, I think that a lot of that might be, like, I understand he said it and whatnot, but in the context of what was going on at that moment, I mean, when he was talking to that white supremacist guy, I mean, he was up against some really crazy ideas at that time, and he was very uncomfortable. I'm not going to defend him that much. He did say these things.
What is his ethnicity then? I thought he was white.
I think he's Hispanic.
I guess he must be if his name's
or Italian.
Campanella. Yeah, but
he's Italian.
White?
No, they're not. Italian. I'm Greek, and I don't consider myself to be white. Just like an Italian wouldn't consider themselves to be white, or Caucasian.
Caucasian.
He's Italian.
Yeah, I guess Mediterranean sort of.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But it is. It is. People say things.
Sounds like a whole bunch of soap opera drama to me.
Oh, you missed it all, John. You got no idea.
Nope.
This place is the YouTube scene's been real crazy, and
how long has this been going on
almost
YouTube?
2 years.
2 years. Yeah, I'm late.
A year and 3/4, almost 2 years.
Yep.
It's interesting though.
How can I protect myself?
How you doing?
You'll be fine.
I think. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's kind of right. Honestly, I'm up to 800 subs, and I've gotten some weird hate as it is. So, I mean, it just kind of happens for some reason.
Yeah, I don't have a channel, so I'm not playing that game.
Well, honestly, I do think you should go on Globebusters. Personally, if you talk to Bob, I think because I talked to him privately, and they said they'd love to have you on. I know you talked to Jaron that night. You know, it would get more attention to the presentations that we're doing, and you've got a great perspective.
I don't know. They might get upset at me.
Well, I know you want to call Jaron out for saying science like it's a monolith.
You know what? Yeah, because I don't want to just call Jaron, because it's not only the globe guys, it's the flat earthers, it's a whole bunch of everyone.
It's a cultural problem if you think about it.
They don't know what the hell science is, and if I get on there, because I'm not going to hold anything back. I'm not politically correct. I'm none of those things. So they might get upset at me.
I think you should make a channel. You have some good content.
Well, I'll just stick with cathexis, and we'll make our little shows, and that'll be that.
To be honest with you, Jaron doesn't really do a lot of the talking on Globebusters these days. He used to. He does say a few pieces, but the majority of the show is hosted by Bob, and then a lot of attention is given. Sorry, a lot of time is given to the guests that they might have on, and John chips in a lot. So he doesn't actually do an awful lot these days. The Morgo.
Oh, yeah, got it.
You just have to be able to say it's ridiculous at the end of every sentence.
with your nose blocked.
Yeah.
Nose.
So I'm taking that most people don't like their shows or something?
No, that's not the case. You got a couple people, of course you don't, but they get about 800 viewers nowadays.
John, I hate it. I hate it so much. I watch it every week.
You're a liar.
Exactly.
You're a liar. You're a liar. You're all paid shills. You're all paid shills here.
Yeah.
And then if I go on there, Jeremy, you gonna heckle me?
Oh yeah, man. I'll be there in the chat, trolling away.
That's the thing about this. I'll tell you what.
And I'll be there timing you out.
What I've noticed about,
I consider it a failure if I make it to the end of the show without having to be on my fourth account.
Yeah, what I've noticed about all this is there's really not much, like, people don't go straight vitriol on you or like try to decimate character too much. Like, it doesn't get that bad. Like, even if you have a disagreement with a lot of guys, you know, like the Earth discussion guys or whatever, I find that in another hangout, they might be a dick at first, but you can smooth everything back over with a new topic, it seems. So it's not like a long-lasting like group of people who are hate. Look, we got Jeremy here. You know, that's proof positive. He disagrees with us vehemently.
Yeah, I got a lot of problems with Jeremy, but there was a couple times I heard him on here that he called out some of the Globers. So I have a small amount of respect for Jeremy, just to let you know.
Well, Jeremy's great. He was the first person I ever talked to on Hangouts. It was actually Chris Trueseeker and Jim Panda. I jumped on Chris's channel one day when they were, having it out, and we had a great conversation.
I didn't know either of them. I had never spoken to either of them or communicated. I think I might have responded to one or two comments from Cathexis, but I didn't know either of them from Adam at all. It was.
It was my very early days. That was.
I just wanted to let Jeremy know that. I don't know if it means anything to him, but I heard him a couple times.
Thanks, John. It is appreciated.
Yeah, because you got to admit, Jeremy, on some of those channels with the Globers, there's some stupid stuff on there.
Yeah, well, I think that I think what people tend to do is. You sort of someone will pose a question and you think, I know that, and you're keen to show off your knowledge and
sure.
You answer that, and then someone asks another question surrounding it, and before you know it, or very quickly, you run out. Or it's at least in my case, I run out of knowledge, and then I find I'm answering questions that I don't actually know the answers to.
But that's what's so great about this,
And
that's what's so great about this. I've heard.
And I think a lot of people get in that trap, and they don't.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And,
but the next time, Jeremy, it's like the conversation I had with you. It's a great learning experience for you to think on your feet and retain that experience for the next time you go.
Yeah,
that's the reason why I think this is so engaging and important for me, at least, because I've learned so much in the past year and a half, and I've gotten better at public speaking. I've gotten better at dealing with people who disagree with me, and we all tend to learn something more each time we have these conversations.
Yeah, John, I keep adding you to the channel. Am I wasting my time?
Matthew, every time I listen to you, I like listening to you, but your mic always cracks up, and I get so pissed.
Right?
Yeah, John, I keep adding you to Edge channel. Am I wasting my time?
He's been on
you are.
Really?
Over there.
Why do you leave me on my own over there?
Why do you go over there on your own? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I listened to it a couple times, and I go in there when I get bored. I'll pull it up to see what they're talking about, and I usually get pretty. I
keep adding you and Cathexis, and you never join.
No, I'm not going to join. Those guys are clowns. They're all rude. Or in Earth discussions, John. That's what he's saying. They're all rude over there.
Well, where's Matthew,
I jumped in there.
Where's Matthew adding us at?
To Earth discussions. He's just adding us to the call.
Pop up at?
In Hangouts, hangouts.google.com. It'll show up as a thread. Yeah, if
you gotta go to invites, and then accept it or show it. Accept message, you'll see it in invites. Yeah. If you don't see it in your regular Hangout.google,
yeah, and once you're in there, once he adds you, then you can just click the join, and because they don't put the link out. But no, those guys, I jumped in there one time, and I wasn't even talking about flat Earth or anything like that. What I was talking about is, okay, the mainstream paradigm, if you just are defending it constantly and you're in that, you're not able to really step outside of it and think about something radically different. I use the example of heliocentricity. Okay, so we had 1,000 years of Ptolemy or whatever it was, and before, it was geocentric and stationary, and it is what it is for all this time. Copernicus had to completely remove himself from that paradigm to be able to construct his. So how are we able to move forward? And they consider that the biggest, jump in science ever. So how are we going to move forward if all the smart people are just locked into this paradigm and they're in their box? They're not going to be able to step out. That's right. I said that. Yeah, and I said that to them. They fucking got mad, and I got sniped, and it was like, what the hell? I wasn't even talking about flat Earth. It was just a general question about humanity.
Yeah, I get beat up for conversation for topics other than flat Earth, and sometimes I get beat up for topics that I really know inside out, and it's a bit frustrating, really.
Oh, it's very frustrating because they're like the anti-conspiracy crew, just like Pete calls them. They will take the mainstream line at all costs and do whatever mental gymnastics necessary to make that be. They go to Metabunk, Rational Wiki, and Snopes. Bam, there's their answer right there.
Yep.
Oh,
and they follow.
Speaking of Metabunk, I jumped on there because I like Mick West's equation. He had not the equation, the flat Earth formula with the drop and all that.
Yeah.
And I was on there and I was doing some calculations and I seen forum. And I said, I clicked on the forum. I went ahead and joined. I started reading through all their stuff and I'm sitting there, oh my God. So Mick, he's the big guy. Mick West.
Yeah, he's the biggest propagandist on the fucking internet.
He's the propaganda minister there. So he wrote a post. He wrote a post and I was really cordial, really kind. My posts are usually that way. I don't attack anyone. I just go ahead and stick right to the claims. And he immediately, my post wasn't on there for 2 minutes. It was immediately whisked away to this forum where all the moderators were. and there were like 6 of them, and they started attacking me, and like personally, and I'm trying to stick with the subject, and I'm like, Omar, what the heck is going on? And I went back and I said, hey, Mech, I said, what's going on? I said, you got the, the archipelago jail here going on here. What's going on? And he says, well, you violated one of the rules. I said, I didn't violate anything. It was really innocuous what I wrote. Then I wrote another post, and guess what happened?
Banned.
Whisked away back to the moderator room. So I got on there a personal message to Mech. I said, Mech, from your post, you wouldn't know what real science was. I did my whole spiel because he wasn't. I said, I want to challenge you on your forum, on your little archipelago forum here. I'll challenge you. You can take the science post and you could just, I'm a flat earth creationist. Flat young earth domed earth creationist. Go ahead. You can make a fool out of me. Let's do it. Yeah, he knew better.
He didn't take you up on that offer?
No, he didn't take me up on that, man, because I wrote him a few posts, man. It was over.
No, he's definitely, he's definitely the head propagandist over there. I've seen some of his explanations on conspiracies that are just
I call it,
mind
he got
blowing.
upset. I called it the Gulag Archipelago.
Good. Yeah, I'm not a fan of those guys. I go and I'll read it and I'll understand what the mainstream is. But Rational Wiki, Metabunk, and Snopes, they all have prepackaged answers. These guys who call themselves skeptics, they're really only skeptic about anything that competes with the mainstream. They read these answers, they regurgitate it. And I used to be one of those fucking people. I'm not gonna lie. When I was one of those rational skeptic atheist kids back 5 years ago, that was my method. If I didn't know something, I went to fucking Metabunk or Rational Wiki and found it out. And I find this happening way too.
They're easy to compromise because they only have superficial knowledge. Once you get beneath that Formica deep, fiasco, it's over. It's over.
But then they just resort to ad homs and banning and disrespect, and it is what it is. But and that's what's up, Hank?
I said, I've never been disrespected on here. What are you talking? They don't ever resort to
that. Hell, if I recall, A4 threatened to fly over and kill you.
That's true.
At some point.
It's not us and them. Listen, I have my own style. I get upset. Listen, one of my faults is the lack of patience. I have no patience whatsoever. So, I may go off a little bit, but I'm not going to sit there and call you friggin' names all day and try to destroy your character and drum up some stuff about your personal life. But it gets ridiculous. It's like being in like 3rd grade. I was looking for an adult conversation.
Yeah, I'll keep adding you. If you ever decide to come and help me out, you can join in.
Yeah, they know. No, trust me. They all know John pretty well from some.
I know they talk about John all the time. That's why I want John to come and defend himself.
They talk about me all the time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No way.
You're known as the independent variable guy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they laugh at independent variable. You know what I did? I called up the University of Missouri. I had a question. I was going to ask them something about Newtonian mechanics. I called up there. I hit up the University of Missouri. They got a massive physics department, right? And I called up and I'm going through their numbers. I called the secretary. I screwed up and started in August, right before fall semester began. And once I called, I said, no, it's friggin' summer break. No one's going to be there. So she said, just try calling the list. So I did. I called one, no answer. I said, I'm calling one more. That's it, because they're out of here. So I called up. I get this guy. He goes, listen, I only got about 2 minutes. He goes, what question do you have? And I started on the question, and I said, I really don't care about this. My main love is quantum mechanics. Turns out this guy is the damn graduate level quantum physics director. So after 2 hours, he's still saying I said, don't you have to go? After 2 hours, we got done with our discussion. And I said, you know what? Let me ask you a question. I said, you know what, sir? I had some people the other day, and I was talking about the scientific method. He said, yeah. I said, You know, I had people laughing when I brought up the independent variable, and he got so pissed and so disgusted that that people couldn't understand that.
It's the scientific method. It's there.
The scientific method.
Been there.
He got really upset. He goes, you know what? I deal with that all the time. With I think he used the term civilians. He goes, they don't have. He was disgusted with it. He goes, I hear you. He goes, I don't believe it myself. So I just want to let you guys know that out there. Friggin' laughing at independent variables. My word.
It's like that.
Nash told me that it doesn't matter, and then once I, pointed out, like, dude, you just said me trying to identify variables doesn't matter. And then,
remember the quote from the other night too? What was it exactly? Here, I saw you wrote it. Oh yeah, here we go. I'll debate as long as it's not science. Remember that one guy?
Yeah, they try to tell me flat earthers can't use science to debate.
No, this guy said on the thing, he goes, I'll debate you as long as science isn't brought up.
Yeah, it's something else, man. This whole thing.
And I don't know what's so difficult. Listen, this is easy. I don't want to say easy. I don't want to be that way. How am I going to say this? I mean, it's. I keep on saying this, and it's so true. It's tantamount to showing a carpenter a framing square, and he's absolutely baffled, and he laughs at it. That's what it's tantamount. It's what it's tantamount to. You have to have. That's the whole point. That's the whole. It's like bread without starch. It's like Kool-Aid without water. I mean, this is easy stuff. I don't know. I just.
Well, the thing is, the science has been turned into some monolith, some like blanket term, like, well, science says, and we have done this, and like people can't conceptualize that science is nothing more than a process. Like those guys that one time saying that you can't be a scientist. You didn't go through 8 years of school to become a scientist. It's ridiculous.
It's just a collection of best guesses.
You don't have a lab coat.
I don't know. I just ask them, just post the hypothesis. They can't even do that. These people are talking about science. They can't even post. I said, just give me a hypothesis regarding anything. Anything. Not that it doesn't have to be the flat earth. It doesn't have to be spherical. Just anything. They can't even do that. I told you, I was talking to this PhD microbiologist. And we were having a discussion on one of these forums. This guy, I know what PhD microbiologists are. Just go with me here. I know what you could tell whether somebody's educated or not.
Yeah.
And I asked him, I said, can you post a scientific hypothesis for me? And I said regarding anything. He has a PhD in microbiology and he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it.
I don't know what they're teaching at that level. I mean, maybe I are gotten so far into pseudoscience on some of these levels that they're detached from it.
Even the talking heads. I challenged Krauss one time. And now I've also challenged a couple other astronomers. I'm not going to mention their names. Now they didn't debate me in public. We had a debate on email. And I'll tell you what, I would classify them as civilians. They couldn't do it either.
Well, I think that people just kind of lost their way in a large regard.
Yeah, but these guys are PhDs. They're teaching. One's teaching at the University of North Carolina. The other one was the University of Australia.
Well, John, you got to realize that just because they went through the 8 years and they have lab coats doesn't necessarily make them scientists. If they're not following the scientific method, then they're scientism fundamentalists.
Well, you're preaching to the choir, Hank. Yeah, but you would think that I mean, I don't know.
And boy, they don't like that word. If you say scientism, I said to my brother one time, we were having a conversation about this, and I said the word scientism, and he just stopped me. He's like, please, do not say it like that. Do not say that word. It's offensive to somebody who is practicing scientism. It's like this projection thing, because it's become this belief system is what it is. Like, oh, the white coats know what's right, and we're just got to listen to them whenever, however. And I think that's this massive problem. Nobody knows what's going on. And plus the specialization that exists at these levels of academia. Most of these scientists have no idea what the other scientists know or think. You go ask, an 8-year qualified biology, and like virology or whatever, you ask them about and probably another field within biology, and he'll probably know nothing of it because they're so specialized at that point. They might have gone over it briefly in their early academic works, but I think the specialization has been done on purpose, personally.
Hey, the other day, my daughter, she's in 8th grade, and her 8th grade science teacher was going over some stuff, and he mentioned quantum mechanics, right? Well, I've been teaching my daughter quantum mechanics for like 3 years, not heavy, just light stuff. I'll go over and I'll talk to her about stuff, and she usually, I'll tell you what, she asked me one question right off the bat that no one has ever asked me that I've been waiting for. I was shocked. That's how sharp she is. But anyway, he brought up something about quantum mechanics, and she goes, oh yeah, the double slit experiment. You know that he never heard of it?
No.
I am not lying to you. She had to pull, I think she pulled Dr. Quantum up for him on YouTube on her phone.
Wow. But you see, that's the level of what, middle school education, I suppose. They're just
he's at least got a master's, at least.
Well, and that's just in teaching, though. It's more broad.
He might have it in just education, yes, but I mean, at least he has to have some type of science background. She just shook her head.
Yeah.
So she already knows. I've already, just to let you guys know, I've already groomed her. Everyone out there
for child abuse. You're teaching kids.
I've groomed her for the fairy tales.
Teach the right. Yeah, let them know that be skeptical about what they're being taught. In my opinion, I think that's the safest move.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring that up. I found it. I shouldn't have been surprised. I don't know. The most famous experiment in science, ever. I don't know, dudes. I don't know where we're going here. It's I don't know where we're going. It doesn't smell good. I know that.
I can't say I fully understand the double slit experiment, but I remember asking Globers, like, how does light travel through empty space, a vacuum, if there's no medium for the waves to propagate through? And
listen, and Hank, man, he's starting to get in there. You know that Maxwell had the ether as a foundation of his theory.
And it should still be there. Einstein made a mistake by getting rid of it, in my opinion.
But that's a good question, Hank. Go ahead and say that question again.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a real good question.
How does light propagate without a medium?
Yeah, that gets into the stars. I think somebody's sending up. Is that Bob that's sending up his balloon that gets so high and they're not there?
Yeah, the theory seems to be however you want to put it colloquially, but it seems to be that up around 50, 60,000 feet, you begin to not be able to see the stars. Now, what's interesting is in the book that I read, what's it called? World Beyond the Poles. The first 2 chapters are kind of laying out like the early works of Auguste Piccard. How Piccard went up there he apparently knew him, whoever this guy was that wrote this book, F. Giannini, and he was kind of reiterating what was discovered. And he said that they learned that the gaseous sky, which is the stratosphere, and all the way up until where I don't know where exactly. He said it's about 10 miles up. once you're above the gaseous sky, you can no longer see starlight. Now, this is reported in 1956, but it was from 1928 or whenever it was. And he uses that term often, the gaseous sky. It operates as a sort of lens where we're able to see this light. And what's interesting is, if you ever seen these high altitude balloons during the day, when they get above the gaseous sky, what color is the sky at that point?
Yeah,
it's black.
It's hard to tell.
Deep.
Yeah.
Well, once you get up to a certain height, when you watch these videos, once you get to a certain height, the sky is deeply black, and then you can see the sun just sitting right there. Right? Now, they're above the gaseous sky at that point. So the blue sky is not there anymore, and you see the light very differently. So I think that Bob is onto something. I think that you're not able to see starlight at 50, 60,000 feet.
Well, let me ask Hank a question. Hank, you still there? Yeah. Well, who said that photons travel in waves anyway?
I guess if you're not observing them, right? Then they don't.
Exactly. They exist in the state of a wave function, brother.
That is just something else, man.
So here's the thing.
Function.
Sorry, they say that it's coming in particle. It's not coming in wave.
That's right. Photons are particles, man.
The ISS, and it's not heating up. From all the stars in the universe is, getting hit, from every direction. I mean, it's like the heat of 1,000 suns doesn't heat up the ISS somehow.
Well, it's getting the full spectrum. If it's up there, it's getting the full. Anything up there is getting the full spectrum, because there's, as the story goes, because we're going off their story. We don't know any other story.
Right.
That it's getting hit by the full spectrum. That's gamma, X-ray, everything the sun. What they say, they don't even know what the sun is, for crying out loud. So I'm talking out my butt.
Well, I think what's his name? Who's the guy who was interviewed by Robert? The guy who studied the sun.
Dollard. He was all over this. Yeah.
Dollard. Yeah, I think Dollard is probably more correct. But it's funny, these Earth discussion guys, or the globalists, call him pseudoscience. This man did hard-nosed science for 20 fucking years. He's got a record. He's got published. He is. And he says these things, and it goes against the mainstream. So what do? They discard him. They call him pseudoscience and immediately dismiss it. And that's what they do.
Sorry.
No, you're good, hey. That's what they do. That's how they dismiss things that go against their paradigm.
That's what they did to that documentary. They said it was science fiction, the one that John just watched.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous, man. That movie is nothing more than a history lesson. That's it.
Yeah, it is. That's what it is. You got it. Yeah.
That's what it is. It's just showing how the models were constructed. These people. There's no way those people were quote mined. There's no way those people were taken out of context.
That's
like
preposterous charge. What the?
Absolutely.
How can you quote mine in interview?
Right. No, I think that was the response that they were told to respond with. Even the woman, the narrator, said that she didn't know what kind of movie it was, and she rejects the geocentric idea.
Yeah, but who cares? That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Something's either the truth or it's not. It doesn't mean it doesn't. What the? I can't.
Doesn't need to be attacked. Doesn't need to be defended. It is what it is. Yeah.
Just let me check. You're arguing that you can't manipulate what somebody says.
Yeah, that's right.
With a television interview.
That's right. That's what I'm saying.
No, wait, hold on.
Okay, fine.
What a person said is what a person said.
They were just basic questions. These guys just kept talking.
Michio Kaku, what did he say, Hank? That in science, if you're off by one or two factors, it's a complete disaster. But in cosmology, we are off by 100. Wait, what is it? 10 with 100 zeros behind it?
No,
I don't even know.
Cosmology is off by a factor of 2 or 10. That's horrible. But in cosmology, we're off by a factor with 1 with 120 zeros behind it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what he was talking about? He's talking about the fine-tuning aspects. That's what he's talking about.
Absolutely. And the redshift. This is what it all kind of ties into. Is
that redshift's a nightmare.
Listen, we got to look. Once we get done with this next one, I want to move straight into destroying that cosmology issue.
Well, we got information.
I know you've got some.
We got the information, and then we have delayed choice quantum eraser. Then we're gonna hit AHEM, the CMB. I can't wait. And then Redshift right after that.
Yeah.
Now back to what Jeremy was saying. Can you please? I don't know if he goes whether these people were quote mine. I don't even know how you get quote mine out of. There's no quotes for one.
Well, I said that. Jeremy didn't say that. I just kind of slipped that word in there.
I
it's
mean,
more taken out of context, is what he thinks.
Well, did Jeremy watch them? Did he watch it?
I haven't watched it, but I just don't. I just don't think you can say that you can't manipulate what.
No, I don't think he was saying. Look, what I'm saying is
movie
when
where
you
set the questions and you have all the editing control. You know, you
sure, but if you watch it, you'll understand. Of course, it's manipulatable.
I got you, Jeremy. That's legitimate.
But what I'm saying though is, if you do see it, you'll understand why John just kind of said it that way, because these are very clear.
I am planning on watching it. I just haven't got around to it yet.
Well, I have a copy if you want me to upload it for you. There's a couple on YouTube, but
Matt linked me to it actually.
But what I'm saying though is, when you watch it, you'll understand that the statements being made are just clear statements. It's statements about history. It's statements about the current cosmology. There isn't anything in what they're saying that. It's not something that can be twisted around. They're just talking about the facts of the matter.
Well,
really the point.
With the example that you've just given, it sounds like when you say that. Tell me the quote again. Just repeat the quote if you don't mind.
The Michio Kaku, he said, in science, if we're off by a factor of 2 to 10, that's absolutely horrible. But in cosmology, we are off by 10 with 100 zeros behind it.
Right. So what that sounds like is cosmology is completely useless because it is just it's beyond inaccurate.
It is. That is number one. It's not science,
right? But I don't believe that's what Michio Kaku was saying.
But I agree with you, Jeremy, because when I heard what he said, I didn't know what he was exactly talking about. However, having said that, cosmology isn't science to begin with.
I know what he was talking about.
Right, but let's not get into that. I think I mean, I haven't seen it, so I'm probably being a little.
And that's fair.
Just let me make a suggestion at what he was just trying to convey. There was just the scale of the universe, and the scale of the things that they're dealing with, and how those scales then equate to
how wrong they are,
error, and this sort of thing. So I don't know. I could be wrong, and I would need to see it. But
no, you're right. He just made a general statement, and I was searching out when I heard him say that. I said, "Well, what are you talking about specifically?" I can remember that saying to myself when he said,
"Right."
I know what he was talking about, guys.
What's that?
I listened to this German lady, and she was an astrophysicist. And she said factoring used to be something we used to do all the time as scientists. We'd work out the factoring on paper. And when they get the factor, what they do is they take the theory and they match it with observation. And if the factoring is good, then it'll be like, 99% or something like that. 96, somewhere in there.
Yeah, it's way off anyway. It's way off anyway, Hank, because you can't have a mathematical friggin' scientific theory. It's tantamount to a achromatic rainbow.
Okay.
So that is a bunch
math can't be a theory.
Yeah. Gee, that's what I'm talking about. When they talk about scientific theories, this is our scientific theory equation. What the friggin' world are you talking about?
Yeah.
They don't even know what a theory is.
Twisted.
A scientific theory.
Yeah, the words have been twisted up
Give me
quite
an
a lot.
equation. I'll tell you what. Go ahead and give me the equation for germ theory. You friggin' morons. Sorry.
12.
Yeah, I've had people recently tell me that scientific theory is above scientific law, and I'm just like,
oh, jeez, oh man.
What's the breakdown? How did you put it, John?
Hey,
theory.
Wait a second. Hank, go ahead and jump on Cathexis's channel what was that one titled?
Oh goodness! We've done two shows. It was the first show that we did. It's the second video back. Essentially, I forgot the name of it.
1 second, Hank.
It was Science versus Scientism Part 1. We just did we're doing a series on Monday nights, but he went over.
It's different than a scientific theory, but for people to say that scientific theory is above scientific law.
No, it's absurd. They don't know what the meanings are, is what it is. And John defines it very simply and very well and accurately, too. So people just don't know the definition.
Chat box?
Yeah, on the left, yeah. On the right, sorry.
Yeah, I just posted that. Go ahead and review that one. It'll get there.
Yeah, he did a presentation where he breaks down theory and how. But no, simply though, what is how do you put it, John? Like a theory is no, a law is the why and no. How do you put it? Forgive me, I can't remember.
A scientific law, all scientific law is, it's not even part of the scientific method. I didn't bring that up, but all a scientific law is a description of what of the what or the is. Okay.
Okay.
It can't. It's just an observation. It's usually often expressed mathematically. That gives it away right there. It's just a description. For an example, the second law of thermodynamics, right? Theories are based on confirmed hypotheses. Hypotheses answer the cause and effect, the why and the how questions.
Not the is. Okay. Yeah.
Not the what or the is questions. That's why scientific law, that's why it's the laws of thermodynamics, not the theories of thermodynamics. You understand?
Yeah, it just is. It happens. It is.
It's like heat flows from hot to cold always, right?
Yeah.
You can't devise an experiment to show why or how. It just does. Right?
It's an axiom. Yeah. The laws are pretty much axioms.
The laws are just what we observe and then we describe them. And most people describe them mathematically.
And the theory is the cause and effect.
In theory is cause and effect. So they're two different questions. One's not better than the other. It depends on what question you're asking.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. A lot of people conflate them, and a lot of people don't know, and they think that a theory becomes a law. And like I've heard that nonsense before.
Yeah, I've heard that one a lot.
Yeah,
yeah, because these words do mean things, and John is not wrong. He's absolutely right about that, and a lot of people just don't understand it.
They get really upset at me and I'm sitting there. Like I said, I'm new to this, and I'm new to the flat Earth. I shouldn't say I'm new to the debate scene.
Fair enough.
But these are, and here I go again. I keep on saying basic. It feels like I'm being condescending. I'm not trying to be, but for goodness sakes.
Yeah.
All right.
I get
we have to get down to a scientific theory becomes a scientific law. This is friggin' preposterous. It is.
But that's the thing is you have a lot of people who are operating from this scientism principle where they know a very small amount about something. They have this massive, like, I don't want to say appeal to authority, but what I mean is like they will always, this is what we say. Science says this. And then they'll say stupid things like, a theory turns into a law. They're just misinformed, and they're trying to be out here talking about this stuff intelligibly, and they're typically not.
Oh, yeah. I just let people talk because they train wreck themselves. Let me ask you, and it's not only the Globers. It's the flat earthers,
of course.
too. Because I correct them, too. So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Hank. Can you have a scientific theory on whether the Earth is flat or a sphere?
You have a theory on whether it's flat.
You remember, a theory is cause and effect. And whether it's flat or whether it's a sphere. It's a what or an is question.
So I guess you can't.
You can't. Because basically your question is this: why is a bread box rectangular? True or false?
Yeah, I get it. That makes sense.
I mean, I can't get any.
So it's
any
not the flat
clearer
earth
than
theory.
that.
It's not the
That's the
global
question.
theory.
I mean, it's non sequitur on its face.
And I think a lot of times the whole notion of theory as used by the colloquial normal day everyday theory is also conflated with the scientific theory. You know, I have a theory about
got
that.
Abject
You know, and
speculation. Theory is an abject speculation, the regular definition of a theory. But a scientific theory isn't that. It's based on hypotheses that have been validated, for crying out loud. And then, of course, we got to go to hypotheses, and I get laughed at for bringing up independent variables. And then predictions is another train wreck. I mean, scientific prediction is not friggin' a Nostradamus prediction. A scientific prediction is the dependent variable, for goodness sakes. Its necessary antecedent is an independent variable, and then I get laughed at. I mean, any idiot can observe patterns and regularities and make a quote-unquote prediction. Boy, that's
look, John,
hard.
I'll only debate you if you leave science out of this, okay? Yeah, I've heard some crazy things. People saying that the scientific method is flexible. It doesn't need to, like, I've heard that from Thor's saying that it's different than what it was before, and now we can adapt it to whatever we need it to be. It's crazy.
We just heard that today. Jeremy brought that up today.
That's kind of like when you show
brought that up.
No comment.
Why, what did I say?
You brought that up today, questioning what the scientific method was.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
I mean, how can you do that?
No, I wasn't questioning what the scientific method was. I was questioning what science is.
Okay, then what? You know what? I'll try to be calm.
And I think you're saying that they're one and the same, and I don't think that's true.
I'll try to be calm. Go ahead and state your point.
Well, science, as it often is used in these conversations,
right?
That what is being referred to is mainstream consensus scientific opinion. That is what is meant.
Yeah, but don't you? Okay,
right?
But don't you?
When the word is used in a sort of colloquial sense within a conversation.
Okay, but don't you see that science being empirical and what you said about consensus opinions are antithetical to each other?
I just think we're talking about two different things. So yeah, I would agree, but I don't think they're one and the same. I think there are scientific experiments that follow the scientific method and produce scientific results.
Right.
And I think that those results form a body of evidence from which there is a sort of a general consensus on some things, but not all. But often I think that when people talk about scientism and when they refer to science in these conversations in that more general sense, I think that that's what they're talking about. That you.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's where the problems come in then, because I'm sort of a science fundamentalist, as Cathexis calls me.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
so
yeah.
I'm not trying. I don't know. I'm not trying to be antagonistic towards these people, and I don't know. I just figure if they come in, to a debate or they come into a hangout, that at least they would have some type of acumen. I'm not asking them to be a rocket scientist, but these concepts, it's like arguing over what is means. For me, I don't know. I get frustrated.
I don't know. I think in debate, I think it's often the most important thing is to define terms on things, because do you know what I mean? Often that by defining those terms, then you can say, oh, actually, You know, we're talking about two things here.
Jeremy,
You know
have you
what I mean?
listened to my cathexis videos?
Oh yeah.
What did I say? What did I preface both of them with?
I probably missed the beginnings, to be honest.
I said I'm a firm believer in the Socratic method. That means defining terms. That's where the most of the frustration comes in. And I talk about bananas and oranges.
Red's rhetoric and the gang tell me that it makes you look weak to want to define words. It makes you look like you're losing the debate.
No, you have to do it because everyone will get frustrated because I'm talking about a banana. You think I'm talking about an orange.
Red's rhetoric. Hold on. Red's rhetoric also said that philosophy has nothing to do with science, and you should never speak about it.
Did I tell you what happened? Did I tell you what happened with him?
Oh no! What was it?
Oh, I challenged him one time. I got sick of listening to his mouth.
Oh, he's such a smarmy little.
I said, "Let's go." I'm tired of it. And I got in. See, Robert got into his channel. He was having one of his live videos. He got in.
Man.
And Robert goes, and I told Robert, I said, listen, I don't want to be, I don't want to slime my way in there. I said, you ask him if I can come in there and I will come in. Robert said, no, come in. I'll just send you the link. I said, Robert, I said, you tell him who it is. And I want you to tell him that I want to come in. And so I heard Robert say it over the video, and he sent me a link. Reds, right? Guess what happened?
What?
30 minutes he kept me on mute.
Yeah, he does that.
And then when he unmuted me, they screwed around with my volume and made it echo. And he said, you can't speak here. Bye. That's what he did. Yeah, that's exact. That so I don't have any time for him. If I catch him on like a public debate, yeah. But you see, you got so many people in there. Everyone wants to chime in. You can't get, and then the name calling starts.
Yeah, he baits people into it as well. One of the commonly I've seen him do this a lot is where he'll address what you've just said, and then he'll take a little pause at the end. And then ad lib a derogatory comment and call you like a fucking moron, and that'll be.
Oh, I've heard him do that. Yeah.
And that is just. It's just a juvenile tactic, and there's no need for it.
Yeah. I agree. And
I do give credit to Jeremy because he's made it very clear that he does not like the way he behaves, and I mean it's just unnecessary, absolutely unnecessary.
It's
like right now he's running this dumb fuck of the year award where he's put up the more popular flat earthers and creationists, and they're like running like a bet on it, like they're all voting. They made a web page for it and they're gonna have a fucking like ceremony.
I
forgot.
That is pathetic in my opinion.
See, the thing is, what he did was he really pinched the idea from a potholer who did
Potholer 54.
Yeah, who did?
Yeah, I know him.
But you see, his had a little bit more style to it because his was based on it was creationists who broke the ninth commandment, who lied in the process of and could be shown to be lying. It was basically what he did, but it was kind of. Do you know what I mean? It had a bit more of a stylish approach, I think, than dumb fuck of the year.
Yeah, I used to watch Potholer 54 when I was an atheist back in the day.
After I first watched that documentary, I was like, okay, I'm going to bring this to the debate rooms. And when I brought it to the debate rooms, I never hid it and said, this is what I've come up with. I started saying, hey, you guys should check out this documentary, and this is what it says. And I started talking about dark matter and dark energy. And basically, Reds came in and said, okay, somebody said that somebody was lying in here. I'm in here, what's up? And I started talking to him and I'm a Rocket Man about dark matter. And they were both like, yeah, that's true. You know, we don't know if it exists. I'm like, well, then if it don't exist, then, you know, the whole gravity thing is screwed, right? It's off by like, what, 97%? That's a big off. Exist. And like, they both agreed, like, we don't know if it's there. The whole dark matter. Dark
who's another one? It happened like a month ago. Oh yeah. Let me pull up the email. 1 second. His name's, maybe you guys know him, Steve McRae.
Oh God.
Yeah, I know Steve.
Steve McRae. This guy, I was in a hangout with him, and about 30 of them jumped me, right? And I said, you know what? I said, I have no problems. And he started mouthing off that he was doing all these debates with these creationists and putting them down. I said, you know what, Steve? I said, no problem. And we were right on live hangout. I said, no problem. I said, me and you, brother, on your channel, the only condition I want is I want your family members and all your peers there. And he said, okay. I said, all right. I said, I'm going to eat. I said, give me your contact information right now. So he sent it over, while the video was going. I emailed him 2 minutes after I left. 2.5 weeks later, I get this email. He goes, well, are you ready? I said, sure. He goes, well, what's the topics that you're going to bring up? And I said, I'm not telling you the topics I'm bringing up. I said, you want to debate me on this? He goes, well, we need to know the topics. I said, well, we?
Right.
Who's we? And I got all his emails here too, just in case you think I'm lying about this.
I believe it. That's how they operate.
He goes, well, I have a board of PhDs. I said, that's the, you know what, Steve? I have no problem. As long as we do each PhD one at a time. And he said, no, I can't have. I said, well, what about our debate, me and you? Oh, no, I can't do that.
Yeah, he always does this little team.
No, I was willing to take on his team, but I wanted them one at a time.
Yeah.
And then he wanted to know the topics. He started saying, are you going to bring up radiometric dating? I said, brother, this is an amateur night. He knew it. He was done, man. Done.
Well, yeah, he's one of him and Red's Rhetoric, they kind of compete with each other on these topics, and they're always going after creationists or flat earthers and whatnot.
I love it. That's my game.
Yeah. So it's
they are
what they are. But, I'll tell you what, there's just something about listening to those folks. And really most of them who agree with them, these type of guys who are on these hangouts, just something that just repels me from it. Like, I honestly are just like, why are you guys talking like this? What is wrong with you?
Just in case, Steve, if you're listening out there, I promised him on every hangout I go in, I'd mention it, but I don't. This is the first one I've mentioned it on. So, Steve, if you're out there, you're busted.
Yeah, Steve, he's a clown, in my opinion. All these guys are, because it's so strange to their.
Wasn't he a nuclear physicist or something?
He was.
I'm not sure.
He's a Navy nuclear engineer or technician.
Oh, he's a Navy nuclear engineer. Okay.
Oh, he's ex-Navy now, but yeah, he did the nuke course.
And he's another one of these anti-conspiracy crowd, metabunk, rational wiki. He refuses to accept any alternative ideas to any of these topics. He's only a skeptic against the topics that go against mainstream. It's the same cut, and this is what I find so strange. They want to say that they're independent thinkers. They want to say that they're true skeptics. No, a true skeptic would focus that skepticism on the mainstream just as much as these alternative ideas. So these guys, honestly, are some groupthink fucking hive mind clowns in my book.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't believe it when Rumpus told me. I asked Rumpus, "Hey, Rumpus, do you think 9/11 was an inside job?" And he's like, "No, I'm not an idiot." I'm just like, what the fuck does that even mean?
And the thing is if you look historically, from a historical lens about 9/11, like if you look at how countries and governments have operated in the past, your first thought should it be that there was a conspiracy here, that it was done by its own government. I mean, you got the Gulf of Tonkin, you have so many other incidences of false flags. You look at who was in power at the time. You look at PNAC, which was the Project for a New American Century, where they said they needed the new Pearl Harbor in order to... You know, it's just ridiculous that they look at this stuff and make all the mental gymnastics around it because they don't want to go against the mainstream. And
there is no alternative.
I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
For these guys that you're talking about, you know, these atypical, there is no alternative.
That's right.
No, it's whatever the mainstream says. That's it.
Well, they dismiss it.
Go ahead,
John. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Big Al.
I was just gonna say it's weird how these guys are well educated in things like physics, and they don't find anything suspicious.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
Well, the thing is, look, education at one level is indoctrination, and sure, you're learning things or whatnot, but you're learning it in a conscribed way. It doesn't necessarily mean you're intelligent. True intelligence is being able to think for yourself. Not being just able to repeat things, you know.
But on the topic of physics, you know, there's people out there who know it more than me, better, way better.
Well, that's because they've remembered it. They've just remembered what they've been told. It literally is as simple as that. I know, obviously, there is different aspects to it, and it gets complex where you have to apply that knowledge and prove that you can work things out for yourself on your own. But at the end of the day, you're being taught a method to do that as well, that you've also remembered. And it's the ability to remember and regurgitate information on and it all fits in as well. It's made easy for them so that there will be little reminders and experiments and applied scenarios in order to help them remember that information. But really, it is just an exercise of remembering what you've been told.
Yeah, but you can't state that you're a physicist and then be absolutely clueless of what a dependent variable is. I'm sorry. I don't, unless you went to Tuco University in Tobago. I mean, you can't. People, I've got a physics degree. I've got this. I've talked to. They don't even know what a closed system is, for God's sake. So I don't know. I'm going to need to get that notarized. They need to get that degree. I need to see it because that's baloney to me. Yeah, and you know who I'm talking about. There's two of them that go by. They have physics degrees.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I remember asking them some really easy physics questions too, and they couldn't answer it. I said, if I shrunk, this is something I learned off of a movie. This is Hollywood, I'm repeating here. I said, if I shrunk you to the size of, smaller than a dime, I put you in a 5-gallon bucket, how would you get out? And they couldn't answer the question. They were like, you couldn't get out. And I was like, well, because of physics, because you're so small, you could just hop right out. Gravity doesn't have that much effect on you. And I was like, these guys are physics teachers? What?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's the goal there.
Yeah, it is what it is.
I was testing the water. That was the goal, to see if I'm really talking to people who know physics.
I don't know. Maybe they took physics back in 1975 and haven't dealt. No, that's possible. I don't have a problem with that. Hey, Big L, I don't laugh at there's a difference. There's a difference between somebody that you're talking to, if they like pretend like they had a physics degree, or they pretend like they have a science background. There's a big difference between them and people that don't and just ask questions. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because not everyone, not all of us have gone through, college or university with science degrees. Life's taken us on a different path. I have no problem with that. I really don't. I do have a problem with when you come in here and want to play lumberjack, saying that you're a physicist, and then you don't know basic things.
The pretenders. Yeah. The pretenders who are backed up by consensus reality, who appeal to the white coats at all times.
And I'm their huckleberry. I wait for them. I lay in wait.
John, I don't
they expose themselves
here, but I've learned a lot from you. Cathexis, you too.
Well, thank you.
And even you, Tim Osmond. I've learned a lot from you guys. I just got to say that just being on these hangouts with you guys, I'm just like soaking up stuff. And
hell yeah.
I like learning new things.
That's what I'm out here for because I'm learning so much from all of this. You know what I mean? Every individual is teaching me something.
And some people are so closed-minded they can't learn new things, and they call us stupid for it.
That's right. Yeah, well, there's a big difference between intelligence and education.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I left out German. I've learned a lot of stuff.
I've known PhDs that couldn't tie their friggin' shoes. And that's the majority, not the minority. And remember, too, like Cathexis was saying before, the higher you get, bachelor's, master's, PhD, the more you know about absolutely nothing.
Yeah, very specialized. You know, you're getting more finer point, where you don't see the broader picture. Exactly. That's why I think that I kind of see how there can be these deceptions and dogmas that exist in the institutions, because everybody has these particular blinders on where they're not being able to see the bigger picture. So you got all these people who are like, how could this possibly be if cosmology is different? Or how could this possibly be if the shape of the earth is something different? Because all these smart scientists, what are they wrong? No, it's just they're working off of what's the best way to put it? They're working off of previously learned assumptions, and they don't dig in to question it. They're just learning it. And then they get specialized, and they're operating foregone conclusions is really what it is. And they're not questioning them.
What did the guy say yesterday? I brought up entropy. This guy jumps in and says, well, gases don't have anything to do with entropy. I mean, stupid stuff like that. I mean,
yeah. There is a scientific ignorance. There really is. And yes, I do find it funny because
why would you even say anything? I would, if I didn't know anything about it, I'd just
because they feel superior. If someone's questioning the shape of this earth, they feel that person is a complete idiot. And just like Hank said, he's been called a moron so many times by being open to alternative ideas.
Yeah.
I agree with John on this one, though. I do think people, they engage in arguments that, I just think, why? Why?
Yeah, right.
Why are you doing this? You don't know the answer. Why?
Like King Richard last night. It's gravity.
Well, I mean, I think, though, there is another factor at play here, to be fair to people. I think that some people, I mean, Rumpus is perhaps a good example of this, but I think some people, they may have the knowledge, but they're not that good at conveying it.
Plus, I've seen him out of his depth on many occasions where he just pretends he's not, though. And
I think the thing is with Richard is he is actually quite knowledgeable on this stuff because he is. Well, his father was a physics lecturer or something like that. Like a university lecturer on physics. So not totally dumb on it. I just think that. Right. But he did get a bit overwhelmed, I think, last night.
But Richard thinks that Adam Dwyer is being instigated, and that's the only problem with
that. So I think Adam, when he went to Thailand, I think he met up with Richard, and I think they hung out or something, because now that he's back, Richard is defending him. Seems really weird, because Adam went to Thailand about 3 weeks ago. Just saying.
That's strange. Yeah, and I have to agree with Jared. You're right. Sometimes I'm sitting there. Why? Why are you? Why?
Because there's other ways to tackle an argument. You know what I mean? You don't always. You can attack the structure of it and things like that. You don't always have to go at the content. And you can be dishonest and do an ad hom, or you know what I mean. There's ways and means out of every situation without tying yourself up with. But I mean, I've done it myself. You know what I mean? I have to admit.
Yeah, but some of us learn from those mistakes. I see them as big watermelon-sized hanging curveballs. Just want to let you know.
Yeah. I mean, I have a job keeping up with all the research that I have to do, revealed from my weaknesses in arguments.
No, but that's cool to go about trying to improve that, because guess what I've been doing for the past 15 years, Jeremy?
Yeah. Well, and it's a lengthy process when you're starting from my level.
Sure. No, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't have a problem with that, because we all start there somewhere. It's just the people that like Cathexis said,
pretenders, yeah.
They're real easy to pick. Maybe not to an ordinary layman, but if they're in there with me, I mean, I'm not going to tell you my credentials. I'm not going to speak my credentials on any forum anywhere. Number one, it's none of their business. Number two, I'm not going to validate it anyway. I'm not going to show any degrees. I'm not going to show my name. So it's moot anyway. If you can't tell by the content of what I'm telling you, then you're an absolute moron. Because I can tell right away if somebody's educated in a subject. Real easy. Whether it's institutional or whether it's just secular. Or they just, did it on the internet. Because these days you can educate yourself on the internet.
How would you determine that, John? Just out of interest, I'm not challenging you. I'm just saying, how would you go about determining that? Just out of interest.
Well, based on knowledge.
I can listen to what they say, just by the terminology that they use and how they go about saying it. Even though some people don't communicate well, you can usually get through the background noise real quick. I can tell right away if somebody knows what you're talking about. In science.
I don't know if you know this, but I'm completely self-taught. Like,
there's no problem with that. There's no problem with that. You can do that these days. I mean, back when I went to university, you had to go to university. There was no internet.
Yeah. The internet's changed everything.
Yeah,
I probably have 2 fucking doctorates at this point.
Yeah,
because of the internet.
Right. It just started coming out.
What I found is, though, if you're honest about what you don't know, then what you do know has more impact. I think.
Yeah,
absolutely. I value it when somebody says, "I don't know the answer to that. Let's find out." Right. I value that more than somebody just talking nonsense for 2 hours.
But then what they do to me? They say, "Well, you think you're a know-it-all? Who are you?" Well, listen, I've spent half my life, in the actual discipline. I went to school for the discipline, worked half my life in it, and after that, all I did was study for the next 15 years. I've paid my dues. Yes,
I agree.
All these things, all these presentations, everything.
That's ego.
I've got so many files, I can't store them all. They're all my information, though. It's things that I wrote up myself.
Oh, no, John, it's just a script. You're just using your script.
Yeah, this is, all of this is my information. I'm not going to apologize for doing my homework. I'm not going to do it.
Stop stealing my lines, Cathexis.
Oh, wait, you said that. My bad.
I like that.
And the thing is usually when you upset somebody, it's some egoic thing. When people saying, "Oh, you're talking about, oh, you're a pseudo-intellectual, oh, you're being too strict with this." These people are offended because you know something that they don't, or at least that's what it appears in that conversation at the moment. So people get really frustrated with that. I mean, we're dealing with a lot of egos, especially in this realm.
Well, they get pissed too because I'm not standing here speculating. If there's a subject that comes up that I don't know anything about, I put the mute button on, and you ain't gonna hear me.
That's exactly what I do when they start talking about math and shit, mathematics, and fuck all the physics. I mean, I'm sorry, not fuck the physics. Fuck all that theoretical mathematics shit. I just shut up.
Yeah, that's where most of them hide their stuff at. You got mathematicians out here. Who's a good one that I debated? Flat Earth math. I mean, math isn't
Charles is
science.
great. I love Charles.
Yeah, Bob got onto a conversation. I got into a discussion, and Bob from Glowbusters caught on to my discussion with Flat Earth math, and he started laughing.
They have a little interaction themselves. He's always there trying to fact track them, and it's kind of funny.
Listen, I told you, like I said, I'm not amatheistic. I like math. But math can only describe.
It's a descriptive language. That's it.
All it can do is describe. It can't explain anything.
Agreed.
So you're limited. I mean, math isn't physics, for crying out loud. So I don't know where these. I don't know. I know I'm on my soapbox. I'm yakking a lot. Maybe some other people can chime in. Let me shut up for a while.
No, you're fine, brother.
You know, you were talking to Flat Earth Math on Free Chan. I think it was about a week ago. Maybe it's a couple of days longer. Cathexis.
Yeah.
He was referring. I jumped on the Hangout, but I couldn't. I had actually some visitors around at the time, so I couldn't actually speak. But what kind of triggered me, I suppose you could say, is when he was talking to you during that lengthy conversation, I referred to a particular conversation that we'd had only maybe about 2 or 3 nights earlier, and he totally misquoted. And the reason why I was using so rudimentary descriptive terms or scenarios in order to make my point was for the benefit of me simplifying what I was trying to get across to him and anybody else who happened to be listening. But when he then conveyed that back to you, which I didn't get a chance to jump on the Hangout and explain and kind of, defend myself, he misquoted what I was saying and made me out to sound like I didn't have a clue what I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And I was using really basic, rudimentary. It was a scenario where you would use motors to spin a ball in order to recreate the speed of spin on which the Earth is allegedly spinning at. But the way that he then relayed that to not just you in your conversation, but anybody else who happened to be listening, although he didn't mention any particular names, that really pissed me off because I thought, hang on a second. This is unfair here, I didn't actually say it quite like that, and the way that you're putting it across now, you're trying to make me out to be a fool or somebody who has very limited knowledge or a grasp upon the mechanics of the way the globe spins. And I found that a little bit. I thought he was a nice guy, and that's really.
Well, he is for the most part, but he's extremely passive aggressive, and I've noticed that about him. He will do things like that in order to confirm his bias. He is operating, and he'll admit he's operating out of a tremendous bias. He's only here to prove the globe to everybody. He's a globe salesman. Okay, that's all he is. And I've had him on my show. He spoke for 3 hours, talking about the atmospheric conditions with the boats over the horizon, and I showed him several videos where it demonstrated that it was actually the atmospheric conditions that were obstructing the bottom of the boats, etc. And he refused to see it. He kept changing the subject, going back to this, going back to that, and he would never address the real points that we were trying to make. It's a technique, and I love Charles. I'm not being disrespectful. I would say this to his face too, but I just think that he's operating out of, that you hear this stuff, confirmation bias, and I think he's operating out of the strongest confirmation bias I've ever seen.
Well,
and it's for the globe.
Charles, he is a well-mannered salesman.
That's why I love him. He's such a really nice guy.
FYI, Adam is actually on Free Chan right now.
Oh God, is he gonna murder?
Yeah,
everybody?
They let him on there, and he's probably about to explode about what happened.
Oh my God!
Yeah, he said Cathexis and Tim Osmond came in and booted me so that they could come in.
Great.
And blah, blah.
Now I'm your accomplice, Tim. Fuck.
Yeah, I just tell him it was you. Fuck it.
Aren't you? Are you back friends with Snack and all them kinda? And David?
Yeah.
You cool with them? Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I don't go on there because I
saw
let
you
them do their own
chatting
thing.
with them.
But I'll hop in the chat. I was just talking in chat with the Quasi sock account.
God.
Did
I like the name of this.
When I heard him say that, I thought, yeah, I bet they did.
Who, Adam?
Yeah.
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Yeah.
Oh shit, Martin Leakey's on there.
Well, Adam's killing another.
Martin Leakey's on there too.
Yeah, Leakey. He's telling the story. He's the victim and blah blah blah. It's
Leakey.
Leak my ass.
What was the?
I want to be on Free Chan.
Who said it? Who said it? I was gonna say it, but someone said it first. Who said
I
it?
did.
Yo, man, that dude. Have you seen Fanny Lancer's drum and bass remix of that song?
Oh yeah, that was pretty good, dude. Yeah.
Oh, John, you gotta, Antonio Superrats. You ever heard his name, John? You gotta catch you up on some of this.
Have y'all seen the one he did with paper?
What's that?
Have you seen the one Fanny Lancer did with paper? Where he was arguing?
Not paper. Have you seen the one that he's doing with Rumpus?
Go ahead. What were you
Where
saying?
he's doing like the Where's Rumpus?
Yeah, I'm talking about when Paper was arguing with Tiffany.
Oh yeah. I remember that.
Shut the fuck up, Jamie. This was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, John, there's this guy named Fanny Lancer who does this very avant-garde comedy with all the hangouts. So he'll take stuff, cut it up, make songs out of it, or just make things kind of look ridiculous. And he's fucking hilarious. But no, Antonio Superrats, he was dating Patricia Steer. Well, for some reason he made a video which seems to be contrived with other people. It's not like that. He claims it was cut up, like they recorded stuff and they cut up and made this like slander video, right? But he was very much part of it, and it was put out, and it's a song called Daytime Nighttime, and he's dancing all gay, and there's like bright colors behind. You gotta fucking see the video. It's just ridiculous.
Oh, I think Robert showed that to me. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty bad, man. I was eating lunch. Robert sent it to me.
Oh, man.
I almost threw up.
Dude, yeah, it's pretty fucking violent. Actually, there's a scene at the end of it. See, he claims it was all cut up to make it, look bad. And he had these excuses. But there was this quick little, like, 3-frame second at the end of it where he's on his back with his knees in the air, rocking back and forth. Implying, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's quite clear what he's implying, and that was in the video.
Wow.
I'm like, come on, you can't fucking do that and think that nobody's going to think it's weird.
Why does he got to link it to the flat Earth? I mean, we already look stupid enough with a name like Flat.
There you go, Hank.
That's why people are suspicious, John.
See, that's what really upset me when I first got into this. I'm sitting there, what are these people doing? They're talking about, no offense, Pete, drinking piss. Somebody was talking about athlete's foot. Somebody else was talking about just speculation after speculation into these taboo topics. And I'm sitting there, what on earth are you people doing?
Yeah. And that's the thing, is like, this is why people are suspicious of, like the Patricia Steer. This is why they're suspicious, is that it's like this controlled opposition thing. Like, they're trying to make this look silly by these actions, and these people are suspicious because they constantly are doing this. There's
they don't
always
have to try too hard, because the flat Earth has a whole boatload of them for them.
Oh, it's a bunch of nonsense. It is nonsense everywhere.
Attached to it already. I mean, the term flat Earth is synonymous with, fucking retard that can't learn anything new.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's completely. And that's the thing. That's the psyop. If you really, really want to break it down, think about it. I knew that flat Earth meant anti-science, retard, stupid, backwards, ancient when I was in 5th grade.
It shouldn't.
Why did I know that?
It shouldn't be called flat Earth in the first place, and even though it is, what does that actually describe? Right, it describes the overall topographical nature of where we are, and that isn't the issue. The issue is that we are not where they tell us we are. That is the issue. I've tried to say this before, that that isn't
perfect. Okay. Honestly, that's the best way to put it, Chris. I remember when I first met you, you kept telling Jeremy, we're not where they say we are. You just got to believe me here.
I think a better term is enclosed cosmology.
Absolutely. And I say alternative cosmology. And I'm sorry, Chris, I didn't mean to cut you off, but you're right. You're absolutely right. No, in my opinion, right. I think we need to change the words. And, even John LeBon did the same thing. He's like, look, call it baller skeptic. Flat Earth is a trigger word. So Yeah, I think that it needs to be refined. That's why with the new, what John and I are doing on my channel, we are not mentioning flat Earth. We're talking about scientism. We're talking about showing the dogma and agenda and financial corruption in science, making the distinction what real science is, what scientism is, and we will lead into cosmology here quite soon. But I think that more people need to look at it that way instead of like getting slapped in the face with the term flat Earth. It triggers people.
Yep.
It's not helpful.
It triggers them to the point to where their ears completely shut up and they build a fucking wall of China in between you and them and what you're saying. So it doesn't get through
Big
at all.
time. Big time. And then you got guys like Tim Osmond going around calling it nonsense everywhere.
I mean, it must wind people up to a certain degree. The repetition of flat, and keep it flat. Oh, it just goes on and on. I mean, it doesn't really wind me up. It did for a little while, and I was kind of let go of it. But it's not even from a PR point of view. It's not a wise decision. And for me, like personally, I would like to eventually, at least before I die, try and grasp some comprehension of where we are really and the nature of our environment, our reality, etc., etc., etc. Why we here, blah blah blah. What's life all about, etc. What's the purpose? What's the point of it? What's my role in it? Who made me? How did I get here, etc. And concentrating on the dimensions or the flatness, that isn't going to get me anywhere. That seems to be a place that people get caught up in,
and that's why
that's just the way I see it.
No, you're absolutely right. That's why I try to use those terms like alternative cosmology. I'm more interested in the cosmos. I don't know what the shape or orientation of this place is. I just don't. But I know, and I have seen enough to think that they have been misrepresenting a lot of things to us. Especially since the 50s, the 40s and 50s. So we just need to keep going. Everybody's, it's gotten stuck up. A lot of people think, oh, the flat Earth's dying and whatnot. And it might be. That's what they wanted, it was controlled opposition. And then they tried to run it into the ground. But there's so many people who are thinking for themselves now. They're trying to go out and learn the world around them.
That's
and I think that's a good thing.
He said that.
What's that?
My brother, he's a white nationalist, and he said that at first he thought it was a whole psyop, but what is really going on is that people that are, at this point to where they're willing to question, the shape of the Earth. He said that's a good thing because people are supposed to question authority. They're supposed to question how things are run, and they're supposed to question, the high priest, so to speak.
I agree.
100%, brother. That's it. And that's what it comes down to. For me, it's a paradigm shift. I was so blown away that I was 34 years old and I didn't know the speeds that were claimed in heliocentricity. I thought I was an intelligent person who knew where I was, and for the most part, I knew about heliocentricity, sure. And then when I saw the speeds, I was like, no, let me look into this. And I had no idea. I knew the rotation of, 1014 or whatever, 38. But I didn't know the 66,600. I didn't realize the 23.4 tilt was really 66.6 off the fucking off the vertical. There's so much weird shit that goes into the heliocentric model that nobody is really taught. People have to dig into it and see what it's about. But nobody knows where they live. Nobody knows the system that they're in. They always just say, "Oh wow, the stars are beautiful. The moon's amazing." But I'm not smart enough to understand it. I didn't go through 8 years of, astronomy. So I'm just going to let the white coats tell me what it is. I want to let NASA send me some more pictures and, more cartoons. That's what I'm trying to avoid.
There is another aspect as well. I don't know whether people are fully aware of this yet, but it's already out there. The information's already out there. Just something a few minutes ago that you were speaking about. I don't know whether you watched the full content of Math Powerland and Antonio's conversation. Did you?
No, sir. I couldn't handle but 20 minutes of it before I shut it off.
Okay. Well, I'd heard there's some information in that I heard couple of weeks before that, but I was made to swear that I wouldn't repeat it until it came out.
Sure.
And it involved a prominent flat earther and another.
Paid every 2 weeks.
Yeah, not just that, but it was a bit more elaborate. Another flat earther that isn't so prominent, that has disappeared off the scene, deleted their account, all their videos, everything. This channel does not exist, etc. And there's some content in there. I'll just give you quickly the premise of it is that they were taken, him and his fiancée were taken aside by a family member that worked for the Canadian Intelligence Agency. And they were taken up to a hotel room, and they were shown a laptop and a file, and in the file there was all information, and on the laptop, when it was brought up, they showed a presentation of a very prominent flat earther, and they were told that this person is an asset to the CIA, or at least the intelligence agencies operating in the Americas, or at least North America. And that was enough for them for him anyway, to totally divorce himself from the people in Flat Earth, communicating, take his channel down, etc., so on and so forth. So anyway, I mean,
that's the thing, is we can't be so naive to think that something like that isn't or not happening. I mean, if it is true that the Earth is not what they've told us, and that especially if it's flat, like especially, these agencies have worked very hard to conceal this from us. And I think that if this is a surging idea where it is growing, well, at one point it was growing rapidly. I still think it is. A lot of people are their consciousness, they've encountered it in some way, either some guy on Facebook, or, you know, it doesn't matter if they're mocking it or whatever. It has gotten into the consciousness of the public. Hey, oh yeah, I heard the Earth might be flat. To people, you know, that I work with, and they're like, oh yeah, B.O.B., yeah, I know about that. You know what I mean? Like it's something that they're aware of now. So if it is true that this is what's happening, you can't be so naive to think that there isn't some type of controlled opposition, some type of integration of people trying to sway it a certain way in order to defeat it.
That's right. Hey, is John still in here?
Probably. He's probably just AFK.
Yeah, I'm still here.
What do you think when people call Flat Earth a psyop? Does that make you raise an eyebrow, or?
No, because I know how I got into it. I don't know about the overall scheme. I've been obvious. I'm retired military also, so I'm quite familiar with psychological operations, if you get my drift.
Okay, I got you.
So, but I can only speak to myself, and it wasn't a psyop to me. In fact, I came at this, I was saying before, from another direction, and it was quite recent. I think May 20th of this year. Is when it hit me, and well, I was just challenged with it. Somebody, you know, because I was off on my travels and in the forums, and somebody challenged me, you know, with the flat Earth, and they said, you know, and I've always taken, you know, a little pride in myself of not blowing stuff off, but, you know, searching those things out, you know, to see if they were true. And I'm going to have to tell you, I started laughing when I was first challenged. I said, give me a debunk it. Okay, give me 5 minutes. And well, the first thing that hit me, somebody mentioned, was the vacuum. And being that I'm, you know, I don't want to say I'm an expert in the laws of thermodynamics, but I'm pretty much up there. It hit me so hard, so fast when I thought about it. I said, oh my God, they have a vacuum attached to a non-vacuum, and everything just blew up from there. Just blew me up. It blew me up because there's nothing I could say. There was nothing I could do to debunk that.
Pop flat Earth, I'm sweating. Woo.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's and after that I said, okay, that's a lie. I already knew that cosmology, astronomy, astrophysics, theoretical physics, paleontology, geology, evolutionary biology, I already knew all those were bunk. So it was an easy connection. I said, oh my, but what hurt me the most, I'm going to be honest with you.
How'd you not see it before?
No, not the science part of it. That was embarrassing enough for me personally.
The Bible.
But scripture.
See,
wow.
I'm a creationist, folks. So you can turn your nose up. You can do what you want. I don't really care anymore.
No, sir.
About it.
I got respect for that being so bold about it.
Here's the thing for me.
I kicked myself so bad for not recognizing in scripture.
See, here's the thing for me. I was studying all the different religions, making sure I was in the right one. And all these different religions had it, all throughout. Cosmology is all throughout the old religions. And then when
You're still in the wrong one, Hank.
Okay.
You're still in the wrong one because Christianity is not a religion. You could go ahead and look up Cathexis's channel. I go over that.
Anyway, he's in a transition period as it is. Sorry, go ahead, Hank.
Okay, I'm sorry for crashing your worldview right there.
That's all right. Yeshua is Messiah. We can stand on common ground, and we can both agree on that. You might say Jesus is the Christ, but we're talking about the same thing.
Right.
Yeah, you guys are. Yeah, go on.
Right.
Hank.
So what I was trying to say was, after studying, all these different religions and thinking about all the different things that I learned, and this flat Earth stuff came across, and I was like, at first I was like, oh my God, what is this bullshit? And then I started thinking about what they were saying about, NASA line and being funded by the government, and just like evolution, is mostly BS. Kind of like gravity. Just because we drop something on the ground and say this is gravity, does that necessarily conclude that everything they say about orbital mechanics is true? Well, the same as evolution. Just because there's brown cows and black cows, does that mean that everything else they say about evolution is true?
Wow.
Yeah. It's definitely, it's a shock to anybody who really goes down the path. I mean, what we're really doing is deconstructing our paradigms, and a person can either do it or they can't. And the people who are still holding on and with this type of confirmation bias to prove the globe to themselves. If you ever hear them together, like go listen to Earth discussions when it's just like 5 of them. It's like a globalist group therapy session. They're all just sitting there consoling each other like, oh, this idiot over here said this. Well, don't worry, we know the answer. That's not the case. We got it. And like, it just seems so bad that they want to hold on to that paradigm because this destroys so much. If space is fake, like if it's an enclosed system and space is being misrepresented to us, all of their hopes of imagination and dreams that have been fed to them over the past 50 years are dashed on the rocks. It's completely out. It's completely out.
Well, then you got to
that's
ask
hard
yourself,
for these people to accept.
Hey, Robert, hey, Cathexis. Then you got to ask yourself. I'm not offering this as proof of anything, but a ground squirrel then has to ask himself, okay, why are they lying?
I think that it's because what I think honestly is when they went up there, they realized it wasn't what they've been projecting for the past 400 years with the Copernican system. And I think that most likely it's a closed system. Now, I don't necessarily mean a physical dome, but it could be an energetic barrier where they cannot cross. Now, that in and of itself, it could still, well, hold on, that in and of itself, it could still be a damn globe. If they can't get out, I think that is enough for them to wish to, not tell the truth about it. It's a very important thing. It destroys their model. You know what I mean?
Are you asking?
Well, I know you don't want to say it.
Are you asking?
I know you don't want to say it. Hold on a second, Big L. I know he doesn't want to say it, so I might as well just say it, right?
What's that?
Let's just talk let's just talk about the elephant in the room. All right.
All right.
Jesus Christ is the creator. He is the Lord. All right. They're trying to hide him. They're trying to hide him, and they've been doing it ever since the beginning. So if that upsets them,
they have been trying to hide God. They have been trying to hide God. You're right about that. This is the materialist perspective. They can't have
folks,
it.
I'm sorry, but I'm telling you I'm trying to pull you out of the fire. Stop punching me in the face trying to jump back in.
I feel you, dude.
Okay, that's all I'm doing. I may be a little bit direct, maybe a little bit arrogant. I have my failures. But let me tell you something, folks.
John, I appreciate your conviction. Truly, I do.
Yeah, definitely.
They're trying to hide them. Go search. Don't believe what I say. Don't believe what Cathexis says, or any of us. Go search these things out for yourself. It's the most important question ever in your life. That's all I gotta say.
I agree, brother. I agree. And that's what I've realized. If this place is obviously a creation that did not come through by physical means, then there is obviously a creator. And I think that the materialist paradigm, as they've been pushing and pushing and pushing since Copernicus's revolution, that was what it's that materialist answer. Like heliocentricity gave way to the Big Bang cosmology, essentially, which is this entire godless understanding of how this world came about. So they're obviously pushing that as their main focus. So if they find out, let's say they went up there and found out that it was like a sealed system, or if it even was fully flat and were level, that would completely blow away 450 years of their projections and destroy their anti-God position, because it implies a creator.
Yeah, and that's just for the ordinary person on the street. I mean, if you're in any of the sciences, if you're in genetics, if you're in biochemistry, if you're in quantum mechanics, do you ever hear these people coming out and saying there is no God? No, you don't, and you won't, because these people know better, and the answers are out there. And if you want to see,
I love that quote, dude. What's that quote from Heisenberg? If you want to see one of the
answers, let's just hook them up for next Monday on information.
What's that quote from Heisenberg?
Go to Cathexis's channel and look on the atheism. We did one on atheism.
Materialism.
We did one on science. Yeah. We're going to do one on information. So
well, hold on. Let me just give this quote because I think it's very important. The first drink of natural sciences will make you an atheist, but at the bottom of the cup, God is waiting for you. That's Heisenberg who said this.
Also, didn't they go up to? And I'm sorry if I'm getting it wrong, but I think they went up to some of the astronauts from Apollo 11, and they were trying to get them to swear on the Bible that they went to the moon.
Yeah, that was the
And
they wouldn't do it. None of them did.
None of them would do it.
Well, yeah, but the implication.
Look at that interview when they came back, when they were sitting at the table. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out something's up here. These people, just from a human spirit point of view.
Oh, they were ruined. They were definitely ruined.
Definitely.
They looked like they had their kids with guns into their head. Like, it was bad, man.
And the motherfucker slipped up. What did he say? I don't remember seeing any stars. Remember what he said?
Yeah. And then the guy nudged them. He's like, oh, what? What do you mean? Like, they were getting their story straight.
That's because when you're lying, like, you want to make sure that you don't give any extra information than you absolutely have to.
Yeah. Someone did a lie analysis of Armstrong on a talk show. I thought it was really good. It was pointing out, like, you know how there's tells, like a person will look up to the left, or they'll touch their face, or they'll do these specific tells, and just it looks so bad. Armstrong is just making shit up. It's so obvious.
Come on.
Jeremy wanted to say something.
If that was for real, we would be using it in courts, wouldn't we? We would.
Well, they do. They do have lie detecting people who are hired to do just that.
Yeah, my friend in the army, he's part of
what they do is they monitor your.
Well, I'm not talking about a lie detector. I'm saying body language and there are certain tells that all humans have. There's no way to stop it. They're physiological.
I've heard people say this before, but I don't think it's a very reliable way.
Yeah, of course it's not scientifically validated or anything like that, Jeremy. But just from
but it's fine. I know where you're coming from, Jeremy. I do.
Just from they use it when they interrogate you. When the police interrogate you,
let me just.
Oh yeah, Jeremy, I mean, I know the cops believe it.
Did you watch?
That's not saying much.
But I think, I mean, actually, I've been actually today. I've been watching this press conference.
Right.
I haven't got a long way into it.
Oh, you're rewatching it from the one we were talking about last night?
I'm watching the whole thing, and I think that's quite important as well.
Oh, I watched the whole thing 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I agree completely.
You know, I mean, I haven't got a long way into it, but there's already a few bits where they're kind of making jokes and people are laughing and things, and it's somewhat more relaxed. I think Armstrong's delivery is stunted anyway. That seems to be how he talks.
He seems like an introverted type person.
Yeah, he really.
Yeah,
does.
I'll give it that. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, but just the overall impression from it, Jeremy. The overall impression from the three sitting there at the table.
From the clips I've seen, I think it you know, it doesn't look good. I would agree, but I think I mean that's why I set out to watch the whole thing, because I thought I need to see this in its entirety to really
sure.
know. And I think there is a lot of confusion about this stars question, because the question he was asked was, what stars did they see in the solar corona? Not did they see any stars? And, you know, we know they could see stars because, I mean, they couldn't see stars from the moon's surface, but they could see stars from space.
Are you sure they could?
Yeah.
Let me talk
I'd like to see some proof of that.
Well, the proof is that, well, I can show you some proof, actually. But
of stars from space?
Yeah, because stars were part of the navigation system of Apollo. So they used stars. They had a telescope called the AOT, AOT, and a sextant that they used to sight stars, and from that they could determine their position and check it.
Of course, that's circular. That's circular because we're saying that they didn't do it. All I'm saying is, I know it's not a proof. I'm just saying from the human spirit perspective, looking at that whole interview, what does that impression give you? Not what they said, just the human spirit perspective.
Yeah.
That these three guys have just reached the pinnacle
of human exploration.
Yeah, of human endeavor. I'm just saying it's not a proof. Just from a human spirit, that's it. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with you. I actually brought this up last night to Jeremy in the same exact way. And it is just, it's bothersome to me.
But I would repeat the point that I made last night as well. And the other thing I did was I watched some other TV footage from that period. And I think we have to take into account that it's historical context. I think, you know, these are people who were born in the 1930s. You know, they're clearly not used to the idea of, you know, sort of big public events and that sort of thing. I think that when you look at other people of that time speaking on television, they also seem awkward, you know, compared with someone today. So, you know, they're kind of, they're more reserved. They're a bit more conservative in the way that they speak. Do you know what I mean? That's
fair. That's a fair point.
Yeah, there's a slight difference, and I think maybe that is playing a role as well. But I admit, from the clips I've seen, that doesn't look good.
I got to look this up, if you don't mind. One of my favorite quotes from Neil Armstrong is when he gave that speech about truth and its protective layers. And I remember watching that and thinking to myself, why does the truth have or need protective layers?
Mm-hmm.
So, what
have
was
you seen that, Jeremy?
But
where
I think
he's giving the speech,
and
he says
the truth does have protective layers. What he's saying is,
it's called NASA.
By scientific discovery, we uncover, we remove
no. You know damn well he was implying something very different there. The truth protective layers. Well, you refuse to accept that that's a possibility, Jeremy. We're saying that he might be talking about lies that NASA has committed. That's what I think. Truth protective layer.
I don't think that's true. I think, as you know, I think the evidence for the moon landings is quite overwhelming, and
I think they did something. I'm not going to lie.
I think you've got a lot of explaining to do more than saying I don't like the look of this photo or this sort of that. I don't like the way they behaved in this press conference. There's a
that wasn't a proof.
No, sure, but there's a much bigger job to do.
I didn't offer that as a proof.
I don't think people often realize the magnitude of the task that faces them if they wanted to, really show that this didn't happen. And when I see, sorry, go ahead, Chris. Sorry,
I would say, what about the magnitude of the task of actually getting to somewhere like the moon? Wouldn't that be enough to kind of make you question when you start looking at the distances, the variables, there's loads. I mean, just to name a few, the conditions, the weight restrictions, etc. Wouldn't that magnitude of task back then in that era with the technology we had then? Wouldn't that be a mean feat to pull something like that off?
I think it was a magnificent feat of engineering.
Extraordinary claims.
Yeah, I think it's supported by enough
extraordinary evidence.
Oh, what does it have to be extraordinary? It's plenty of evidence.
Something that don't look so fucking fake, Jeremy. Something that doesn't. There's too many things that don't add up. What about all the shadows? What about the blast crater? What about the no dust in the fucking feet? What about how small the damn thing was? What about the heat transfer? What about them throwing their fucking backpacks out at the end? Like, dude, it just goes on and on and on. And sure, a lot of this might be an argument.
I could answer.
Hold on, it might be I know you can. It might be argument from incredulity, and I will give you that. But it just seems, no, I will. But it just seems like there's so much nonsense attached to it that I can't take it seriously.
The blast crater gets me.
I think you just, I don't know. I mean, you're
I love you, Jeremy. I fucking love you.
You're applying
Jeremy, can you explain the blast crater?
Well, yeah.
He thinks that it's there. He thinks that the engine wasn't powerful enough to make something more significant, and you can see a spreading out of sand or whatever it is. He thinks that's there. He sees it.
What about the footage of the module leaving the moon? What about that?
The panning up?
Hey, is everybody going to pile on Jeremy now?
No, you can. It's okay. I'm good on moon.
He's good at this. Yeah, he's got like a 200-page fucking essay on it.
Yeah. Do you have your script? Where's your script?
I do have a script on this, John. Yeah.
It's actually fucking outstanding work. I'm serious. I don't mean to be flattering, but I'm very impressed by your work on it.
It's almost finished.
Who filmed?
Yeah, I can't wait to see
it. Almost finished.
I've only been on it for about 6 months.
I've
got to get on the right fucking account to find it now. I'm on the wrong bastard account. I'm all over the place.
Who filmed it leaving the moon? Who filmed that then? How was it?
Right. Well, if you look for the Apollo 15 ascent and the Apollo 16 ascent, and then watch the Apollo 17 ascent, which is the one you're referring to, what you will see is the camera operator who is at mission control, operating the camera remotely. What you will see is him getting better and better on each mission, and it was the same guy on each one, following the ascent stage as it launched.
So radio control from ground.
Yeah, and what he basically did was he used a stopwatch. That was how he did it. He just used a stopwatch. They took timings, and on the third one, he gets it perfect. And the other two, he's better on 16.
Well, okay,
on 15, and he's better on 17 than he was on 16.
Then, what about the size of the Earth? In the images, the famous one with the flag, where the astronauts posed at the flag and the Earth is behind. Which, of course, there's another issue because when Rob Skiba did it, there was a box around that, but we won't get into that. But the size of it, that appears to be the size of the moon should be from Earth. Why is it so small from the moon?
As far as I know.
Because we've seen other moonshots from like JAXA. They did a flyby and the Earth was huge.
As far as I know, I think, if you took a angular size calculation, and worked out based on the optics of the camera, I assume that.
Were they at apogee or something? Was it possible they were at apogee as well?
I haven't actually heard anyone make that claim about that before, to be honest.
Well, it's disturbing to me because I've seen other quote unquote footages that from the moon, like from JAXA, where they show it's huge. It's absolutely huge from that position. Like it's a probe going over the moon surface, and they showed the rise of the Earth, and it's just absolutely huge. You compare that to it doesn't make any sense.
Right,
whatsoever.
But that is not that is a composite in a number of ways. That is the JAXA one. I understand. Yeah, the actual lunar surface images are
oh yeah, they're CGI. It's completely terrible.
A patchwork, and then they're overlaid onto a 3D radar scan, and then the Earth is from a different source altogether, I believe, and they chopped it in.
What happened to good old fucking cameras in this world?
So it's quite a I mean, it is.
But anyways, the point stands that for me, the Earth seems it's way too small in that famous picture. It doesn't make any sense, not whatsoever.
Yeah, but what about?
I don't know what to think.
I don't want to pile on Jeremy.
I can't get to my bloody presentation because I'm on this fucking account.
He loves it. The moon thing for him is great. He loves it.
Well, the question I had was because I ain't gonna pile on you. This is just a general question to the board. Because I'm not a photographer. I slept in a Holiday Inn last night, but I'm not a photographer. I've taken, gone to NASA, to their website. I've downloaded the original files, and I put them in. I think it's called Jeffrey's MetaViewer. It evaluates like thousands of different types of files, and I go ahead and put it in there. I mean, numerous photos. I think I went through about 8 before I said, forget this. I'm done. And every time it showed Photoshop or a reasonable proxy for manipulation. It has it in its it's like a
metadata. It's in the metadata.
Yeah, the metadata.
Yeah.
It's like a forensics view. And each one of them were compromised. So I'm just putting it out to the board. A lot of people say, well, you just say that these photographs. No, there's empirical evidence that these photos have been doctored.
That's why we say the globe Earth wouldn't stand up in court.
I think though on those photo analysis things, there's a reason why it shows as Photoshop. I think it picks it up if it's. I think if it's been run through any Adobe product, I think it will show as Photoshop or some. Okay. There's something like that I read somewhere.
Okay.
But I think if it's on the web, it's probably going to have gone through.
Well, that's reasonable. I understand.
Because usually when you stick stuff, like in Photoshop, there's an option called Save for Web and Devices, and you just click that, and then you just pick your web settings and save it. You see, and normally you're compressing for the web, but you can usually from NASA you can well, not always, but often you can get like a TIFF image, you know, like a raw image rather than the actual, you know, a compressed one. So I don't know. I mean, you could have a go.
Yeah, Rob Skiba had that TIFF image. They've changed it now, but there's video evidence of Rob Skiba pulling it directly from NASA, a TIFF file of that famous picture I'm talking about, changing the contrast and the levels, and there being a box around the Earth.
Yeah, I don't think
perfect box.
TIFF though, mate. I think
I'm well, it doesn't matter, Jay. I don't care at that point. I mean, seriously.
Well, the JPEG it does.
Why is there a box?
Then you get the artifact issue, you know, where.
But the artifact's a perfect box.
Yeah, well, that can happen if you get the levels right.
Okay, we'll just say that then.
Okay. Well, I got one more. Because I've posted a couple presentations on that Mars rover photo because I lived out. I was stationed out at Fort Irwin, out at the National Training Center for some years, and we even went to an open house one time because they have a NASA facility about 8 miles away from Post, and we went up there. But I've seen that photo, and I've seen Mojave ground squirrels before, obviously, because I've lived there. And I picked that photo up, and I was shocked. I could realize how they.
Dude, there's life on Mars. That's what it is, John.
Photo, Jeremy.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. It looks really like a squirrel, doesn't it? Really does.
It is a squirrel.
It is a squirrel.
It's a Mojave ground squirrel.
It's a Mojave ground squirrel.
Yeah. Sorry, Jeremy. It is.
I just wanted to bring that up.
I think it's a rock, but.
A rock?
You think it's a rock?
I think I'm sure I've seen it from a different angle. I'm sure
come on,
somewhere was a different angle. Or
how hard are you gonna cling to this shit when something is so obvious?
I mean, it's like, do you remember the face on Mars? Do you remember that one?
Oh my god, fuck that guy. He was a clown.
Well, it's funny,
but that's another one of these things, and you see it in a different light,
It's not pareidolia.
It's just not there at all. You know.
Listen. If 50 people see it and say it's a fucking ground squirrel, it's not pareidolia. Oh, yes, everybody sees that it's a ground squirrel.
Hey, I've made a presentation. Hey, listen. I've made a presentation of that on a couple forums, and I've gotten 0 responses. None.
It's too much, man.
They didn't even.
But you know, they also have that facility in Greenland too. Jaron found it by looking through Google Maps, and it's right there. It's a Mars practice area. I think it's North Canada, right across from Greenland, where they have all the NASA vehicles. They have 2 rovers out there, and it's a practice range. They claim they could be very well putting a red tent to that shit for all we know. But you're right; they're probably doing it out in the. Yeah, the Mojave.
Because that one of that Mojave ground squirrel, that was from that place out there near near Barstow.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, because you could look at the type of animal and pin it down to a specific species in that area. So
I was
laughing
agree. Hard, boy.
Anyway,
I just wanted to bring it up. I don't mean to pile on Jeremy. He's been a pretty good sport here with everyone in here. So that's right. And
he's great.
He seems pretty reasonable. Jeremy, we've only, had a couple interactions. If I was ever, overly aggressive or rude to you, you seem like a somewhat reasonable person. I want to apologize.
Well, likewise. We all get, you know what I mean? We all get wound up. And I think we tend to sort of, we reflect each other's behavior a bit, and then it escalates. And,
you came in hot last night.
Yeah, it's all part of
it. Hey, just for the record, I want to apologize because maybe I was a little bit out of line.
Jeremy to Texas asked you earlier, how long are you going to clean this thing? And I don't think that's a fair question because
let me finish.
In my opinion, your avatar speaks volumes.
He's a secret flat earther. That's what it is.
Hank, are you a helio denier?
Helio denier.
Nah, if you don't want to be called a flat earther, I mean, you can be called a helio revisionist.
Helio-revisionist.
There we go.
No, that's too close to the Jew thing. I don't want to get caught up in that flag.
Well,
Hey,
that's the
let's
point.
give some. Let's get Cathexis. Let's give some context. I don't even know these people. Big Al, where are you from, man? Where are you at?
I'm from California, mate.
Is that where you're at?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, Big L.
What
I
about-
got mad respect for Big L. Him and I go way back. He's a fucking
about
pro troll.
What about
Big
the next
Al's a
gentleman?
fucking paid shill.
What about the next gentleman? What about Bob? Where's Bob from?
Kentucky. No, I'm just kidding.
Kentucky. No, Bob's legit. He's a pro troll too. Him and Big L constantly go back and forth. It's hilarious.
I'm from Florida.
You're from Florida. Are you still down there?
Nope, I'm in Europe.
Oh, in Europe. Cool. Chris.
I live in West Yorkshire in England.
In England. Wow. Were you
God,
born there?
Yeah, I was. I was born, in the northeast, but I'm actually Greek. So I've lived in England most of my life. Well,
he's from the same area as Grizz.
No, I was born in England. My mother came back to. My mother's half English. She came back to the UK to give birth to me, so I'd have an English passport.
Oh,
wow. But my family are Greek Cypriot.
Nice to meet you, by the way, Chris.
You too.
What about Flamingo?
I don't know how he slipped in.
I'm from Charlotte.
Welcome, Flamingo.
I invited him in here.
Yeah, how you guys doing? I didn't want to butt in to you guys.
Oh, you're good. You're good, brother.
We were making some comments about you. I think you're Flamingo from you didn't want to bring science up.
Yeah, because I don't know it. I mean, it would be unfair for me to argue.
That's cool. That's cool. Hey, listen, we didn't mean to punk you personally. We didn't bring your name up or anything. I don't mean to do that to you.
It was just kind of a quote of the night. That's all.
That's fine. I could be a punching bag.
Flamingo's a good sport.
Or anything like that.
No, I actually appreciate your perspective, Flamingo. I've heard you before. Where I've heard you. Haven't you pretended to be a flat earther before?
Yeah.
To like.
Well, I mean, my whole thing is, if they're lying to us, it's perfectly reasonable to think that they're lying to us about everything else, including our deities, and
Absolutely, brother. That's the point, man.
Hey, 1 second. I want to get Hank. Hank's the last one.
Yeah.
Where are you from, Hank, and where you at?
I'm from Texas, and I'm in Texas. I was born in Dallas, and we migrated
You're
away
born
from
in
the
Dallas.
city. Yes, sir.
You a Cowboys fan?
No, sir. I like playing football, but I do not like watching it.
Oh yeah.
Just to let you know, I'm from Pittsburgh, so
I'm a Cowboys fan.
You a Cowboys fan? Well, I was born in Pittsburgh,
Texas.
home of the world champion Pittsburgh Steelers. I just want you to know.
Dallas, Texas.
Raiders.
Well, the Steelers and the Cowboys have had some good games, I bet. But I don't watch it. I only watch the good games.
Go Dak.
All right, let's go through again. What's your favorite color? No.
Okay, John. Well, yeah. I heard the Earth might be flat or some shit.
Some shit.
Like some shit.
Some shit.
That's what Damian Marley told me. I don't know, man.
Dude, that song, Savali. I love it.
Shit, bro.
Has Damian Marley referenced Flat Earth, has he?
Yeah, in the song Savali, him and Nas, he has a line. It says, Earth used to be flat. They said if we go too far, we fall off. Now the Earth is round. If the shape change again, we're all going to laugh.
Killed it.
Hey, wait a second.
Yeah.
We got Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy.
I'm from Nottingham in the UK.
Is that far away from Chris?
Probably not too far. I'm probably about 100 miles away or something like
100
that.
miles away.
You're never far away from anyone if you're both in the UK kind of thing.
UK,
It's
right.
about 2 hours. Sure. It's about 2 hours on a coach or on a train, but maybe it's just a little bit less by car.
Hey, how do you guys get all those great bands in the 60s and 70s, man? I just want to know. How does that happen?
Drugs.
Definitely. No, I agree.
Trips to Morocco and drugs.
No, there was also a lot of, strangely enough, there was a lot of CIA and MI5 activity with the bands back then.
Yeah, the
They
Beatles
were, if you,
got out.
yeah, if you look at, there's a book called Something Strange in Laurel Canyon. I forgot the full name of it, but it came out a couple years back. The author of it was killed just about a year ago. Actually, he was suicided. But anyways, the book exposes how like Jim Morrison, Frank Zappa, all those guys from Laurel Canyon in California were an actual CIA project. And the Grateful Dead, one of the members is actually a CIA agent. So like they were using the music. Huh?
Sorry, I knew that Garcia was part of it.
Yeah, and so they were using the music and LSD in order to subvert the awakening population, the people who were against the war, and so they basically co-opted the movement and turned it into a drug fest, hippie love, no fighting, no questioning, and there you go.
Subsequently started the drug war at the same time.
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, they controlled both sides of it.
Wow, I hope they don't try to do that to us. If flat earthers start smoking pot, we're in trouble.
Did that with hip hop. Remember when hip hop used to be conscious?
Just to let you know, there was somebody that was in charge next to the big guy that was in charge of the music. So just want to let you know that he's a musical genius.
Which one?
Hasatan?
Yes, sir.
Wait, who?
Satan. Ataz.
Oh, I'm not familiar.
That old dragon. Lucifer?
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Yeah, if you you ever seen that clip of what's his name? Bob shit.
Yeah, Bob Dylan. Yeah.
Bob Dylan, where he admits it on CBS, where he's like, God, how are you doing it still? You've been, you're almost 80, you've been doing this, you're still doing all this. He goes, I signed a deal with the chief a long time ago. I gotta keep on going.
And
he's like,
I think it was Morty Schaefer. It was on 60 Minutes. I remember.
Yeah, it was, exactly. And he's like, Chief, what do you mean? He's like, man in charge. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
and like he didn't say it outright.
The reporter thought he was joking, but Bob wasn't joking.
Nope. How do you think he's at?
Just,
Yeah, it's real, man. There's definitely an occult side to music. We see it always in the symbology, and like you got all this Aleister Crowley worshiping, even from the Beatles and
Zeppelin was.
Yeah, Jimmy Page bought the fucking house.
I was a big Zeppelin guy when I grew up in the 70s, so I was a big Zeppelin guy. I remember watching an interview one time where they were interviewing Robert Plant concerning Stairway to Heaven, and he said it took him 3 minutes to write that song, and it wrote itself.
Yep.
That's what that was his exact words. I almost fell off.
He channeled.
I didn't realize it then.
He channeled. That's what he did.
Yeah,
he channeled.
I didn't realize it at the time, but in later years, I thought about it and said, "Oh, what did he say?" And that was in Aleister. They were living in Aleister Crowley's house.
Yeah, absolutely. He still owns it on the lake.
Yeah.
It's Aleister Crowley was a massive influence on that generation. Now you see even Jay-Z with Do What Thou Wilt shirts, and you can hear it in his lyrics where he's talking about, y'all need to get up with Plato. Like you need to learn this real shit. And this is exactly what that philosophy is. It's this theosophical position.
When he records music, he records it in a dark room. Like he turns.
And let's not forget Jack Parsons.
Oh, I think the phone people dropped out there.
Yeah.
Jack Parsons.
An astronaut died. Was it yesterday? What was his name?
John Glenn. Yeah.
John Glenn.
May he rest in peace.
Yeah. At least he doesn't have to lie anymore.
What do you guys think about the plane that crashed carrying the Brazilian soccer team?
Oh, yeah. It just happened recently. It just seems like pilot error.
Was it
he didn't have enough fuel.
It wasn't Brazilian. I think it was Colombian. I think, but it was definitely South American.
It crashed in Colombia.
It crashed in Colombia, but it was
a
Brazilian team.
Yeah, it was a Brazilian team, not the Brazilian team.
Not the national one, no.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, I think it was pilot error. Didn't have enough fuel with them, and
that would be just too good to be true if the whole Brazilian national team was wiped out in the plane crash.
Jesus, why would you say that?
Damn, Jeremy, god damn.
That's cool. You sound like King Richard all of a sudden.
Because then England could stand a chance.
Are you Brazilians, bro? It would
change the shape of international football.
Right. It really would.
They that good, Brazil? Their main.
Yeah.
Bro.
But they're consistently good as well. They've been good for years.
It's all they won Brazilian the World women.
Cup. Is it 5 or 6 times they've won it?
Jeez.
Something like that, yeah.
6.
It's all in beautiful Brazilian women.
And they've been in. I think they've been in more finals than any other side.
They're definitely up there.
But I guess, really, we'd need quite a few plane crashes for England to win it.
Jesus, Jeremy.
The hell.
Cold-blooded.
I've given up on the idea of us doing it via football. No, it will happen. I think it might actually happen now, but it's going to take maybe another 20 years or something like that.
Y'all need some boxers, man.
They're investing in soccer a lot at the moment, in youth soccer, and
yeah, I think if the UK keeps the immigration program up like it is, they'll get better.
Yeah,
their immigration program.
That's actually
a nice way of putting it.
If you look at the teams, the England teams, the vast majority of them aren't indigenous, Caucasian, white, male, English people, are they?
Right.
I love how you say Caucasian instead of Caucasian. You say Caucasian, kind of like cocaine.
Oh,
yeah. I used to
am I pronouncing it incorrectly?
No. You're pronouncing it probably correct. Like it's probably the same as aluminium or aluminum. Difference in region. But I've always heard it or said it as Caucasian.
Yeah.
Hope you guys know I'm just joking around, but I'm serious though. I'll be back later. Peace out.
All right.
Cheers.
No, it wasn't. I wasn't being critical. I just thought it was humorous. That's all, Chris.
That's right.
Tomato.
Exactly.
I find that humorous.
Aluminum's the worst. I mean,
aluminium.
What on earth are you playing at? That word. I mean, you're all over the place.
Hey, Jeremy.
And swearing, you've got to stop swearing. You guys are no good at swearing.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? Seriously though. What can we swear better?
No, you just don't do it.
You swear too much? You swear too much?
You just do it wrong.
What's the right way to say it?
I can't really put my finger on it. It's just
say wanker.
Cunt. It's just a bloody wanker.
You want us to say cunt more?
Wanker. What is a wank?
You're a wanker.
You cunt. I like how people from the UK spell cunt with a K. That's just funny.
Yeah, you guys say cunt like we say bitch over here. It's hilarious. Oh yeah, and fucking Poncho.
I don't say that word.
The way Poncho says it's fucking hilarious. You fucking cunt.
Yeah, it's like it's KHOONT. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, but it's just these small differences.
Jeremy, what do people from the UK think about our accents?
Yeah, what do we sound like? I think I have a neutral accent, but I have no idea what I sound like.
I think people from the UK think the American accent is quite cool and it's quite sort of, is laid back. And, I think that's how people view it.
I think the same thing of you guys. I love the accent.
Yeah, pretty smooth. Even when y'all use profanity, it sounds like nice.
I told Jeremy I'm gonna pay him one day to read a flat Earth book. Like he's gonna Sit him down and ring King's the Throne for me, and he'll have to do it because I paid him.
That's right.
It's funny that who's that creationist? Eric Hovind, not Kent, but Eric.
Oh
Hovind.
God, yeah.
He does this sort of TV, this cable show, and he got this guy in from the UK, and he was talking about this one day, and he said, we got him because he Americans like his accent. He sounds serious, Yeah, so he does a sort of he gives them the sort of the sciencey view, Yeah, so. But we all have, if you over here, the accents are quite diverse from place to place. So
they really are.
Right. There's different dialects. You could tell. Yeah.
You got that whole Nottingham thing going on, and then Chris has a different, inflection and whatnot.
And even sort of 20 miles away, there'll be a slightly different twang to the accent that you can detect,
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
In America, we got country folk. Like it's a variation. Like you hear the redneck sound everywhere, though. It's not just in the South. You'll find people from Montana who's like, "Hey, man, how you doing today? I'm out in the farm. We're doing this." It seems to be like I don't even know how to describe where it comes from, but it's everywhere in America.
Texas, what do you want about?
What is Mark Taylor's? What is Mark Taylor's? How would you put it? Like, where's he from?
North London. It's a North London accent.
That's a North London accent.
Was just talking about you, Kathy.
Oh, what are they saying?
Oh, dude. Seriously, like, if you can, rewind 5 minutes from now and listen to what they said. No, like 5 minutes from now.
Okay,
and just listen to that whole bit whenever you can.
Why don't you present
because literally, he said what you said just a minute ago, or like when I was just
about
here.
what? About what?
Dude, you gotta listen to it. You have to.
No, I will. But what was it about?
I don't know. I just smoked some hash. Okay. So you'll have to check it out.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Earth discussions?
Yeah, about 5-6 minutes ago.
What are they talking about me for?
Yo,
they just talked about the double slit experiment and how you materialism.
Oh, the materialism.
Right before they started talking about you, you have to listen to what they say. Because literally, I was on there for 3 minutes. I was almost puking. It was terrible.
Okay, so 5 minutes back from here, right?
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm going to go on mute and hear this.
Yeah.
10.
Right,
well, let me hear where they're at. All right.
Hey, Jeremy, is that how they speak in North London?
Well, how Mark speaks?
Yeah.
I guess it is, yeah.
The accent, but he doesn't. Anyway, yeah.
Chris calls him marble.
I know people always. I don't think he's that muffled, but everyone says, "Oh, he sounds all muffled," and that.
Jeremy, what are you on about? You don't fuck all, Jeremy.
What are you on about? I like it. It sounds cool.
It sounds like he has water in his mouth when he talks. Shit.
I just saw that picture for the first time of the Mars ground squirrel. Right. I never really was interested in it in the first place, and I thought the mission to Mars was redundant, anyways. But not only are they would you say that they're lying, but they're extremely incompetent.
Yeah, but it's hard to see that thing, man. I mean,
the banking on nobody scrutinizing it. The banking on nobody.
I live out there. It's hard to see stuff out there. Yeah. It looks like that for 150 miles in every direction. It's quite near Death Valley. Not that far.
I'll have to take a closer look at this squirrel thing. it generates so much work being in these hangouts.
Yeah, what
Yeah,
image are you guys looking at?
You should, because it's literally, I've never seen it, but I've heard about it. I mean, it's literally downloaded from NASA, isn't it?
Right. Yep.
And it clearly shows a squirrel or what?
Oh yeah. Well, the original photo doesn't. I don't want to say original. The original photo, it's hard to see because it's a pretty big photo.
Right, and it's just a little rock sort of thing, isn't
Yeah,
it?
right. It's between two rocks. It's just laying there.
What image are you guys looking at?
Let me see if I can find it.
I just put a link in the Hangout side chat.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Okay. My man.
I'm looking at the one where they put it in a little spacesuit.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one either. That's a good one. Yeah, that's a Mojave ground squirrel. I like that far left photo. Second one down. That's it.
Wait, Tim, were you talking about them talking about how they don't accept? They're only skeptical against the non-mainstream information. Are you talking about that reference? I'm listening to it now.
How they said that, and you basically said that about
I
them.
said the same thing, anti-them, and they just said the same thing, anti-us.
Yep, and then they started talking about you. It's amazing.
Oh God, I haven't gotten
That
there yet. But
synchronicity.
you're right. It's like the guy listened to me and flipped what I'm saying. Wow. Okay, let me listen to this.
Hey, Jeremy, do you see I think it's, are you still looking at those pictures?
Yeah.
It's on the bottom, third one from the left.
The problem I'm seeing is I managed to, when I went I just went to the image search, the full image search page.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, is it the top one? Oh no. Anyway, I got the big image, and what I'm seeing is that this big image is made up of several smaller images.
Right.
So I guess we would probably expect to see this in more than one image.
Dude, I'm gonna go in there. I have the fucking link open.
In fact, let me show you. In fact,
Sorry.
All right. Yeah, we're on another discussion with Texas.
No, I know. Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying I got their fucking link. I'm about to go in that bitch. They're talking mad shit about me. They're misrepresenting my position. Those bastards.
Poor Cathexis.
Jeremy knows the behavior.
So you see this has got this sort of zigzaggy or jaggy edge at the top and the bottom.
Yeah, right, sure.
So it's been stuck together. So I mean, I guess you wouldn't necessarily have to, would you?
But idea, then the validity of it hinges more so to do with the emotion accompanying it than it does.
That was pretty bad.
Kind of objective fact that exists outside
And for them,
themselves.
What hangout am I
more
hearing?
fulfilling to believe a fringe idea or some crazy idea than it is to believe the truth.
I can hear a hangout.
Hey, Cathexis, yeah, but he's muted. He can't be his.
I muted him. It was.
Oh, okay.
Oh, was it Cathexis? I don't mind if we hear it. I want to hear it.
Well, we should play it when he goes on.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I could do that.
Oh shit! Oops.
Nice. Get your shopper's card. What?
We can come back to the squirrel. Science will wait for that one, eh, John?
So they got caught red-handed. Is that an official NASA photo?
Yes.
They got caught red-handed.
I paused it. But, oh no, I can do it. Can you guys hear this at all?
No.
No.
Can anyone else share it so we can hear it?
Just unmute Cathexis.
Yeah, if you just unmute Cathexis, maybe that'll work.
Yeah, good plan. Oh, I can't unmute him, I don't think. Well, everyone can listen to it.
Yeah, give me 2 minutes so I can play it.
Cool. Whoops.
Damn, guys, I leave for like 3 minutes and y'all forget to talk to each other or some
No,
shit.
we're waiting for Tim to patch us through so we can listen to it.
Oh, it's not the major. It's just he said the same exact thing that I just said about skeptics and the way that they behave in relate. And what he did was he flipped it on conspiracy theorists. And then he mentioned my name and said that I was cherry picking quantum science over the shape of the earth. That misrepresented my fucking position because I made it very clear I'm not arguing for the earth being flat at that moment.
Who said this?
Fucking epistemology.
Oh, is
I
this
like
in
epistemology.
Is this in ED?
Yeah, it's in Earth Discussions.
Oh, I thought it was in Free Chat.
Yeah. No, they're probably smoking herb and playing music or some shit.
Yeah, they were singing.
And
You gonna hop in there, Kathy?
I don't know. I might be, but I know what they're gonna do. That guy Hewen.
Obey the heart, you know? Sure.
That guy Hewen is kind of a dick, and Curved Water's in there too, and I don't feel like dealing with those guys.
Curved isn't that bad. Hewen was just
He's a
talking. They were
dick.
talking about 9/11 right before that.
I know. No, they're just old
pathetic
dicks. They're just old dickheads. They're like jerks. I don't like dealing with that shit. Like, there's no reason to be rude. And they like
You
implicitly.
should just go in there, say your piece, and do
What
a
should I
little
say?
name recognition for Earth Discussions. You know, people watch that. They see this Cathexis guy. Less equal than, greater than
I should
guy.
go in there and be like that. Hey guys, I just wanted to bless you with my presence.
Fire, isn't he?
I want to go in here and bless you with my presence. You'll let everybody have that brand recognition. And let you know that you're idiot
Gotta keep the
skeptics.
reality TV show going.
We'll be listening if you go.
Play your part.
Oh, should I go? I have the fucking link right here.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey, I just got back. Did you
What should I
defend
say?
your honor?
Get in
I'm
there
about
and
to. I'm
make
thinking it.
entertainment for me and Tim.
Make some entertainment. Okay, wait. Let me see if I have it. Free Chan. This one. Uh-oh.
Matthew usually invites you, I thought.
Yeah, I had one, but I closed it because I'm sick of looking at it. Dude, I saw Antonio Subrats was over there the other day. I didn't see it, but I saw his. Yeah, I saw his icon in the Earth Discussions. You know how it shows all the icons of the people who.
That was
oh, look, it's Polaris. Look, I found Polaris. There it is. It's over to the east. Polaris.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. 12:53 p.m. Fuck, which one is it?
Okay, so who was talking about cathexis?
Over in Earth discussions, he brought me up about using quantum physics but not using Earth science, that kind of thing, saying I'm picking
Why the hell
and choosing.
didn't he bring me over? Why didn't he talk about me?
I don't know, and he even said, "Oh, it's kind of his
You both
thing."
should hop over there. It'd be hilarious.
Dude, we should. Let me see if I can get the fucking link though. I can't find it.
Fuck Big L.
Thursday.
Hurry up, because we got to check the gopher out over here.
Yeah, John, that's how these guys say hi to each other. Instead of saying hi, Bob,
I know, it's so
Bob
funny.
will say fuck Big L, and Big L will say fuck Bob, and that's how they say hello. But that's okay.
Shit. I guess I don't have it tonight. Damn it.
Because I do it too.
Fuck
I can
you,
get in
Hank.
one of your socks and go ask for it if you don't want to go in their chat and ask for it.
No. Damn it. Where's Matthew when you need him?
Yeah.
On one of my socks? You mean on one of your socks? Of me?
Yeah. I got like 10 of them.
Matthew's
No.
in chat. Matthew's in this watch page chat.
Matthew Horbury is in the chat right now?
Yeah.
Shout out to Matthew Horbury. Could you please add me to the Earth Discussions call? I'm gonna rise to the occasion for you and everyone else, and I'm gonna defend my honor.
That's right.
Take one for the team.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go in, bruh. Wait, here we go. I think I got added. Boom.
Trial Team 6 infiltration.
So we've got Hewen, epistemology, curved water, and a couple other guys. And what should I talk about? What should I talk about?
You got to defend your
Like,
honor.
yo, I
Defend your
heard you were
position,
talking
yeah.
about me.
Talk about flat waves
I gotta remember.
through a vacuum, and therefore gravity
Well,
waves.
I wasn't arguing. Oh, quickly, John. How does quantum physics disprove materialism as a religion again? Just to refresh my memory, some quick
Wait a
thing.
second. Just ask them to give you the wave and frequency of a wave function.
What's your independent variable of that?
No. Just ask them to
I know.
give you the wavelength and frequency of a wave function.
I see that. Thank you very much, Matthew. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go in there and have a good time. No, I because he was attacking my position about materialism earlier, where I said quantum physics debunks materialism. Now, I didn't want to get too heavy into it. Do you have a simplification of that? What can I say?
Yeah. You need, in order for matter to exist, you need a knower first.
Ah, there we go. So that's idealism implicitly. Materialism is a what's the word? It's a it's the best way to put it. It's an illusion. It's an illusion.
Quantum mechanics.
Quantum mechanics makes materialism an actual illusion. It needs an observer. I think that's a good way to
Wait a
put
second. What did you say?
it. Quantum physics proves that materialism is an illusion.
No, it's not. It's not an illusion. It's
no. You don't think?
Not anything. It's debunked. There's nothing to it. There's nothing.
Well, material exists. You see that? They're not going to be able to get their head around that. So I got to kind of put it in a way they understand.
Material exists as the consequence.
By virtue.
Exactly.
Yeah, by virtue of the observer.
The necessary
I understand
antecedent is an observer. No, to be specific, so they can't get around it, is a knower. A knower of the which path.
Okay, so the knower. Exactly. Yeah, we actually clarified that earlier today. So, so material is a consequence of the knower, and that debunks materialism essentially.
Oh yeah. No,
it does actually. That's the reason why. Well, let me go over there.
Children.
What's that?
Go, destroy them.
Destroy them.
Well, I got sniped last time I went in there. Let's see how this goes. All right, be back, guys.
We're proud of the children.
All right. We got to get back to the gopher. Hurry up.
That's good
Hey,
stuff.
so what's the weather over there in England like now?
Well, it should be wintry, but it's really quite warm at the moment.
How warm
But
is
this
warm?
time of year, at least.
How warm?
It was like 8 degrees centigrade the other day, yesterday. When I looked. Not bad.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning and it's 11 degrees Celsius here.
Right. Even warmer.
Well, it's colder than the witch's titty here in Charlotte. I think they said it was like 29 degrees or going to get there the later it gets.
Right.
Yeah, I'm in Missouri. It's pretty cold. It's been pretty cold this week.
Yeah, cat's in.
The moon looks amazing though. It usually does in the wintertime.
Having a good time over there. What you guys talking about?
Oh, we were talking about religion just now. We were talking about our friend Dawkins earlier, though. Oh, man. Presupposition. I call him a presupposition terrorist. My words. He doesn't like it too much. It's like putting you in a presuppositional precedent. Yeah, he's it's just you weren't there. He opened with the fact that he was trying to prove that circular logic is perfectly valid to establish his point. He opened with those words. That not all, he said, not all circular logic is faulty or fallacious. My circular logic is right. Yeah, essentially what he said.
He probably got that from Cy Ten Brugenke. He used to describe it as virtuously circular, viciously circular.
Oh my god! Yeah, Dawkins is something else. Yeah, he's a fucking narcissist. It's excellent.
Hey, don't talk about other people. Defend your honor, sir.
The hair, like Hobbit's checklist. I seriously wonder where he would score.
He's softening him up, man.
I see.
But yeah, I've seen his. He's got a couple channels devoted to him, showing his greatest exploits. And holy shit, that dude loses his mind sometimes.
I know one of them, Darwin's Greatest Hits. That's the one I watch.
Yeah, the whole channel devoted to him. I watched like 4 of them earlier tonight. Somebody linked it. People are funny on the YouTubes.
There's a channel devoted to him as well.
Which one?
On Hilton.
Oh, the time traveler. He's fantastic. He's something else, man.
It looks to me like something.
Well, you know you've made the big time when you got an entry in Encyclopedia Dramatica. Yeah, you made it too. No, you've made it. Right? Yeah, A4's got one. Von Helton's got one. And Von Helton's is big, too. If you look at that, it's a long list. It's fucking hilarious, man. Oh, some of the stuff in here, I mean, I've been on here for about a year and a half. This is so funny. I mean, I've laughed so hard. I've had tears rolling down my face. At some
You ain't the only one, brother.
Yeah, these hangouts are so, you know what I mean? Like, you can interact with so many different people. There's trolls everywhere. It's putting yourself out like there. This giant motley crew. It's what I love about YouTube.
I think there's a lot of mentally ill people too, though. Honestly, there are some mentally ill people here.
Who is the mentally ill people? The people who disagree with you?
I don't want to
think it's the people who disagree with you.
No,
there's people who disagree with you, epistemology.
No,
is that what it is?
No.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a gradient. Let's be real.
Yeah. I mean, there's people.
Some from Texas ask them what their favorite color is.
You know, someone rationalize an argument or their position, even if it's irrational.
There's some people named Pete Shea that you think is mentally ill. Is that what it is? I've had friends reason to me that I must be crazy getting on here. I think we're mentally ill for coming on here.
Sometimes
that was going to say. Exactly.
That's Pete's beliefs. Like when he's telling me that Tupac is alive and Steve Jobs is alive, and freaking Biggie's
Well,
alive.
I think Tupac's alive.
They're all
chilling.
other thing. They're all chilling somewhere. That nobody died on 9/11. Sometimes I think he's almost trolling to see like how ridiculous can he get.
It's a possibility, dude. Because listen, the whole knowing died on 9/11 is a step too far for myself. You could probably call me a conspiracy theorist in some regard. I'm sure everybody has a couple favorites, but for me, I think that he's looked at clues for him for way too long. And I don't mean any disrespect from Pete, because I actually love talking to the guy. Absolutely love talking to Pete. He's
Clueless Forum? Oh my god, the first time I came...
Clueless.
Clueless is what I call it. The first time I came across that site, I honestly thought it was a parody site, that it was a put-on. I didn't think that they were for real. Then I realized, holy shit, this is fucking real.
Defexis is the ultimate diplomat, isn't he?
Yes. Yes, he is.
Sorry about that. I got DC.
He is.
Yeah, Clueless Forum. That's actually pretty fucking funny. I haven't even heard that before. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this type of everybody is someone else. These things are fake. Everything's hoaxes. I'm not a fan of that because I think that it makes other real conspiracies that have been researched look less and less real or less and less relevant, right? So I feel like it's muddying the water.
Sure, it makes the principle look silly. I have the same thing for me as a leftist in my politics, quite leftist leaning. I'm a socialist in essence. You got social democrat, and then I have all these fucking SJWs. Yes, yeah. Politics. Stupid.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. And it's just the realm that you're in. I like discussing alternative ideas, and there are people who go too far. And if Pete's listening, I'm not meaning any harm by saying that. I've openly disagreed with the man, and he has his views. But I wouldn't go as far as you were saying epistemology. I think he's a salient man. He's got a college degree. He's got his reasons why he believes this thing.
Well, what I was saying is, I don't know if he honestly believes in himself. I don't know if he just likes to come in here and just stir shit up. I don't know.
With everybody.
Well, you notice he goes into a room, man, and he becomes the voice you hear 80% of the time when he comes into a
hilarious.
Channel. If he was in this channel right now with the 8 of us, I mean, we would be hearing him 80% of the time.
Because you guys are boring.
Because the man comes in here for far too long while everybody's just beating up on him for no good fucking reason. Well, for good reason, but yeah, he's a masochist.
Have you heard of a guy on YouTube named Sam Vaknin? He's supposed to be this guy who's a narcissist, but he's self-aware. And he has a theory. Yeah, and he has a theory that it's seeking supply. He calls it supply, and the supply is broken down into two types: negative and positive narcissistic supply. It's quite interesting. He's got an interesting framework for it.
Is he like an apologist for narcissism? Like, it finds there's a benefit in it somewhere?
No. He speaks very poorly of himself and narcissists. It tells you if you run into them, like if you come across them, spin 180 and run.
Really interesting. You don't find many self-aware situations like that,
But anyway, yeah, I mean, who knows what his internal motivation is? I mean, sometimes
well,
I find
just
like
it though. A narcissist, sorry, dude. A narcissist would know he's a narcissist. I just want to put that in.
Sometimes we nail Pete down with the argument that's basically irrefutable, and he'll basically call white black just to be contrary. Like it'll get to the point where it's like you can't get anywhere with him, and so that makes me sometimes think like I don't even know if he really believes the stuff he says. Like I don't know if he just does this to keep the status quo of whatever.
Dunning-Kruger plays a part in it too. And
nah, you guys always go to that shit.
Similar. No, but it's what I'm saying.
Dunning-Kruger. They're the poster children.
That's their go-to.
Is they lack the metacognitive ability
to be empathetic metacognitive ability.
I guess that's it, sure.
When it comes to narcissists, but when it comes to intelligence levels, that's something very different. Like you just mentioned, Dunning-Kruger. They don't really associate exactly. I know exactly what you're talking about, though. But you guys always go to Dunning-Kruger. It's every single time someone disagrees with you or you think they're stupid. You're like, you're suffering from Dunning-Kruger.
It's just buzzwords.
It is, dude.
But think about what it is, though. What it actually is. Right?
It's a real
people lack them.
Yeah,
and we all
it's
have
very
it
real to some degree. Absolutely. Yeah, I remember back when I used to be like an atheist skeptic type from 2003 after college until probably about 2 years ago. And during that time, I was really involved with the YouTube scene. Like I remember Pothole 4.
I'm starting to think cathexis is just a soundboard.
But, anyway, so I went
It's
through all
not
that
actually a person, is it? It's just
on the scene, like fighting.
just a
all
series of MP3s
spending all the
and an algorithm.
I've called him a broken record before, man.
He does have it down pretty good.
Yeah, he's great.
It's interesting. I know what you're talking about. There is a lot of.
They don't have an absolute answer either, right? I mean, this is the thing. We're all arguing Russell's teapot, basically. It's pretty silly, the great debate, because nobody can point to a way to falsify the claim
absolutely.
of God, right? I mean, you can
That's why I'm here.
That's why I don't call myself an atheist.
Trip, but if you're going to go the probabilistic route, I mean, I think that probabilistically, the Christian God specifically, I mean, its chances are pretty narrow that that's the truth, nature, and story.
Really? Show us the probabilities. No, I'm sorry. I'm doing color commentary. It's hard not to.
Do it.
Do it.
I'm an anti-theist in that regard, but I do not declare myself an atheist. Personally, I look around and at this point in my life, I see creation, I see complexity, I see something and that's not something I'm trying to convince you with. I'm just saying personally.
I understand. So you're a deist, are you? Cathexis?
Deist earlier today by fucking Dawkins.
I don't understand. You say you're anti-religious. You're not you consider yourself a theist?
No.
Well, they like to call you agnostic.
I don't like
atheists.
I don't like ists or isms anymore in my life. We'll just put it that way. But if you want to narrow me down to something, actually not a deist, because the deist states that once it was set in motion, then they don't interact anymore. Whatever the creator just.
Oh, he's springing some knowledge on him.
Yeah. View of this existence now.
Defining terms.
Arguably, that's what the word means.
Yeah, that's probably the better way to put it. Yeah, I mean, I still study, all these different religions in a different way now, and I study even the Babylonian mystery schools. I've been studying Gnosticism, Kabbalah. I've been looking at all this stuff.
So then you are a non-theist.
Oh, cathexis is quite eclectic.
It's probably the better way.
Yeah, he is.
I don't have any dogmatic.
Well, that's the way I describe myself, a non-theist. I don't know.
Well, you believe in substance dualism, then?
What?
Oh, no. So many terms. It's like, what am I?
Yeah.
I have so little to say. I just copy and paste out of an entry under apatheism, which is the pragmatic thing there, and it says, a view related to apatheism is apathetic agnosticism. Apathetic agnosticism claims that no amount of debate can prove or disprove the existence of one or more deities, and if one or more deities exists, which I'm willing to entertain, they do not appear to be concerned about the fate of humans. Therefore, their existence has little to no impact on personal human affairs and should be a little interesting.
It's so fucking specific.
These other dimensions,
This
or other
dude,
parallel universes. I mean, if they can't interact and affect our universe, then what does it matter if they exist?
Yeah, no need.
No, right?
Yeah. I distinguish apart from non-existent. Calling you a deist, I was asking.
So I suppose we're kind of trolling this.
You're fine. No, you're fine. I didn't take it that way.
Yeah.
It was funny.
We're doing a live critique.
I've never been a troll before. I kind of like this, Tim.
Nice.
I appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
Because
I have a newfound respect for you. This is kind of fun.
Like a Christian God, because it has characteristics that are sort of mutually exclusive and compatible with.
Oh, really? Like what?
Well, and that's the thing, is like and so many people who claim they're atheists or even agnostics are atheists and agnostic to the gods of the Bible, to the gods of the Quran. to the God of the Holy. And
ask him my favorite color, Texas.
I used to be that way. I used to be so anti-religion that I would fight that notion of God constantly if it was ever comes up in the conversation, or like I would always go after that. But what I've realized is, these are just ideas within those monotheistic religions, and these are just ideas within these other.
I thought this was supposed to be on the double slit experiment. What's going on here?
Ideas are probably wrong.
He gets off track.
Yeah, not got there, has it?
No, it hasn't.
Specific.
And we got gophers to get to here. Hurry up, Texas.
He's supposed to be outraged.
Yeah,
I'll message him.
The God.
He's not good at outrage, is he?
No, he's not.
Well, I kind of look at it like George Carlin. It's the great
that's
calculator in different.
Yeah. I like George Carlin.
Agencies.
Oh, he's great.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, always did ever since I was a kid.
I can see it.
I actually like this guy Ludic who's talking. He's actually pretty. I like him. I've heard him talk a few times, and.
Oh, you like? I've never heard him before.
Lie all over and Fibonacci sequences and all this kind of stuff. I mean, that's trippy. That's really trippy.
So I shouldn't be smoking them, but there'll be plenty of time for that later.
Reality built, right?
There could be a source that protects intelligence, but in and of itself, the only consciousness of that is the emergent consciousnesses within its output, which would be like human beings and other alien conscious sentient life.
Jeez, guys, I thought I was walking in to talk to a bunch of materialists. You guys are all talking more new age than my friends.
We're all talking hypothetical mumbo jumbo, right?
Well,
hypothetical.
I grasp at those notions as a compatibilist to try and
Compatibilist?
Yeah, exactly.
How many fucking names?
What the heck is that?
I don't know, dude.
This is why I got fed up with being in that community that they were all in. It's all this and ism that, and I didn't know what half of it fucking meant.
What are you today? Well, I'm an asexual, what the fuck? Comparatist? What did he say?
Parabolist.
CERN is different than software flaws, right? In code.
He sounds like he makes synthetic fur balls for ceramic cats.
More popular idea recently, but I think it's possible that this is a type of simulation.
He's only young. I don't think he's very.
Yeah, he does sound young. True.
Yeah. Pretty smart for how young he is.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Sounds like a load of crap, but it's pretty impressive.
Now, what that follows is that if a god was ever to be created and have the three omnis,
He should join the military. He'd fit right in.
in other words, if that god is an intelligence that's emergent, like human intelligence is emergent.
Emergent? What, like engines are emergent from iron ores?
Machine that has to know everything that ever happened in the Earth, our universe.
Oh, God.
It would have to create a simulation to know every particle state throughout timeline.
That's right. He does.
Right? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we could be a simulation. Right now, we could be a simulation. God
We
exists.
definitely are.
Dead. We once lived, but we're a simulation.
You heard of quantum mechanics?
Playing out the universe.
I think it's possible that
God isn't
Hold
alive.
on, Texas.
We're actually still alive, but eventually some intelligence will transcend and kind of to that singularity trip that what's his name's into, the guy with the keyboards and all that.
The hell?
Is that Google?
Yeah.
Takes
I know
vitamins
you're
like
talking
crazy.
about. Yeah, I know you're talking about.
So
Ray Kurzweil.
Kurzweil, right? So it could be that we're actually alive and it's pushing towards some kind of Kurzweil event to an entity existing at some point in the future that for all intents and purposes is godlike.
So they believe all this bullshit could be, but the Christian God is impossible?
Yeah, right. Sure.
What the fuck?
Yep.
Excuse my language.
I think he's just posing hypotheticals. I don't think he necessarily believes it to be true.
Okay.
Well, I think the word God is a loaded problem. unfortunately. You know, so many people have so many views of what that word means.
Just call him what it is, Cathexis. Jesus Christ. Just tell him.
Around it. I personally don't like saying it. I like saying just create.
I do.
Like,
Get me in there.
Created on this creation to create for creation.
You want an invite?
And I know that probably sounds, you know, very.
That would probably end up pretty bad.
It's something that I see.
Let Cathexis go.
No, it could be that. Like I also see as like I'm the physical manifestation.
He's more politically correct than I am. He's got a softer tone.
Dude. Yeah, he's so diplomatic and bureaucratic. It's just unbelievable.
Yes, yes, he is. He's definitely got that.
With some anomalous inner qualia that we call consciousness. No, there's something to this, and I think
he could sell you some bull crap as flowers, brother.
Literally.
This is a natural human phenomenon. It seems to be existent among all cultures, and I think there is something transcendental about it. Now, is that we're a fragment of God, that we've given ourselves amnesia to come out here and learn about the creation in which He created? Maybe it's a fucking simulation. I don't know. But 5 years ago, I would have argued with myself and told me how stupid I was.
Oh, that sent him for a loop.
He's like, whoa.
Whoa, what?
There's life beyond atheism? Whoa.
Oh, boy. We still got the feed?
But not many atheists are militant in the way that Kat's describing.
Oh, really? The only ones I've come in contact with are sort of on the I don't know. How do you define a militant one?
I don't know. I think the ones that are sort of serious debaters really, you know, kind of people start maybe with that kind of position, but usually abandon it.
Okay.
Because if you start saying there is no God, then you've got to prove there is no God. And,
oh, right, got it.
You know, you're making a positive claim, and whereas if you, so that's the position I take is I don't believe in God, but I don't think anyone else is wrong to.
Right. Well, that's why I'm here. That's why he sent me, Jeremy.
Which is what's man-made.
Fair enough.
And so you kind of really can't say, oh, no, I can look at the trees or the forest or whatever and say, no, this is definitely created. But you have no examples of how that was created or a creator creating that or anything else. So
it's created by a series of events, and those series of events occur within a system, and the said system has a set of rules. And those set of rules, for whatever reason, it manifests in time, like through iterations, it manifests as complexity, like chemical evolution.
Complexity? You're getting confused between complexity, order, and functional sequence complexity, son.
To set it in motion.
What do you mean?
I don't know. That's what's
That's the difference between sand dunes and sand castles.
Kind of lends itself to theism, and in fact, I'd be even bold enough to say Christian theism, and that's two things. We discovered that the universe actually does have a beginning empirically.
Really?
A lot of causes.
That's Jeremy like that. Tell me where you got the matter and the space from.
Like the universe could be eternal. Yeah.
Eternal, really? That's a second law of thermodynamics violation. No problem. You're a scientist, though.
The second thing is,
what do the Christians do with that
blow
information?
ourselves up now. We could actually create World War III, a full nuclear exchange would be hell on earth. It would be, on par with.
What do the Christians say? They say the Big Bang God did it. I mean, they were quickly attached to it, and it is a Jesuit idea. It does from the Catholic.
No, Big Bang's not Christian. Jesuit, not Christian.
Sorry?
You didn't hear me?
Done did it or whatever.
Yeah. But the Christians, they just tap on.
Say that. There's another thing to justify it, isn't it?
Well, sure. What done did the God?
Well, they're using reasoning here, right? They're using sort of logic, right?
Trying to.
I want them to give me the charge, mass, spin, and momentum of a thought.
It's the most crazy
that we're here.
Well, it's time.
And we're not here.
It's time. The arrow of time.
Time. The arrow of time is directly proportional to the second law of thermodynamics, so you're screwed there.
Well, I mean, there are certain. Forgive me for not answering it correctly, but there seems to be certain laws in place that the laws of physics, the way this place works, seems to be ordained a specific way. The more you get into the fine tuning of that, the more you can't.
But the universe didn't start with all those laws. Some of those laws were created after the Big Bang.
Oh, you were there?
He knows it.
Yep. Those are descriptive laws. You're talking about them as if they're prescriptive. You need to justify that.
Well, I understand you're coming from a Big Bang cosmology perspective, correct?
Did I say that?
Well, no. I'm inferring that.
Hey, Jeremy, just on a personal note, you don't really like me saying about the ink, paper, and glue molecules. You don't like that one, do you?
You understand there's a distinct difference between the two.
I didn't really know what you meant by that, to be honest.
Ah, okay. Maybe we could talk about it after cathexis, in the next 3 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
When he finally gets to the point, I'll go ahead and bring it up when he comes back.
A descriptive law is just merely an observation.
I'll explain it to you.
That's it. When you're saying things are following laws, it sounds like you're talking about descriptive and not prescriptive laws.
Well, wouldn't you say that the laws of physics are descriptive?
Yeah, they are descriptive. They're descriptive laws.
Yeah, that's the only thing they are is descriptive.
Of things, just say things. It's like the logical absolutes. I mean, those just vibrations.
There could be
They're pretty absolute.
universes with infinitely different laws. We only find ourselves in the universes that can harbor intelligence.
Oh, that's the fallacy of a relevant thesis there, brother. I wish I could talk to you about it.
Yeah, but like you were just...
All I'm trying to do is straighten out the language here, because otherwise you can end up with an equivocation. That's what I'm trying to avoid.
Oh, you've already hit on plenty of fallacies already, sir.
There's something rather than nothing.
We can explain equivocation to you.
You're able to converse about this. That is, I don't know. It's an indicator to me that there is something unique about this experience.
I don't know. Listening to some of these hangouts, I think we're closer to nothing.
Get to the damn double slit, cathexis.
To be honest.
You sound like a fucking nihilist.
We got gophers to deal with here.
The bottom line is it's all conjecture at this point, so it's kind of. I mean,
really.
We can work each other.
At least he admits that.
At least his side's conjecture. That's good to know.
Things you press a button and the little robot thing talks. Kids drive you crazy with it.
I understand where you're coming from. There's not much to be solved.
I don't. I'm completely lost.
Inches out of paradigm, it lets you think about things differently.
Well, yeah, that's what I like even about the flat earthers is at least they're thinking about our fucking reality as opposed to like Joe Blow. Like, oh, I just got my paycheck on Friday. I'm gonna buy a 6-pack.
You see, and that's the biggest the reason why I consider myself a flat earth apologist, because this topic has made thousands of people go out and try to test the world around them, to question their paradigm, to question authority. And I know it flies in the face of what you guys find to be the holiest of holy, but
preach it, cathexis, preach it.
It's a beneficial thing, no matter what the conclusions are.
Even the flat earthers who may have idiotically held beliefs.
Stereotype fallacy. We'll just add that to the list.
How do you know the world? How do you know the world is round? I don't know. Like,
I don't know.
I met who don't even know why they believe it's round.
I can barely tie my shoes.
Most people don't know why are astronauts weightless when they're in space. Oh well, there's no gravity in space.
Well, no, there is no space.
What 95% of people will tell you.
No, they're perpetually falling.
I hope he wasn't sniped.
Most people are more interested in how they're going to put a meal on the table than worrying about the shape of the earth.
That's true.
I just think
That's
it's
right.
interesting that cosmology has shown that the first 380,000 years of the universe.
Yeah, who snipes him? Like they have a private hangout. I don't understand.
Huh. And he's gone?
In the photon epoch.
Yeah, he's got a couple troll accounts he could go on there, but he'd have to go. Matthew.
So he's coming back. Is he coming back?
It almost looks like he's there. One sec.
questions of why there was a Big Bang or what created the Big Bang or.
No, but I actually think the Big Bang though is
one of y'all should hop in there.
Sure wasn't matter that created the Big Bang, because that would mean it existed before it existed. For God's sake.
You're temporarily taking one unit of measure step back.
Yo, John, you should get in there, bro.
No, it would end up real bad, dude. I don't want to get in there right now.
There could have been time before the Big Bang, but we can't.
Jeremy would start charging me with stuff, and
he said there could have been time before the Big Bang, but we can't test before the Big Bang.
like he could get to even close to the Big Bang. It's preposterous. That's what I'm talking. This is the poster child of what I was talking about before.
Yeah.
But the problem is a lot of this, it does end up being taken dogmatically by a lot of people. Not saying you guys, but I'm just saying in general, I've noticed that in my life. That's what I try to argue against, is scientism. I don't like it. I think it's a very unhealthy
Well, I think maybe you'll find scientism against people that aren't actually in the sciences themselves, because any scientist will tell you that everything is tentative.
As long as it doesn't social sciences in the organization of society, in the sense that it becomes some kind of like technocratic nightmare.
Oh, I think
I got to take a break for a minute. Go ahead on your own there, Tim.
You know,
Cool.
that's the only reason I talk about this stuff.
I'll turn it up. Go ahead. You can comment.
And agenda and read in the institutions of science. We've seen this time and time again. And I don't know. I think that kind of thing can really mess up the progression of humanity. And I think it might have already been affecting us over the past 100 years in certain fields. But that's just my speculation.
Yeah, but I mean, look how much technology has advanced and science has advanced in the last 100 years.
Well, technology and engineering is of course, it relies on a ton of science, but there's a lot of sciences that do not involve technology and engineering. So they're able to progress on their own, merits. But I think that there are sciences like, well, I mean, cosmology is a very interesting situation because, of course, I'm going to mention something you guys are going to hate, but have you guys seen The Principle before?
No, that's what Martin was trying to talk about, right? I think it was that the Armenian guy. Is it the Armenian guy's movie?
No.
Oh no.
Tell him, Kasek. Go ahead, tell him. Spring it on him.
Anyways, no. What it is it's going through the history of astronomy and showing what systems we use with the Ptolemaic system, what other geocentric systems were being considered at the moment. How the heliocentric model came about historically, and what we think about all this now, modern cosmology. It's a fantastic film. A lot of people, especially your side of the fence, really hate on it a lot because it is kind of pushing for geocentricity. But it has an extraordinary amount of information in it that's very beneficial if you care about these things. But if you haven't seen it, you haven't seen it. What I'm saying is, I think that there is a dogma in those fields. I think that there's an agenda to continue to push the heliocentric model over any other ones. And there's evidence that they have done that. And there's evidence that really both coordinate systems work just fine.
How long have we had the heliocentric model? How old is it?
We're about 450 years now, I suppose.
400 years. If somebody figured out it was wrong, don't you think we'd known about it by now?
Argument to age fallacy. We'll chalk that one up to the list.
A geocentric model, and you can.
Yeah, that was pretty weak.
Yeah.
It can only be disproved by on philosophical ground. That's actually.
I don't believe that's the case at all.
Hold on.
In order to do that, you're telling me that people that claim to have flown in low Earth orbit are lying.
No, not at all. No,
Yeah. People lie? Unbelievable.
Wrote that in 1995 in Science and America. And he said that what a lot of people don't realize is that we're choosing our models on philosophical means. Even Hubble admitted this book, Natural Observations, I think. No, observational cosmology. That was wrong. So this is something that you do see spring up in these particular.
He's pulling out Hubble and George Ellis. He's getting hardcore on him.
It's just a matter of what's being pushed philosophically at the time. And I mean, the Copernican revolution is very powerful. It's the reason why we give him so much credit.
Oh, I can't wait till he brings Nietzsche out.
To the epicycles requires energy that violates what we know about Newtonian physics.
Yes,
Newtonian physics is crap.
Dark matter and dark energy that has to exist within this model in order to maintain it. It's actually more than the epicycles.
I don't know.
So what I'm saying is
it's not more of a problem because, like we said, we've sent probes to other planets that are based on all those principles. The heliocentric model, and if the heliocentric model was false, then they wouldn't work.
Huh. Really? Have you heard of free space path loss by chance?
Heliocentric model is just
Probably
an
not.
observation system in order to match up previous observations with future ones. That's all it is. It's descriptional. It isn't reality itself. You're stuck in a model.
Exactly. You observe something, and then you make up a story. There you go.
It suggests that the Earth spins around the sun.
Well, what would be the empirical
Really?
data that you show me right now?
Well, how about astronauts' first-hand accounts and photographs of them floating around in a space?
Oh, Jeremy. John the Gopher.
Space
You're a good sport about it, Jeremy. I'll give you that.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Geocentric.
Somebody would have figured it out by now, and we don't know about it. That's what we've been using.
Oh, plenty of people have figured it out by now. You just don't know where to look.
Oh, wait a minute. What am I talking about? Let me stop and think.
You just said Ellis.
Oh, it's getting good now. I need a bacon sandwich as well.
The wandering of planets.
I'll be right back.
Oh, that sounds good. Yep.
Kepler is a phenomenal mathematician.
That's why I was talking about the epicycles earlier.
Okay, that's what you guys meant? Okay.
No, it has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
So what model works where...
They all work. That's the point. They all
I don't
work.
believe that's the case. If that was the
Then
case,
you haven't
Kepler
done enough
could have
research into it.
That's exactly right.
I'm trying to be disrespectful. I'm being honest with you guys. This is an open secret among cosmologists.
Carl Sagan admitted it.
The coordinate systems work.
George Ellis admitted it.
Using them on philosophical premises.
So does the free space pass loss, does it have to do with
the fact that
oh crap, never mind.
move backwards and then forward again.
Yeah, sending signals from distant places. Yeah.
Let them come back.
The reverse square law?
Yeah, exactly. It's based on it, sure.
The language.
Yeah, he got.
I'm back.
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah, Kepler created orbital mechanics. He mapped out. He took observations. He did math about it and figured
He
out.
took Brahe's observations, in fact.
And he did so. He came from the bias that the sun spins around the Earth.
Yes, he did. Yeah. The
bias. And his empirical data show that was not the case.
Empirical? He doesn't know what empirical means. Empirical, and then he says model. Oh, goodness gracious. Give me a minute.
Oh, I'd have to look at that. I thought you were talking about just the orbital mechanics that he devised that do work.
The thing is, if it spins around in the matter that you're suggesting, how do you propose that planets appear to move in the sky and then move backward and then forward again?
Well, hold on. I'm not suggesting
retrograde, of
that
course.
They're different. Okay, what I'm suggesting is that these are models that we're using to describe observation. And with that,
right? But don't you find that's obvious, isn't it?
Well, yes, but it's not obvious to a lot of people.
What observations correlate with what we see with empirical measurement?
Yes, but both.
And a geocentric Earth doesn't offer explanation for what I'm describing.
Both coordinate systems work just fine, and you would not be able to disprove it based on observations. It would only be dismissed philosophically.
That's not true. What do you? I don't understand what you mean by coordinate systems. No, they can't explain why you can do parallax to the closer stars.
Parallax.
Yeah, redshift, parallax.
What are you talking about?
I'd like to see them provide an example of their parallax. I'm going to challenge one of these guys one day.
Well, John, it turns out you can only see it with a satellite that we don't have any.
Yeah, all right. I'll just count the assumptions.
The universe revolves around the Earth. There is no way that you could do a parallax observation. There would be no parallax.
Really?
No parallax.
That's
Look, I think you're making a lot of assumptions.
That's an assumption.
You know that. Yeah.
With all due respect.
Yep. There's a number of assumptions with that, not just one.
How does your geocentric Earth explain?
It's not mine. First of all, I want to make this very clear.
Yeah, right. I liked how he did that. That was nice.
Not mine. I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. I'm just talking about this.
You said it works well. You say the geocentric model works just as well as the heliocentric one does.
Yeah, let me get you the quote. Let me get you the quote. 1 second.
No, you think.
I told you exactly that. I told you what I think. I'll find you the exact quote.
Found a problem with your geocentric model. He's only asking you how it's explained.
Does it explain retrograde motion? I have to remember the
I'd like to. I've heard that a bunch of times. This retrograde nonsense. I want them to explain the retrograde orbits of Venus and Uranus and all the friggin' moons from their little fairy tales.
Everything fell within Newtonian physics that Kepler was talking. All the observations.
Let me.
What force could act on the planets?
Jesus.
Hold on, guys. You're getting way ahead of yourself here. Getting way ahead of yourself. Okay, let me just read this real quick. Okay. Look, you're getting ahead of yourself. Look, this is George Ellis, Scientific American, who wrote Thinking Globally, Acting Universally in 1985. He said, people need to be aware that there is a range of models that could explain the observations. For instance, I can construct you a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth at the center, and you cannot disprove it based on observations. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. In my view, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. What I want to bring to the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models.
Is that contingent
Shut up, dude. Of course he had to fucking interrupt him.
That worse.
Yep. Yeah, that's over there.
You read the article, please.
All right, well, if you're going to consider the epicycles to be real and what's actually
why do you have to go find it? You were just reading off something. Weren't you just reading off something?
Here, I want to get you the actual article. I was reading off the specific.
Why is he saying that about epicycles? We can observe them. They're observable. We know that they're real.
Yeah, they're hard to explain on a geocentric model with Newtonian physics, basically.
I'm not talking about disproving it.
Well, it is if you're going to offer a model to explain the retrograde motion of planets.
No, your argument is
you're making a ton of assumptions about what it is that this guy is saying right now, and it's not that.
Kath, your argument is basically that.
Would you be surprised if I could destroy Newtonian physics in one fell swoop?
Explain it with two alternative models, and the model.
I think you've done it with me before, actually.
I was talking about the other gentleman.
It's being chosen by philosophical premises, okay?
Which is subjective.
No, I'm glad you did,
because
you said the Einsteinian. I didn't really.
Subjective thing. They have a process.
Yeah, I was
Really
focusing on Newtonian component. And if you'd get to the double split experiment while we're young.
And he shows motion. Geocentric.
Yeah, say while we're young.
Universe.
I'm not necessarily talking about
no pun intended, because the double split experiment is
of
course
geocentric debate with him. He wasn't
right
pitching it.
The planet observed spin that we cannot see. And does that line up with any empirical data?
Well, does your 97% of dark energy and dark matter line up with any empirical data?
Uh-oh.
No,
we're not talking about.
Of course not.
We are talking about that because it needs to be
we're now talking about
relevant
heliocentric equation. No, it's not. It needs to be there.
Heliocentric equation. He's going off the reservation.
You're saying that there is no undiscovered dark energy or dark matter that exists locally in our solar system. Is that what you're saying? We don't need it to explain.
Oh, so there's dark matter locally existing that's causing.
No. I'm talking about the equation. There's no such thing as dark matter, dark energy. Those are placeholders for the equation. Okay.
I love watching these.
It's not here at the solar system level because they don't need it.
Something that has
Right.
mass. Something that has mass. What you're trying to propose.
Ahead of yourself.
The only way retrograde motion works with a geocentric Earth by looking at observation of planetary retrograde motion is if there is a gravitational body sitting at the planet that's causing the planet.
Gravitational body? What the hell?
I have no idea. Yeah.
The animation alone is enough to explain the only way that they can explain it away.
Dude, you need to take a little break on the ball.
Two bodies. You add all the other bodies into the solar system, and those masses would have an impact on the whole system.
Yeah, that's
And
right.
why is it that
They'd be
these
moving around like.
mysterious-
Yeah, sorry.
These mysterious unexplained epicycles occur to match the heliocentric model. What are the
Yeah.
odds of that?
They are exactly. You're right.
Epicycles
That's correct. Thank you.
They're explain the observation of the retrograde motion.
What do you guys
They're
mean by
caused by the relative
epicycle?
position.
Look at your language in my head. Epicycle.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that.
Language, really?
Yeah, I mean that was what they used to explain retrograde motion before the heliocentric model became established.
Yeah, they need a
We propose invisible three-toed gnomes.
A larger one. Okay. Well,
Disprove me. Spinning them in retrograde.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's in your animation.
Yeah.
There's an epicycle in there.
Yeah, and that epicycle has to be created by some kind of planetary or gravitational body.
Oh, in your paradigm it does, sure.
Uh-oh, there we go again.
Yeah, that's right. And how did our satellites that are orbiting Mars, manage to maintain orbit?
Jeez. I got the gopher.
A lot of different things that don't need to be conflated. I get
It's almost sweet, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, your model is.
The gopher.
It's like
his model.
It's like a baby glober.
A baby glober, yeah.
It's so cute.
They're so cute. That
Explain that it lines up with empirical observation.
There's not just one geocentric model.
Hey, Tim, I got to hand it to you, man. You got a good sense of humor on you.
Thanks, man. You too.
Yeah, yeah. I like it.
You're pushing it, own it.
What? Did you manage to muster the
Is Cordis on paid leave? I'm surprised Cordis ain't ripping Cathexis a new one like he always does with loud screaming.
Oh, I'll tell you what. I like the corner Cordis.
Yeah, true, dude. You'd get him good.
Don't tell him that, Jeremy. I tried to one day, but he didn't come back.
So I'm trying to find it.
What, you shut him up? Oh shit. Their hangouts just ended.
Did they?
Yep.
I was gonna tell you, man, Tim, if he doesn't get to the point, snipe him out of there.
Let's get back to
our Mars monkey or whatever.
Mars monkey is Jeremy here.
Jeremy, you still there? Oh, he's making a bacon sandwich, isn't he?
Oh, that's right.
Well, I'm now eating it.
Oh, that's good. I love bacon, man.
Yeah, me too, man. God, I love it.
No,
Pigs are superheroes. They turn grass into bacon.
Can you share that, Jeremy?
What, my bacon sandwich? No way.
Oh, that'd be nice. Maybe that space gopher.
Oh yeah, hold on. Space gopher coming up.
Nice.
Space Gopher.
So did you guys hear that pretty well? And did you get echoes when you were
Yeah,
talking?
no, I could hear it well. It's good.
Wow.
No, hear it well.
Nice.
Well.
Nice.
Okay, so here is the Space Gopher. Can you see? I should go to the page actually, shouldn't I?
That's a really good picture you had up there.
Yeah. Oh gosh, this has
The
got
other
loads
one.
on. Oh, this is it.
Yeah, the other one in the right-hand corner. That was real. Yeah, that's a really good picture right there.
So this is it.
Yeah.
I wish I could see what you are looking at.
I am presenting.
I think I hit the
Yeah,
wrong
you're good, dude.
Hank, can you see it?
No, let me try taking it off of tablet mode. Hang on a second.
Click on him.
Hey, Tim, tell Cathexis to get back here and leave those guys alone.
Yeah, I will. They really didn't put up much of a fight for him, truthfully.
No.
No.
He went there and slayed ass.
I think he did pretty damn good. Shit. Better than I could.
Yeah, he did a good job there.
Oh, there he is. He's back.
Oh my God, those kids.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Kids.
The Glovers are really cute at that age.
They are. Oh, you guys listen to me here?
Yeah. We did more than listen.
Oh, he comments and everything. Well, I was trying to be nice. Did you hear them go all like, out of their atheist box for a little bit in the beginning there?
Yeah, your geocentric model is bullshit, dude. Explain epicycles. It's like, wait, what?
Dude, I wasn't even talking about that shit. They were getting way too ahead of themselves. And they got so upset about that.
Yeah. What happened to the double slit experiment, for God's sake?
I was going with the flow. I didn't want to. Yeah, they weren't talking about that at the moment, and I didn't want to jump all over it.
Well, if you would have did that, they would have just started yelling and cussing because I don't think they would have been able to comprehend it. They're just little ones.
Dude, well, you got a couple older guys over there too that were trying to jump in, and it's funny, but yeah, they're all atheists over there. So like, I was happy to hear that conversation they had in the beginning.
They were getting trolled. Did they know that?
I wasn't trolling them that hard, but I was
No,
like
not
trying
you.
to.
We were.
What were you doing in their chat?
Yeah.
Nice.
Not in the chat. We were providing a play-by-play color commentary. I mean, I was the leader, kind of.
That's funny. Yeah, it was a good time. They just got too aggressive at the end there. Like, I'm not there for that kind of nonsense. You read them one quote and look what happens.
They interrupt you and talk about epicycles and shit.
That geocentric, that I've never heard you explain that, man. Actually, so well.
Really? Oh, well, thanks. Yeah, I was kind of on point there tonight. Yeah, that's an issue for me. That's the reason why I like make this argument. Like, people are stuck in models. They're stuck in coordinate systems, and they think that's reality. When it's not. It's just fucking math that backs up observations. It's it. They have this visual idea of a solar system that's been fed to them since their fucking crib with the things spinning around every night. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen the solar system idea, and all we see is just lights in the sky that move a certain way. We have no idea if that's what reality actually is up there.
No.
But these guys were like NASA nonsense. Well, how would this satellite over Mars do? First of all, you believe all that shit to begin with. I can't help you.
Just think about the things that you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
that could be impacting. I mean, you have so many variables. It's unbelievable.
Oh, it's ridiculous. And these people are so certain.
Yeah.
That's what really gets me. These people are so certain.
Yep. And they say we a lot. Like we were back, testing the parallax yesterday. The red shift, we were looking at background radiation.
Like he was doing that shit yesterday in his backyard. We did it. Fucking clowns.
So what do we think about this space chipmunk?
It was a monkey. Now it's a chipmunk.
It's clearly a chipmunk.
What do you think, Jem?
It's
you're
a
a resident. You're a resident local-headed guy here.
It looks like a rock to me.
You are a fucking clown, Jeremy, if you honestly are saying that in front of us tonight.
It's a honey badger.
Can you zoom in on it? Like, can you make it bigger?
I think that's about as big as it's going to get, where it's
clear. Yeah. Right.
He's like, I don't want to see it bigger. No, don't do it.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. I'm putting in tomato ketchup and bacon.
Because there definitely is enough pixels to be able to make it out better if you could zoom in.
Wait a second. You got ketchup on a bacon sandwich?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise, man. And
He's
tomato.
British, man.
He's a proper Welshman.
Don't say that. He'll get mad.
I know.
I asked him what Martin Leakey was, and he's like, Welsh. But no, that's really, dude. That seriously is a small marmot. I hate to say it, dude.
Marmot.
Or
so
whatever.
the question is, I guess we found life on Mars, huh?
That's what
That's
I
exactly what
That's
we
what
found.
I put in my.
I'm sorry, Jeremy. There's no way around it. That's not a fucking rock, dude. There are two rocks next to it, in front of it and behind it, but that is clearly a marmot.
I'd also like to draw your attention to the fact that if you look at the edges of this image,
It's got a tail.
Goodness,
It's got feet. It's got fucking eyes. It has a snout. It has ears. I'm looking at it. What are you talking about?
You can see that this picture is made up of several other pictures.
Oh, fuck off.
So we see that. Look.
Now he's pulling. It's fake. It's a composite. I know it. It's fake. Somebody made this.
Let me.
Let you finish.
Yeah, let me finish. As you can see, it's made up of several other images, presumably taken within a few seconds of each.
I see.
So you would expect that if this animal appeared here in this one image, we would expect maybe to see it in another.
That is such a
scurried off,
fucking.
dude.
That is mental
went home.
gymnastics like I've never heard before. Are
Well,
you getting
why-
tired from those?
Well, okay, so maybe it's so you think it's sleeping there out.
No, it just happens to be there. They'll move on to the moment. Who knows?
And I think that this supposed tail here probably is a rock behind.
Forget the tail. Look at the eyes, arms, ears, and snout.
Yeah, that's a little more important.
Any eyes? I mean, where are the eyes? Is what
The
this
dark,
dark
right?
spot?
What?
Is that the eye? Is that what you mean?
No, little. That's the cheek you had it on. Then right above the cheek, you see the eye.
Well,
Matthew
And then
says
there's
it's
the
a
ear.
lemming. Matthew says it's a lemming, and they're native to Devon Island.
Yeah,
No.
I was thinking Devon Island too, and there
No.
are some creatures out there that look similar, but
No.
I think John might be right.
Yeah,
I think John might be right. This
Yeah.
one might have been done out the Mojave.
it's a Mojave ground squirrel, man. I've seen them before. It's a spitting image of it.
I know. I thought they were the ones from Devon Island at first, but after John showed me some more, I'm pretty sure it's that.
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, Jeremy, they're not in Mars. It's a fucking light in the sky. It's not what you think it is, dude. I'm sorry. It's not terra firma.
Look,
I don't
this
care what
is
the shape
just-
of the Earth is,
how
but that's
can you not?
nonsense.
How can you not? Let me look at it. Look.
It's so
It's
cute.
the same color as the two rocks next to it.
Oh, that's why they couldn't find it. They
appears to
fucked
be
up.
made of exactly the same stuff.
Mm-mm. They fucked up. They couldn't see it, and we fucking spotted it.
I didn't say anything. I
Deal
told
with
my
it.
wife. She started laughing.
Deal with it, Jeremy. Deal with it. It's okay. They probably have an excuse on Metabunk for it. I swear to God, that's a fucking critter.
It wasn't that long ago that I was looking at these Martian pictures going, why are they fucking blurred? Why are they Photoshopped? Why are they hiding stuff? They were probably hiding life. And I caught on to that shit. And I didn't know what they were hiding it for. I just knew that they were lying, basically.
Yeah, that's a pretty clear picture. The original picture was pretty clear. You can almost see it in the damn original. Almost.
I'm looking it up on Metabunk. Let's see.
That's what I was thinking about doing too, actually.
Here we go. Claim rock. Oh, they call it a rock with appendages on Mars. That's what they call it. Hold on.
Nice.
I'm gonna read this shit. Okay, so another Mars image that's either a hoax or an artifact of too much image processing. Oh, that's a different one. Hold on, let me find that.
Oh, sorry. Come on.
I was about to say, damn, that's a terrible excuse.
Yeah. That would have been bad.
Here's space.com. Okay, this is just as bad. Space.com is like mainstream as hell. Yeah, it's the actual picture. Okay, so this is back in 2013. Once seen, it cannot be unseen. The Mars rat captured by curiosity. Okay, a Mars rock that bears a passing resemblance to a rodent is scuttling across the internet with gusto, even inspiring some fans to set up a Twitter account in its name. UFO buffs spotted the purported Mars rat in a panoramic photo snapped in 2012. Zooming in on the portion of the image reveals what appears to be a rodent crouching between two rocks, its nose to the ground. Let's see. Looks similar to a squirrel, and then
let me give you my spill on it.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I wrote when I posted it on the forums. Hold on a second.
Here, let's see.
You're gonna love this.
Oh, pareidolia refers to the tendency of the human brain to perceive animals or other familiar shapes in vague and random images. The phenomena has fueled a great deal of. Remember what I said earlier before I left? I said a fucking 1,000 people who see the same thing. It's not pareidolia. It's just not, dude. Oh my God. Oh no, not whatsoever.
Well, to a certain extent, a Rorschach test is gonna get 1,000 people to say the same thing.
Okay, here's where they go full retard. Right here, it's highly unlikely. Listen, it's highly unlikely that a rat, squirrel, lizard, or any other organism could survive on the cold, dry Martian surface today. Researchers say, though some scientists think the red planet may still be able to support microbial life. So they literally think that people aren't saying it's all fake. They think that they found a fucking rodent on Mars. That's what they're arguing against. They're like, no, it's not a rodent on Mars. We're on Mars. I promise we're on Mars. It's just a rock. We promise. Don't mention fakery whatsoever. Oh, come on.
Jim, what do you think about that? You're a resident non-conspiracy theorist. Our token what's that, what was that white guy's name on Antonio's show?
Brian Cox?
No, Antonio Subarats.
What about him?
Oh, okay, you're Adam Joseph Doty. Go ahead, Adam.
Adam Joseph, our token.
Antonio Antonio
Cigarettes. Well, I just think it's a rock, and I just think we are prone to seeing animals and shapes and things like that in things, and it's not the first time it's happened. There was another one actually a few years ago where
I'm looking at that
more of
one.
an upright one, wasn't it?
An upright one, a kangaroo.
And there was also one that it looked like a bone as well. I don't know if you've seen that one. That really, really looks like a bone, and then you see like a wider shot of it. It just looks like a rock again,
I gotta admit, I suffer from pareidolia quite a bit, especially when I was younger. The spray-on ceilings? I could see infinite amounts of shapes and all kinds of patterns and shit. Like,
you see gophers?
Here we go. Forget the mouse on Mars. Here we go. Forget the mouse on Mars. Now a monkey has been found on the red planet.
There we go.
Let me look at this picture. It kind of looks like a monkey, actually. But that's pareidolia. See that this image here looks very, very pareidolia. But the other one, that's clearly a rodent. I do not know how you can't see that. I really don't.
Well, I mean,
it's not pareidolia.
I mean, you haven't got a lot to go on, have you? I mean, it's got a really weird head, hasn't it?
It doesn't.
I mean, it's got.
Can you bring up an image of those particular breeds? Can you?
Go ahead. Bring up the image of it, Jeremy.
I'm on my mobile. I can't. Can somebody? What are they called again? Yeah, let me.
It's a Mojave ground squirrel.
Mojave ground squirrel.
Yeah, maybe it was in the pictures. I don't know. If no one has it, I'll bring it up.
Actually,
let me see.
Just get.
Holy shit. Okay, I'm done. Go look at. Just type in Mojave ground squirrel and look at images, please. Holy shit.
Oh boy.
It's a preponderance of evidence, Jim Panta.
Right.
Preponderance.
So now look at this supposed squirrel here. Now, I mean,
are you going to pick some that don't look quite right? Is that what you're going to do?
Look, I mean, where's its neck and head? Where did they begin and end?
I agree.
Because if its neck is here, this sort of pinched bit here, and this
Go
is its
look
head,
up the Mojave ground squirrel.
then that means its leg is attached to its head.
No, it's behind its head. Go look at the fucking Mojave ground squirrel.
I was thinking that too, Jim.
Come on, dude. Go look at it. Just type it into Google right now. Mojave ground squirrel. Do it.
I don't know.
We gotta break your paradigm somehow. This shit's ridiculous.
It don't look like a rock to me. It looks like a squirrel.
Thank you very much for your objectivity,
Flamingo. I mean, I believe in a few little, Steve Avery type bullshit conspiracies.
You don't believe in a bunch of nutty conspiracies?
No.
Okay. Oh, well, look at that. Holy shit.
Now, come on.
How about that second one from the left on the second row?
Second row, that one.
That one right there. Look at that one. Look where his leg is in relation to the head. And that's from an angle facing more forward. If you were to be looking more sideways, then the head was be looking forward.
If we're to determine where its neck is and where its, where
the necks are.
Hold on, where its body ends and its head begins, it's going to be around about here somewhere, isn't it? And the leg. The leg is very much attached to the body.
Just go look at some more pictures. You're looking at different angles and come on, dude.
Whereas
you're trying real hard, dude.
Whereas in our other image,
you're trying so hard, Jeremy.
Laughing? Is that Tim laughing?
Yeah. It's great.
If I keep closing windows, eventually I'll get back to the right one.
Right. I know. I got like 18 tabs up right now too.
Hey, did you read my synopsis?
Oh, where'd you put it?
I put it over in a side chat.
Oh, I don't have it. What does it say? Someone read it off.
Oh, here's the squirrel.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, please.
All right. Reach for comment. NASA officially stated no comment. Unofficially, NASA astrobiologists who spoke collectively under the condition of ambiguous anonymity, who affectionately called it that wascally weasel, are forced to conclude, due to the complete absence of fossils on the entire planet, that evolution, whatever that is, they didn't know when queried, has been rolled out, and since the rocks found beside the furry vermin, carbon dated to 8.2 billion years, plus or minus 8.2 billion years, that is a clear case of an immortal furry varmint that poofed itself into existence whole from absolutely nothing sometime before the Big Bang, solely from its inherent, non-inherent deterministic free will, who burrowed, quantum squirrel tunneling perhaps, its way through almost all of the 560 power plus or minus 10 to the 560 power other universes, sustaining itself on dark matter acorn remnants before redshifting through a black hole into Mars reality.
Holy shit.
Next up, achromatic rainbows on Neptune, followed by the world premiere of how you can have a vacuum attached to a non-vacuum in the same system simultaneously, and the death of the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay, I gotta say, you're wrong about the 8.2. It's 18.2 billion years. So apparently Mars was made like right after the beginning of the universe, according to them.
Hank,
If that's really what he said.
No,
I was being facetious. You can't carbon date rock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's fantastic. It's so much pseudoscience layered on top of each other. I love it.
Yeah,
I thought, the second half was. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was whole big facetious, sarcastic.
Oh, it's great.
Come on, Hank.
All I gotta say,
he's like
all I gotta
fact checking
say is
your.
I'm really stoned right
He's
now.
fact checking the 10 to the 560 power universes.
You're good, Hank.
Plus or minus 10 to the 560 power.
Derp.
Yeah.
So Flamingo, why do you have a
pretty messed
picture
up.
of the
Go ahead.
flat Earth?
Well,
Flamingo, I see you have a picture of the flat Earth proof right there.
This is Charlotte from Grandfather Mountain. Grandfather Mountain is 112 miles away. That's a suspension bridge that goes a mile across, and I've been there before. This isn't my picture, but now that I know about this whole hangout and stuff, I will be bringing my camera next time I go.
Isn't
skiing.
that crazy?
Nice.
Well, that's 112 miles away. So when I hear people say, "Well, you can't see certain miles or certain distances," boats,
dude, it's clearly refraction.
When people say things like things disappear due to perspective, I point them to this picture and be like, well, this shouldn't be visible because of my perspective, right?
Well, it shouldn't be visible because of the curvature of the Earth.
Well, no, because
Wait,
that's 500.
nothing goes invisible due to perspective.
Above.
That's angular diameter just
5,300 feet. Now, when I'm at the tallest tower there at Bank of America, I can't turn around and see the mountain. But from this mountain, you can see Charlotte clearly.
Oh, it's from a mountain. Oh, those are clouds. Wait, what is that? It looks like an ocean.
No, that's Earth. That's the Earth. That's not clouds. That's the Earth.
That's the Earth. Okay, so that's at how high up? 5,000?
5,300 feet.
At 121 miles.
At 112 miles.
Okay, I gotta check that. How high up is the city though?
Oh hell, I don't know. Like I said, I don't look into shit like that.
You have to check, dude.
Let's see.
But yeah, when I'm in Charlotte, and I've been to that Bank of America building, I've took a tour of it. And
okay,
you can't
here we
see
go.
the mountain, but you can from the mountain you can see the city.
5,000 what you said? Sorry.
5,300 feet. That's the height of the bridge.
Okay. And then total distance 121 miles.
112.
Here we go.
112.
Okay, whatever. Excuse me. Okay. 112. Calculate it.
You should be able to see it. That's pretty high.
Yeah, it's high. Yeah, but I didn't know what the height of where you're looking at though is. But here's what it says: the amount of hidden should be 348 feet, but the distance to the horizon says 89 miles. So you can, of course, see behind the horizon, quote unquote, by, up to the 112. So 348 feet needs to be missing from that at that height.
There are so many other variables you can't.
Oh, I know. You could tell the atmospheric problems by looking at it.
Swells and waves.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, that's.
But you're still seeing
He's
quite a
laughing
lot.
about
Yeah, but look, you can look and see damn near the base of those things. I swear to God.
Even if you can't, you got to.
The Bank of America building roughly 900 feet.
And what's only taken away from it? About 150? Not even.
How do you know?
You shouldn't be able to see that much. I'm visually estimating.
that's not going to be good enough for Jeremy now. You can't be doing
no,
that.
I'm defending my confirmation bias, just like you did with the rat. So whatever.
It's not a rat.
Well, it's good on you though. But when they say from perspective, that just means the angular diameter of the objects are shrinking as they go away at a particular rate.
And
so
the attack angle of attack.
Okay, wait a second.
Don't forget the angle of attack.
What does refraction? What are the effects of refraction? Does anyone know?
No, I don't. I have no clue.
Well, it's a warping or distorting of the usually some type of mirage effects, etc. But
let me
the bending of the
go
light
ahead.
Let
through
me
a
be more
medium.
specific. Let me be
Go
more
ahead.
specific. Terrestrial refraction. That means the refraction that we see, not celestial refraction or any other that crap. I'm talking about more or less horizontal refraction. So what are the refraction effects?
Like mirage effects.
None of that photo. I'm just saying refraction effects in general.
Mirage effects.
Okay, you got mirages. Anything else?
Well, I mean, there's several different types of mirages, and then you have sinking and looming and
superior. Right.
You've got, you have what's it called? Fata Morgana. You have which is an inversion. You have sinking and looming. Sinking is what we deal with when we're dealing with boats over the horizon.
Say that one more time. Say that one more time.
Sinking and looming. Those are
Thank you very much.
Yeah, those are the two main ones that you experience. And that's what causes the hull of the ship to be obscured as it goes further away from you.
Thank you very much. Next subject, please.
So what was that? Atmospheric conditions, angle of attack, all of that.
What about atmospheric lensing? Is that a thing where it magnifies it?
I think that exists for the sun and moon personally, but they swear up and down that has nothing, that it doesn't exist in any way, shape, or form. And if you do happen to see the moon or the sun larger on the horizon, it's because of what's called relative size, meaning that on the horizon, it gives you like a visual indicator. So it looks bigger than it would in the sky. Yet if you were to measure it, like put your thumb out and like measure it, see how big it is to your thumb, it would be the same size. But I don't believe that. I think there is a lensing effect that goes on.
Have you guys ever seen like a really foggy night and somebody's got a bonfire and it lights up the whole sky?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think that's kind of what's going on, but in a smaller way. I think that the light is bouncing off of the particles and maybe dispersing just a hair, but they say it doesn't happen, but that's not what I see.
Oh, but you have big problems with apparent locations of things, especially
especially the sun.
By their story. If we're going by their story, then all your parallax baloney goes out the window.
Yeah,
because
if you're under the gaseous sky, it's all being shifted through refraction.
It's over.
Yeah,
it's
and the
over.
same with the sun. Same with the sun and moon. The apparent location is not the actual location at all. So this is something that's not taken into account and used against flat earthers constantly. Yeah, I'm with you, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got called a liar for bringing that up.
Yeah, I think I heard that day. It's ridiculous, man. These guys get so stuck into thinking they're right constantly.
I guess my question would be, why can't I see the mountain from that Bank of America tower?
Well, are you 5,000 feet up? In that Bank of America
the mountain
tower?
is much higher than that, though. I wasn't even at the peak.
Oh, that's a
You
good
probably
question.
could on the right day.
Yeah. Atmospheric conditions matter. They do. Quit laughing every time it's hurt.
But I'm looking down through the same atmospheric conditions.
Well, not necessarily. The moment you take that picture now, and by the time you travel 112 miles over to check it, it's going to be different. Heat distorts it rapidly. I mean, within minutes, it could warp the image to a point where you can't see it anymore, or to a point where you can see all of it, damn near. It's really crazy how fast the atmospheric.
But if that were true, that at some point someone could have taken a photo of the mountain from the tower.
I'm sure you can get it at some point. It's just a matter of being there at the right time.
Can you test it?
Well, I can test these two positions because I live here in Charlotte, and I have access to the Bank of America Tower, and I also have access to Grandfather Mountain.
You should go out and do a couple tests.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm going there this January. I go there every January.
No. Observations aren't tests.
Well, all right, John. What should he do then?
You can't do anything. That's the point.
Well, he wants to observe it. That's really what the issue is.
Well, you can observe all day long and come up with a story, but I've just given you, I had a point, there was a method to my madness about refraction effects. That standard refraction is friggin' baloney. because there is no standard refraction.
Mm-mm. It's always variable. Always.
Yeah. Always.
By the minute, by the second.
Yeah.
And that's why if you go look at my videos about this, that I had hangouts with Charles and hangouts with I think it was Christopher Hitchslap. I did 2 shows on this issue, and that's where these guys get that little meme making fun of me every time I mention atmospheric conditions, swells, waves, angle of attack, and whatever. Yeah, I think it's absolutely important, and these are variables that globalists typically don't mention. And that's because it kills their argument, unfortunately.
I don't think it does. I think it makes the argument a bit sort of woolly around
You think
the edges.
that? Well, I'm sorry, Jeremy. You think that rat is a fucking rock? So whatever, dude.
Hold on. You can't.
Your bias is kicking in, dude. Atmospheric conditions matter tremendously. For all of that.
They certainly make a difference, but you know, if you're going to attribute, you know, things going over the horizon to atmospheric conditions, then those atmospheric conditions need to be not changing. They need to be pretty much the same all the time.
No, that's not true. Because what happens is the boats go over that curvature at variable distances based off of the atmospheric conditions. Some days I can see a boat 20
They
miles
still go
out.
over a curvature, though, don't they?
Well,
There's never a time when they don't.
No, not always.
No, they don't.
Not always. Sometimes they just disappear. There's a lot of factors here.
What circumstances do they not go over a curvature?
When it's cold and crisp, you just see them move away from you to the point where your angular diameter is too small for you to actually pick up.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, there's some days.
Well, that would depend on the size of the vessel you were looking at, wouldn't it?
Okay, what's your independent variable?
He's got you.
We're not talking about. There's no independent variables in this.
That's right. Then it's not science. Then.
We're just making observations, and that's my observation.
I don't think you are.
I live on the Gulf. I've done
I
this.
don't think you are, and I don't think you can realistically claim that these atmospheric conditions are responsible.
Jeremy, I wouldn't say this unless I know it to be at least true.
Pretty much consistently.
No, it's not, Jeremy. Do you live on the water?
When we see the horizon.
Do you live on the water?
No, I don't. But I have.
I live 3 miles on the Gulf, okay? And there's a port right next to it through Port Charlotte. I see boats non-stop. And on variable conditions, I see them further out and further in, sometimes going over a curve at a very short distance, sometimes not at all. I'm not kidding, dude.
You are.
No, I'm not. I'm really not, dude.
We never. There's never no point.
Yeah, you look out a window one day, this ocean.
Longer than it should.
It's just an edge. It's so close.
No, I'm sorry. On cold, crisp days, the amount of refraction is very limited, and they do not have that obscuring effect. I can see them much further out. On a hot, humid day, they start going over it like 3 to 5 miles out. You can't see past that opaque moisture deck.
Opaque moisture.
Anyways, we'll leave it alone. I'm not here to convince people. I'm just saying it's my observations. Yeah. It's whatever.
Wow. Yeah, it's just an observation. Like I said, you can't. You don't test anything. What's your independent variable? Your eyelids?
I think there's a rat on Mars, so you know, I don't have to worry about your observation.
You think there's a rock on Mars instead of a rat? So, what can I say?
Oh, Jeremy, our other point that we were discussing, the one that you don't like when I bring it up. Most people don't like that one.
What's that?
I usually tell them, yeah, the ink, paper, and glue molecules, authoring technical instruction manuals and blueprints. It's an analog.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, the ink, paper, and glue molecules are analog to pentose sugars, nucleobases, and activated phosphates. And the analog for the technical instruction manuals is DNA.
DNA, yeah. It can't just manufacture itself. It's
no,
there.
Because it's information. You need to tune into the next on Monday evening. We're going to go over information.
Yeah, and actually, Jeremy, you would probably be more interested in this. I know that you've gone down that path of genetics and evolution when dealing with the atheist arguments and whatnot. But this is what this is about. And he's got a fantastic presentation about information and genetics. Agree with it or not, doesn't matter. It's still going to be interesting for you, I hope.
Yeah, there's all the sciences. Sorry to interrupt you, Jeremy. All the sciences, all the actual sciences. I know you hate when I do that, but genetics, quantum mechanics, biochemistry, those are all information sciences now. All
yeah, absolutely.
And information is supernatural by definition. So you'll like the presentation.
It's not quantifiable. Yeah.
Well, you can't put it in a jar and paint it red.
Yeah. And that's
So,
outside of the materialist paradigm.
Hey, sorry, 1 second, Jeremy, before you respond. Hey, Cathexis, did you see the red line I put on there? And I went kind of off the reservation with the next bit. Or you didn't read it yet?
No, I haven't opened it up yet. I was planning on.
Well,
I'll look at it here tomorrow.
I think I might have to bust that up because.
Well, we'll get together on Sunday with it and put together the program. Or whatever,
yeah, I think I might have to subtract that part out because it gets a little bit too technical. I don't know. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later. For sure.
Right. Go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. I'm going to get to bed, actually, I think. But I can leave the hangout running. It's no problem.
Okay.
Well, thanks, man. Peace out.
Well,
Appreciate you, Jeremy.
Appreciate
I
it,
need
man.
to find a way of it won't let me load the control room, which is really annoying.
Yeah, it was happening earlier today, and since you
turn the sound down.
You don't have a manual way of turning it down?
Bottom right-hand corner of the desktop screen should be able to turn it down.
Yeah, I could do it that way, couldn't I? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'll do it that way.
Well,
All right,
good night,
guys.
Jeremy. I
Good to
appreciate
chat.
it.
See you later.
All right.
Later,
I hope
man.
you dream
Later,
of marmots on Mars.
I'm gonna stay in the hangout because
it'll
end if I don't. Yeah,
We'll
see you
see
later,
you.
John. Good to chat.
Yeah,
You guys.
yeah,
Bye.
good chat, man. We ain't gonna
Take
talk
care.
about you while you're gone.
He's gonna keep the volume up just to make sure.
Yeah, we don't do that nonsense.
I do want to say something real quick. I don't know if you guys know, but I'm part Cherokee, so I want to look at the world from their point of view. Like, they don't have much of a history other than, the Great Spirit or the Father put them on this land, and before the Europeans came and did all the pelt gathering and everything, they called it the land of the plenty. And the reason they called it that because it was obvious to them that they were put there and there was so much food to choose from because there was not that many people, and it was like food everywhere. It was like us going to the stream, and it was like way better than McDonald's. There was like way more food than what they got in your average fast food place. So it was obvious to them. I don't think there was very many atheist Cherokee before the Europeans came. And I just want to say that when you look at it now it's different. Now the land has been altered by men a little more than it was back then. But if you try to look at the world from their point of view, the land of the plenty meant that they're not going to starve. They're living like kings off the land. And it's just impossible to them to see it like it just happened that way.
Yeah, no, I agree. When I look around nowadays, I see creation. I don't see it any other way.
Down to the, you don't even have to get into quantum mechanics. Once you get down to, if you look, I remember my first day in, university and biology course, and we were looking at cells, and I was looking in there, and I looked down in there and looked at all the apparatuses, Golgi apparatus and all that stuff. And I looked in there and I see what was going on. I said, I remember looking up and saying, "You got to be kidding me!" and from that point, I was like, "Come on, guys, give me a break." It's like, it's 10 times worse than the gopher picture.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. It's so
you know
obvious to those who study it.
It's so obvious that and I question, especially people that come on and say, "Well, I got a biology degree," or especially anybody, even in the vicinity of biochemistry,
who claims to be an atheist. Yeah. You know, actually, I remember I told you about my friend that is in Cornell and his postdoc, right? He's a virologist. Well, during his rise through academia, we were very close, and I had become an atheist, and I was trying to evangelize to him with it, and he just, well, that's what they do. That's what I did, and he just shook his head, and I was like, dude, how are you so intelligent and so involved in modern science and all this, and you still think that there's a creator? You still think there's a God? And he goes, it's just obvious. What do you mean?
Yeah.
And I could not get past that. I was like, whatever. He's smart, but he's obviously not that smart. And I walked away. You know what I mean? Like, that's the way an atheist fucking treats it. But now I get it. Now I understand really why he took the position that he did. So he never went through that. He never went through an atheism period. He went, straight into biology and, about probably 25, 26. And so, good for them, because honestly, atheism is a fucking pain in the ass to go through. I look at it as like birth pangs of some kind, because you're teaching yourself a lesson that's in the hard way.
Just tell them to go look at our atheist presentation I gave last week.
Right? Yeah.
That should solve it.
I want to find a really good way to hit home the supernatural aspect of information. I can't. Point? I can't wait to see this next one. Then we'll go over that for sure, because if I can, I want to be able to construct a very solid argument to be able to, because usually they just dismiss it. But I think if we, we're on a good path.
The last point, we don't have to get the information. Just that last point. Remember we were talking about that?
Yeah.
About logic, truth, math, time, thoughts. It's over.
It's supernatural. It cannot exist in the materialist paradigm. It's the hard problem.
Yeah.
For the materialist, for the biological robot, it is the hard problem.
Yeah, you have to be a supernatural atheist.
When you talk about cells, often think about plant life, and each cell being like each individual a factory for creating, what is it, the sugar, the nutrients that they live off of, and the complexity of that is just.
Oh, it's mind-boggling, dude. Mind-boggling.
It is. Even Charles, good old flat Earth math, is stuck on that. He said, I'm an atheist, but when you look at that cellular level and mitosis and all of the way it behaves, he said it's supernatural. He says he has no way to reconcile it with his atheism.
Yeah, there's no way to reconcile it. I showed my daughter, when she was 9, I showed her Kinnison. If anyone knows what Kinnison, just look it up. It's
sounds familiar.
Kines.
Biology. Biology.
Just type in Kinnison. It's like a friggin' robot that carries packages on its back, and it walks on friggin' prearranged roads that builds as it's walking. It's got a date and time stamp on its package, basically.
It's only bringing up Sam Kinnison. Come on now. Give me an extra word I can throw in here.
It should be just Kinnison.
Kineson?
ESIN.
Or KEN? IN at the end?
Okay, it's bringing up Sam Kinnison. That's too funny.
A kinesin is a protein belonging to a class of motor proteins found in eukaryotic cells. Kinesins move along microtubule filaments and are powered by the hydrolysis of adenosine triphosphate. Thus, kinesins are ATPases. So these things are motor proteins?
They're motor proteins, man. They walk like friggin' actual robots.
Oh, is that like the flagellum? Flagellum is like a very mechanical thing too, isn't it?
Yeah, cilia.
That was actually the strongest argument. These are the strongest arguments that when I was an atheist and I came across this stuff. This was the strongest stuff that really questioned my faith in atheism.
Oh yeah, you can't have robots like that, dude.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
what about the
you're
thing
right.
that goes through the DNA and double checks it to make sure that there's any errors, and it actually fixes the errors if it finds any?
Oh yeah, then you got the problem of what came first. The
RNA or
error.
DNA?
Yeah, that's just 1 in 1,000 I got. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm, you know, honestly, John, I'm really fortunate to have come across you, man, because I've been wanting to link up with somebody at this knowledgeable for a long time.
Well, thank you. Appreciate
Honestly,
that.
and
Yeah,
I'm not trying to flatter you either. I mean it.
No, I'm awestruck by it too, brother.
Yeah, man, we got a lot to do. We got a lot to learn here, and this is a perspective that, well, you know, this whole world is so, well, the Western world is so scientism obsessed that I think that this is the right way to do it, by proving these things with science, which you don't see
Yeah.
very often.
You could pull up a couple videos on Kennison too. It'll show you exactly what they do. It's mind-boggling. That's just
Yeah, I'll check them out.
That's just 1 in 1,000 points in cells and DNA and feedback loops. I mean, you're talking communication here, and how can friggin' stupid atoms communicate? I mean, there's contingency plans on contingency plans over other contingency plans and folders of programs of folders. It's I can't even grasp. It staggers you.
Yeah.
Just in a simple cell. I'm just talking a simple. See, all the cells. I usually post a good question, just a layman question to people. I ask them, you know, every cell in your body is made up of DNA, right? The same DNA.
Mm-hmm.
What tells that cell to make a stomach lining?
A liver cell,
liver
a stomach line. Yeah, yeah. I was thinking about that the other day.
Yeah. Just one really simple that everyone can relate to and say, you know what? I have no idea.
What is the materialist atheist answer to that? What would they say?
Don't. They call me names.
No, there's got to be
Can I guess?
Yeah.
I would
please.
think it would be stem cells or something along those lines.
Yeah, but you're starting with cells. See, I break it down. I go even further because you can't naturally form even one single molecule. DNA is off the table. You take that one out. You can't form even a 30 mer. That's just 30 of them RNA or a protein. Amino acid is a functional one. Not even that. One, it goes against the second law of thermodynamics. I mean, that just, you can't do it because it goes against Gibbs free energy.
These atheist clowns love to violate the second law of thermodynamics.
They don't know it. And then when I pull out Gibbs free energy and you can't overcome it, then they start talking about sunlight. They don't even know what sunlight is. And we go down that route.
Yeah, he did earlier, didn't he? He said that we don't know that the laws were always there. Maybe they came after the Big Bang. So that's
like an evolution. The guy was, implying that there was an evolution of the laws as the bang exploded, so to speak.
Well, where'd they get what exploded?
And where did it come from?
Well, I mean, yeah, we talked about that too. I mean, that kid was very Big Bang oriented. The first Lucid, I think his name was. He sounded convinced, like absolutely convinced. He's like, "Oh, we have mathematical proof. We have."
I was trolling him.
Empirical, good. He was like, "We have empirical proof that the Big Bang there was a singularity, and we don't know the Planck." Well, he didn't say Planck time, but I knew what you're talking about. We don't know, before that, but you know what I'd like to do.
Tim and I were all over that.
Oh, you guys were actually in the chat trolling?
No, Tim and I were doing color commentaries on it.
Damn it,
I was in the chat trolling
and
for a little bit, and somebody said, "I like you, Hank, just because you're a Bible thumper," and I was like, "That's it? Like that's the only reason?"
You know what I was thinking about doing just a moment ago? Maybe you and I should get in touch with George Ellis. Maybe we should reach out to him.
Call him?
Yeah. I'm serious. Like, record it, call him, me and you both, schedule it, like get 15, 20 minutes with the man, might even go longer, but you know what I mean? Like, call up his office with the secretary, see if we can get 15, 20 minutes. Say that's what Robert did. He just said he was a master's degree student or whatever.
Sure.
That's the only way I think you can get through that kind of stuff. Like, why would he talk to anybody else?
Even if you get, I don't, you know what? I know what Robert was doing, and I can see the attraction with it, but I'd have to tell him that, hey, sir, you're being recorded, right? I would have to.
Oh, he wasn't letting them know?
No.
You don't have to by law.
don't.
As long as one person knows that there's a recording, then it's not against the law, and I cannot give legal advice. I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't do that myself.
Yeah,
no.
I wouldn't do it just out of the spirit of it.
No, I think that no, even privately, not even recorded. I just want.
But see, that's the thing.
Speak to the man.
People talk differently when they know they're being recorded.
They do.
Yeah,
that's why I wouldn't want to do it. I want to just get his opinion on that article that he wrote. I want to hear his explanation
for art.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can relate it later or whatever, but not like what Robert did. Yeah, I just want to reach out to him because honestly, I think you and I need to sit down and write down a bunch of academics, like guys who are in these particular fields that we could get information from. I mean, dude, I really was considering finding a fucking aeronautics engineer professor to explain Coriolis in his words, just to see what they're thinking, they're saying, ask him some specific questions. I think that for me personally, I think that needs to be one of my next steps because nobody's doing this stuff. Everybody's just dicking around with the false information. They don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, the most popular Coriolis effect video that I've seen is that redneck with a gun talking about Coriolis effect, and that's what people are presenting.
Well,
I'm
and
not
that
saying that he's
destroys
not
their
educated.
argument, Hank. That destroys their argument. Did you see our comeback to that?
What's the
did
comeback?
you hear us? Well, did you hear us last night or the night before? I forgot what it was. We went over it for a good 2 hours. Well, we've talked about it before, Hank, I think, back on Free Chan days, but like they want it both ways. They want to say the Foucault's pendulum and the bullets go left to right when shot a specific way, and
I gave
all
you
of these
something
things.
on the Foucault's pendulum not too long ago in your comment section. I don't know if you got it, but it was a video that I've been watching, educating myself on the mainstream, just to make sure I understand what they think is going on. And then it said, well, there's a dual axis and something is spinning. The other axis, even though it's a shorter axis, is still going to spin. And he said, this goes on with the pendulum as well. And I was like, that disproves Foucault's pendulum.
Well, I got to see it. I didn't notice it. But what I'm saying is, if all these things work the way that they claim, okay, that means that there would be, they're kind of saying it's both ways. So if, let's say, a plane leaves go ahead and explain it better. You get it better than I do sometimes.
Okay, Hank, for the Coriolis effect to exist, you must have, as the necessary condition, two differing frames of reference, one rotating, the Earth, and one non-rotating, the atmosphere and anything in it. So if the Coriolis effect exists, then a flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to LA nonstop, traveling at 500 miles per hour.
Oh, I don't mean to stop you there, but I'm familiar with this.
Yeah. Not that you aren't. We're just kind of.
Go ahead.
He has a good clarification. Yeah.
Yeah. With both locations roughly at the 35th degree north latitude, so they're both spinning at 860 miles per hour. That flight should be roughly around 1.5 hours. In other words, based on the law of non-contradiction, each are either both true or both false. That's it.
Yeah, because when you talk to somebody about this who thinks they know, they want it both ways. They want to say that it affects bullets, it affects these things, but it doesn't affect planes and helicopters. Or they try to say that wait, the atmosphere is attached to the Earth and it shares the same inertial frame of reference, but it's not at the same time. Yep. Like a bullet, it's off the ground and the Earth can spin independent. Yet you can get in a helicopter, hover for 6 hours, and apparently you're going to be connected to the spin of the Earth. It's nonsense. It's completely nonsense.
That was the Coriolis effect, does it?
The way it was explained to me is that the atmosphere does spin along with the Earth.
Exactly. So
Well,
that means
then
Coriolis doesn't exist.
And then, like, if you take
Exactly.
off, well, we've already went over this though, but like, if you take
Yeah.
off, you're still moving it. However, whatever, whatever, wherever you are on the Earth, whether it be longitude, latitude, I forget. I don't know which one it is.
Okay,
Well, sure.
well, that still
You-
doesn't matter.
That
That
depends
still
on how
doesn't
fast
matter.
that is. You know, if you're 700 miles per hour on the face of the Earth and you lift up in the atmosphere, you still have that initial momentum.
Well, sure.
But wait a
Initial
second. But wait a second. Go back to my example. So you're in North Carolina,
Yeah.
and you're going to head to LA, and you're spinning eastwards, but you're taking off westwards, right? The engines fire up. You go screaming down the runway, and as soon as wheels up, guess what?
You're in a second frame of reference.
Okay, I
Exactly.
can disprove it. I can disprove it real fast, guys. They say that the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth because of Earth's gravity. Well, look at Jupiter. Jupiter has much more gravity. And guess what? Those little lines, they're constantly swirling across the surface of the planet. Those little lines of the atmosphere.
I see what you're going. I see where you're going with
They
this,
also
Hank. But I
say
think
that
my
Jupiter doesn't
example.
have any mass or doesn't have any real like Earth. It's not like Earth. It's just pure atmosphere.
Yeah. Don't worry about Jupiter, Hank. You'll confuse them even more.
Okay, bad example then. Okay.
Yeah. I see where you're heading with this, but let's just go with my flight. As soon as that thing goes wheels up, it's out of that rotating frame of reference. I don't care what momentum you had going either direction.
Yeah. If it didn't work that way, then the bullet would not diverge. You know what I
Exactly.
mean? And they try to say, "Oh no, but it's powered." Well,
It
so
doesn't
these
matter.
pilots doesn't matter. These pilots are not dealing with extra Coriolis.
They're both
Some
missiles,
days, you know.
in a sense.
It
They're
doesn't
flying
matter.
objects.
Yeah.
The
And that's the thing.
pilot
Is like,
and the I'm
remember
sorry,
the
the
Brian?
pilot and
You're good.
and the wheels, or the pilot and the engines even destroy their argument further.
Well, did you see, Hank? I don't know if you saw this, but Brian Cox did a special about 3 months ago where he got into a Raptor, an F-35, with the British military or whatever, and decided to go against the spin of the Earth to create another sunset. So he watched the sunset, got in a jet, and then flew towards the sun to watch the sun come back and set again. Okay. This is something they did on air. And he even said that he's racing against the spin of the Earth and with the spin of the Earth. Now, that's if they claim how it works, that airplanes don't have to deal with the spin of the Earth, then it wouldn't even be happening.
Right. Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, they want it both ways, and it's just a contradiction.
Yep. It's a contradiction.
I mean, honestly,
built in.
I'm
It's
pretty
a simple
sure that,
argument.
and you know, that NASA document from 1988 says this math was derived from a linear aircraft in constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. They build their aircraft in that regard. Think of the math they would have to factor into their aeronautics if they were competing with the fucking spin of the Earth.
Most things they would do would be impossible.
Absolutely. So I'm quite sure that this is a big proof, in my opinion. But a lot of people keep just saying we don't know what the fuck we're talking about. It's ridiculous.
Right.
Jeremy said it earlier. This massive appeal to popularity or whatever, where he said, "Okay, so 2 guys on the internet figure this out, and the whole world of science and aeronautics engineers fucking don't know it, and nobody's talking about it." Well, you know, I think it could be just one of those, you know, these guys have non-disclosure agreements. They have fucking careers to worry about. They have all of this hanging over them. Why would anybody come out and be like, "Guys, I don't think the Earth's spinning. I'm an aeronautics engineer." They're going to put their life on the line for that?
I know we're not going around the sun because they told me earlier this year that you're not going to be able to see Orion during this time of year. And I know it's pissed Tim off a lot. He don't like it when I say this, but I can see Orion and Pleiades year round. And if we're on the opposite side of the sun,
you can.
We should be looking at the opposite side of the universe or solar system or
Well,
whatever.
what do they say, though? You know what their argument is. They call it the sidereal day issue, that as you are going around the sun, each day that you're going around, you're dropping like, I forgot, X amount of minutes as each day goes by. By the time you get to the other side, 180 million miles away, you've flipped essentially because of the sidereal day.
That wouldn't stop Hank's argument.
Well, no, that's their answer. No, I agree. It's nonsense. It doesn't. And we should be seeing a different part of the sky. There is,
Hey, what's
look,
up, Matthew?
I know, Matt. Hey, brother. I know Tim has said it before, but seasonal stars don't exist in the way that he kind of makes them out to be. There is a set of stars that we see as the celestial sphere rotates around us, and that's it. We don't see anything extra. We've never seen anything extra. We've always seen the same set of stars divided by the ecliptic, and that's it.
And I say the Pleiades because I'm in Texas and it's nearly right over my head.
You know what I couldn't believe? The Pleiades is mentioned in Job 38.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Between Pleiades and something.
When was Job written, essentially? Was it one of the oldest books?
It is the oldest book.
Yeah.
Okay, so what would you date of that? 7, 6?
Before
1,000?
before 55 BC.
So, okay, so
no. 450.
2000?
Yeah, it would have to be. I think it was dated somewhere around 2500 BC.
Okay, so 2500 BC. So we're talking about 5,000 years.
That can't be right because the Mosaic books were written 3,500 years BC. So if it's older than that, then it has.
I don't know. I don't know. Whatever it is, it's old.
Well,
It's
whatever it is, it's one of the oldest books. What the point I'm making is to see the names of these star systems that long ago and being told in the Bible was just, it shocked me. Actually, Hank, you were on that day when James told me to read Job 38. I had no idea. And it's such a beautiful chapter where he's like, who are you? You gonna count the stars? What, are you gonna count the sand? I'm God. I'm in a tornado.
Hey, you know that chapter was one of the first public speaking treatises I gave. It was my first class in public speaking, and that's what I did it on, Job 38.
Oh, nice. It's
right
an amazing.
Right in front of the college class, dude. Who are
Was it
you?
a secular college?
You know, I guess my question would be, how in the hell do you know any of that's true?
What's true?
Any of that? Any of Job, Mark, Matthew, Mayhem?
Well, hold on. Let me just quickly say there is a historicity to it in the sense of the Dead Sea Scrolls and.
Well, how do you know any of that's not even just pulled out of someone's ass?
Well, how do you know this country wasn't founded?
You're picking and choosing what you believe. So
hold on, buddy. Hold on. Nobody's talking about beliefs right now.
And you believe in your theory of God.
Hold on. Nobody's saying they believe anything. I'm talking about an old scripture. That's it. Okay.
It's called, wait a second, Cathexis. For number one, it's historical documentation. There's no science in the actual documents. You can't do any scientific work. It's graded on historical documentation. There's a different method for authenticating historical documentation. Do you know what that is?
I do.
No, what now?
They want to compare it to the oldest copies and compare it to other scriptures and see if it, or other scripts, and see if it lines up.
Just the historical documentation aspect of it is the reliability of historical documentation is number one. The number of available copies of the manuscripts. Number two, the consistency and accuracy between said copies. And number three, the time span between the original version and the dates of those copies still in existence today.
I got 2 out of 3.
Yep. So if you say that, okay, the Bible and its historical documentation is bunk, then guess what you have to be logically consistent? You've got to dismiss Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Plato, Socrates, and Homer.
Because the
they're
Bible was
gone.
the most sold book in the world, right? So available.
Well, that doesn't. I got that part, but that doesn't account for the historical documentation aspect.
And there's a lot of historical events that do match up with it. Now, that's not, look, I understand where you're coming from, Flamingo. I understand you're not a believer. I'm not a biblical believer personally. I have questions myself about it, but this does exist. It has stood the test of time. These things can be dated back to a certain point, and I don't think they should be discarded. I mean, there's a lot to learn.
I know
from
that.
these
And I
books.
know there's accurate historical events in the Bible. I mean, I've studied a little bit of it. You know, I'm not just going to sit here and say, well, I don't believe in God just because, you know, I've done a little bit of research on it.
Yeah, Flamingo, I hear you. I doubt some of the things that are in the book too. I think that, you know, anything older than about 200 years ago, we got to look at it, you know, and scrutinize it. And I guess, you know, you do got a point. How do we know? And the fact is, you know, we don't know. We got to take it on faith or reject it because it doesn't make sense.
Go ahead. Well, yeah, that all goes back to my initial argument is that if fucking people have been lying to us since the beginning of time, they've been lying to each other. People lie to each other about shit that they didn't see or saw or whatever. The first two humans on the face of the earth lied to each other. You know what I mean? So, you know, if they're lying about anything and everything, then they're lying about every fucking thing. You know, they say, like you say, well, Jesus is my God. That's fine. That's your belief. But to me, it's just like the flat earth, you know, theory. Like, okay, they're lying to you about the shape of the earth. Well, I say, well, fuck, they're lying to us about Jesus.
Well, there is a lot of
certain
deception
things in
about
Scripture.
Jesus.
Hold on a second. There's a few things in Scripture that are tells. There's certain things that are in there that ignorant goat herders would never be friggin' privy to. Besides, I'm not even talking about prophecy. So let me give you an example of one of those things. It states that it states 8 days after a child is born is the best time for circumcision, right? How would they know that? Guess what happens on the 8th day?
Well, you know where they got circumcision from, right?
Does anyone know?
Circumcision from the Egyptians.
No.
The immune system.
Yeah, don't say no. Don't say no because they did.
No, they didn't.
Circumcision was an Egyptian practice.
I'm talking about, yeah, well, you can go down that route, but how would they know?
Of course, it would have been. Of course, it would have been an Egyptian practice because the first Israelites went into Egypt.
How would they know?
Well,
because we weren't stupid back then.
Well, listen.
Okay, now you're on to
A
something
little
here.
superstitious, but we still knew things. We weren't just ignorant.
Let me tell you.
Those 4-year
Well,
guys,
let me tell you.
You know, against evolution argument, the mind hasn't changed.
Let me ask you something. Well, if you're going to keep talking, then that's fine. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Are you done? Prothrombin. Have you ever heard of prothrombin? It's a clotting factor with vitamin K peaks on the 8th day. Can you tell me how the Egyptians knew that?
Oh, there's a myth of modernity going on here in the world.
No, you can't.
Well, these older civilizations, just as he said, these older civilizations were not stupid. They knew they were not in an advanced civilization, but I don't think that they were all, you know, this ignorant like caveman type, you know, level of intelligence. I mean, you look at the ancient cities, they're like Rome and Egypt and what they did, what they built. These people were advanced in a specific way, just not the way that we are.
There's no doubt about that, but there's a little difference between construction.
No, I know it's not really your point. Yeah, but go on.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying. I got what you're saying there, but there's a little bit of a difference between that and knowing about
the vitamin K thing. Yeah.
Times. Because if you do it at any other time, they'd bleed out.
Yeah, wasn't the whole point of bringing up the Bible to talk about the stars being mentioned in it?
Yeah, that was the point. Thank you. Yeah, so, you know, Flamingo, I understand, you know, your perspective, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything, but I do find it interesting that the Pleiades was mentioned in Job 38, along with, so wasn't there other two other things mentioned?
Yeah, or the belt of Orion.
Yeah, belt of Orion. And you know, I just wonder, like, what years did we name this stuff? Like, think about that. Like, I thought a lot of these were like more recent tropes, you know, like something that came around the past couple hundred years.
No. That's the Hebrew. They call it the Hebrew Mazzaroth, and it is what the Babylonians took and then friggin' frauded into their astrology chart.
So our stars and our astrology and our you know, all the names and the movements and the what do they call it, the constellations and houses and all this does go back to Babylon.
Well, no, it goes to the Hebrew. It goes back to the Hebrews were the first ones to come up with it.
Okay.
It's called the Hebrew Mazzaroth.
Mazzaroth?
Yeah, I think it's Mazzzeroth. And of course, the Babylonians took it and corrupted it into the astrology charts. But there is a lot of things you need to look in Revelation. There's plenty of places in Genesis where it talks about, there's a lot of things going on. And when he says about, he created the stars for times and seasons, there's a lot of things in Revelation to talk about this. So,
It also talks about symbolically the time of Jesus' birth. It talks about the virgin and wearing a crown and something like that. There's a lot of stuff like that in the Bible that, you know,
yeah,
symbolic.
In fact, it points to Jesus's birthday and get ready for hold on to your hats.
Yeah,
in Revelation 12, it talks about a certain alignment, and that date, if you take it back all the way back to Jesus's birth, then you have to read Revelation 12 with the 12 stars around the virgin's head. I don't know all the specifics to it, but it points to a date of September 11th, 2 BC.
So this is amazing. I didn't know this, John. The Mazzaroth is a Hebrew word that means, in general, the constellations of the zodiac. The book of Job, which is thought to be the oldest book of the Bible, goes back to approximately 2150 BC, which is 650 years before Moses came on the scene. And then it goes and breaks down what this is, and it's amazing. I had no idea. I thought this was Babylonian, but it turns out
now the
it's
Babylonians took it and corrupted it, obviously, because that's what the whole thing is. It's always a juxtaposition in Scripture between Babylon and Christ Church. That's not the Catholic Church. That's Christ Church.
Here's the Job. Here's the Job 38. It says, "Canst thou bind the sweet influences of the Pleiades, or loose the bands of Orion? Canst thou bring forth Mazzaroth in his seasons, or canst thou guide Arcturus and his sons? Knowest thou the ordinances of heaven? Canst thou set dominion thereof on earth?" Wow. That's just, it's powerful to me, like that.
Yeah.
You know, even though that's not my paradigm, that's a powerful thing to realize, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, because of the whole September 11th thing that Christians are kind of putting together nowadays, a lot of us are doing away with Christmas and Easter.
Yeah.
Good. Absolutely. I haven't celebrated those pagan holidays. It's Saturnalia. That's what Christmas is. It's Saturnalia, the Nimrod's tree, ornamented, all of this nonsense. And then Easter is Ishtar. It's just the worship of the fertility goddess. So I've known this for quite a long time. And, you know, my family has still always kind of done Christmas, and I don't participate because, I mean, think about it. You're giving your energy to those ideas if you do.
And he's saying,
you know, I'm not.
Hey, Cathexis, he was saying, you know, how do you know it's true? I'll tell you what, brother. You need to go in and dig into those prophecies, right? And that will be your guide.
No, I hear you. No, I really do. There, you know, that was one of the biggest things when I was growing up in Seventh-day Adventist. Daniel and Revelations were combined quite often.
Yeah.
Let me clarify myself. I'm an atheist, but I don't reject the ideal of a God.
I got you.
I don't. I never have.
You just haven't seen enough to
Yeah,
make
well, it's
you
picking sides.
convinced.
It's basically picking sides. There's no proof for and there's no proof against. You just pick a side.
Oh, whoa, what? Say that one more
There's
time.
no proof for and there's no proof against, so you pick sides.
Okay, well, listen. I can prove empirically a creator.
Hey.
How?
All right.
It's 1:11 right now, as you said that,
published
John.
across the world?
Because that's not what the modern
You're the
day
only
wants.
one in the world that can prove a creator empirically.
You got the Cliff Notes, John?
Yeah, this.
I've seen a lot of arguments before you get going. I've seen a lot of arguments, all right, with proof and people saying, well, I can also use that same proof to prove that it's not a creator. For instance,
Really?
how do you change an observation? I mean, how do, not an observation, an observation changes the outcome, right? When you observe an experiment.
Oh, you're talking about the quantum aspect. Yeah.
Well, when
it doesn't change the outcome.
Well, what we see though, when humans aren't observing the experiment, what happens?
If they know the which path information, it'll continue to go as the which path information. You don't have to observe it.
Okay, but the implications to all that. Well, go ahead and give them the Cliff Notes.
Yeah, go ahead. I lost my train of thought here.
Well,
I'm sure
there's
you've
only
got
two
an
choices
abridged version.
Yeah, I'll try to do an abridged version of it. So you only have two choices as to how we are here. It's a true dichotomy. It's either unguided, nature or matter, or it's guided, and that's intelligent agency. There's only two choices.
Fact.
So, yeah, that's a true dichotomy. If you need me to, support that, then I can do that.
No, go on.
So I can just do it with the laws of thermodynamics. So premise one, the first law of thermodynamics, pillars of science, states that nature or natural phenomena cannot create or destroy matter or energy. Premise two, the universe had a beginning. See the second law of thermodynamics. Conclusion, since there was a cosmic beginning and matter and energy can't create itself and matter exists, therefore something else outside and not bound to universal laws created matter and energy. So that's it.
There you go.
That's one. I've got a bunch more, but that'll do it.
So that still doesn't prove some divine God,
especially
not one written in books today.
Proves creation. Listen, just a little advice. I would step outside of the biblical or the Quranic or the Hindu or whatever religion has been beset before you. I would try to step aside and not conflate that with what is the notion of a creator. A lot of people don't like the Abrahamic God. A lot of people don't like things that happen in the Bible. And this is something that dissuades people from recognizing that there might actually be a creator and this being a creation. This is what I've gone through. Like, I hated religion. And that was why I was an atheist. I attacked it. But when I finally was able to step back and say, wait a second, that's not the God that I believe might be. Like, this is, I think everybody's gone the wrong way. Like, they're being tricked by religions. So separate religion from creator for a moment. Just a thought experiment.
Well, no. That's,
you know what I mean?
My belief, though, that you just said what I specifically believe. And I only say I'm an atheist because people like John called me an atheist. And I'm not saying you, John, specifically, but people, you know, Hank and John, Christians and other religious people call me an atheist because I don't believe in a specific God.
Well, but what I'm saying is step away from religion for a moment.
When people talk about nature, that's my God. That's how we were created in my eyes, through nature, through the universe.
No. I just destroyed that. Now I'm gonna destroy it real quick right now. Quantum mechanics. In order for matter to exist, there must be a knower first. That means matter is the consequence. Knower is the antecedent. Over.
Yeah,
and
matter cannot create or matter cannot.
Started with that one.
Hold on, matter cannot create or destroy
No,
itself.
But yeah,
That
that's the laws of thermodynamics. I shouldn't even started with that. Let's just go to quantum mechanics and end it. In order for matter to exist, there must be a knower first, period. I've got about 2,000 experiments without exception to support that.
And that somehow proves you're God.
No.
I said that I can prove a creator empirically.
Yeah, just a creator.
So
just
what
something that set this in motion.
No, you can't see. You can't create a creator because that would mean that he's not the creator. The creator cannot be created.
So what is the creator made of?
In the creator, my creator?
No, just
he said he's
the creator of the universe.
He said it here. Let me just put it to you this way. He is the creator. The creator can't be created, or else he couldn't be the creator by simple definition. Furthermore, logically, for finite things to exist, the universe, us, see the second law of thermodynamics, there must be an infinite, internal, always was source. It's a contingent, necessary antecedent.
And before the Big Bang cosmology notion, the understanding of our universe was just that, eternal. But we moved away from that idea and said that there's a beginning.
That's why I say they can't prove.
Yeah, I can prove it logically. So
no, the Big Bang.
The
Big Bang.
Yeah, exactly.
So wait a second on the Big Bang. Wait a second on the Big Bang for a second. To deny it, you're forced into a logical checkmate, then reduced to introducing an infinite regress fallacy. Like, who created the creator's creator? Nothing can create itself, because that would mean it pre-existed prior to its existence. That's logical seppuku.
There's an eternal force.
It's
that put
called
this all
the
in
ontological
motion.
primitive. That's what it is. Yep.
Well, that same premises right there proves to me that there wasn't like some special creator that created everything. Not to me, anyway.
How?
It was
how?
Well, like
I
said, the universe came from what? Who knows? Right?
No, we do
so who
know.
Knows?
It's you only have two choices: matter, unguided, or intelligent agency, guided. The laws of thermodynamics kill you.
And then you pick sides, right?
Well, no. There's a logical following to that.
It's a true dichotomy. It's a true dichotomy. If you rule one out, the other one automatically must be.
And you rule the other one out by saying nothing can come from nothing.
Logic, in the sense of with the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, you can't. And quantum mechanics, like I said,
but it goes with the same argument. It goes with the same argument of the creator. He created nothing out of nothing.
No, that's not the same argument.
It is the same argument. Come on, what did he create us out of then?
What did he create us out of? Matter. He collapsed the wave function. And then the next question is, who created the wave function?
He created the wave function.
Yeah, you're busted. Quantum
it's
mechanics
energy.
Busted.
It's energy.
Yeah,
I mean, when you break it down, you could say it is energy, the wave function, and then they collapse it to get the matter out of it, so to speak.
No, wave function is not energy. It doesn't. It's not. It doesn't have any frequency.
Oh, you're right.
Or wavelength.
It's a function. It's not exactly a wave.
Yep.
I get you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, quantum. Like honestly, I've been for the past 10 years. It was one of those things where I said, you know what, this is a bit out of my depth. And I knew about it. I watched that silly movie, What the Bleep Do We Know? Thought I had a good idea, turned it all woo-woo, new agey on myself, but still had no idea what these experiments proved. Honestly, with you coming around showing me the 2000 experiments with the exact consistency every single time of the double slit, the quantum eraser, all of these have the exact, there's never a divergence. It's always the exact same thing. So
there isn't an experiment. There is not an experiment ever done in the history of man that contradicts quantum mechanics. Not one.
And so with knowing that and understanding the depth of actual real science that proves this and understanding what the implications of that means, you brought me to a very, very good understanding of what you just proved. Seriously,
Tell
it really does.
Flamingo to hook up, because we'll be doing that delayed choice quantum eraser experiment in 2 weeks.
Yeah. We're going to go over that as we're doing our foundational shows right now. Flamingo, if you would take the time, if you go onto my channel, the past 2 shows, John and I have been doing these presentations and having a discussion about these topics right here. There is no, and I want to be clear, don't take this wrong, John, but there is no like Christian worldview, or we're not trying to convince anybody of a religion. This is more of showing that materialism is wrong. It's a dogma, and it cannot work the way that they're telling us, and that the new sciences and quantum mechanics, it proves that there is something far greater than what we've been told. So if you got time, definitely check them out. They're short, only like an hour long. He does a presentation and we talk about it. I think you might like it.
And what I'm saying about quantum mechanics, I can support that no experiment stuff. So has ever gone against quantum mechanics?
Yeah.
I got Alan Adams, physicist at MIT.
And I love this quote, Flamingo. Hold on. Sorry, let me just say it real quick. Heisenberg. What's his name? Warren Heisenberg? What's his first name?
Werner Heisenberg. He's known for the uncertainty principle. Yeah.
Okay, so Werner Heisenberg, Nobel laureate, physics. He says that at the first sip of natural sciences will turn you to an atheist, but at the bottom of that cup, God is waiting for you. And when I saw that quote just only a couple months ago, it really was powerful for me, because I was an atheist for about 10 years, like very serious about it too. And I've come to just these different realizations. It's a paradigm shift, and I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm not trying to convince you, but it's a perspective that you got to entertain before it can even show itself to you. And that's just my opinion, man. I mean, in out of respect. Like I said, I'm not trying to convince you of anything.
Yeah, quantum mechanics ends it.
Yeah.
I should have started off with that one instead of the laws of thermodynamics, because it really doesn't make any difference. It's over.
Oh, we just blew Flamingo's mind and he ran.
That fucking quote is amazing.
Say again?
That quote?
The quote is amazing. That's exactly what I did. I found the idea of a creator through fucking double split experiment.
Is that what you really?
Absolutely. There's no way you can have matter without consciousness first.
Yeah, exactly. You got it.
Yeah.
That was my first thingy. I mean, next jog onto watching Bohemian Grove documentary, thinking, what the fuck do they know that I don't know?
Right?
Bohemian Grove, the fucking Alex Jones thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm starting questioning fucking something that's going on in my atheist beliefs are really not on solid grounding anymore.
Yeah, that's pretty much the same thing happened to me.
Yeah, that quote's fucking excellent. You drink fucking alt science away and then sat there waiting for you at the bottom, knocking on the door, going, hello, are you going to start listening to me soon?
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's exactly right.
Oh, and it'll knock you around a little bit before you start to realize it. That's something that I've gone through. But yeah, I mean, it's strange as it sounds, what's brought me to this position now is me studying the occult, actually. Like, I was raised with Christian backgrounds and whatnot, but I just decided to accept the possibility of mysticism, so to speak, just spirit or spirituality or whatever, about 2 years ago, because I was looking into, like you're saying, like what do these elites, quote unquote, know that I don't know? They all participate in rituals, and they all, you know, they. Now, I don't do that. I don't think that that's a healthy thing, that like they're serving the wrong master, put it that way. But there's still spiritual power that they're gaining, you know, for the bad, so to speak. But that let me know 2 years ago that, hey, wait, there might be something here that I'm ignoring, you know. And there's two sides of it. It's two sides of the coin, you know. You can serve the fallen, or you can serve the just the creation, the creator of the creation.
Yeah, there's no way out.
Yeah, my bad.
Either logically or scientifically, there's no way out. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just saying I kept falling out of the fucking hangout for some reason.
Yeah, it was doing that to me all night. But yeah, it's you know, it look, Flamingo, it's a paradigm. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta, and I know that you entertain it. You make yourself very clear. You know, you're not an atheist in the way that most people say. You just, like, you're open to the idea. You just don't like the religious, you know, the religion's view of what God is. I don't even like the word God. It's because it's so.
No, religion's poorly used. Christianity is not a religion by definition.
No, I understand. Yeah, it's a worldview, but with religion though, which, you know what, the origin of the word religion means to bind. By the way, and yeah, you know, I'm starting to look at words differently. Like, do you know government, when you break it down, means to control the mind? Government.
Yeah, right.
You know, all of these, you know, words matter that we just take for granted, but religion is a horrible thing, in my opinion. I think it's a human farming. I think they've capitalized on human spirituality, which every individual has. If they evade it or not, they have it. And religions have capitalized that, and on the fear of death, and, you know, all of these things, in order to control and get the 10% out of each of them. And so I'm against religions completely, but the notion of a creator, to me, is far more sensible, in my opinion. Like, I look around and I see a creation. And when you look at that whole second law of thermodynamics, matter cannot create itself.
That's first
It
law.
just can't. Oh, excuse me, first law. And, you know, you look at Lawrence Krauss, he says, of course matter can create itself. All it needs is a drop of gravity. I don't know if you've ever seen him say that, but
yeah, it's preposterous.
Yeah, he said that's all you need. And you see the big G, that's what it is. Big G being amorphous, either it's God or gravity.
That doesn't even exist.
No, I know, but you know what I mean? Like, the Freemasons use the big G in their, you know, square and compass. And what these scientism people have done has replaced the big G of God with the big G of gravity. And they treat it as if it's a mystical force. Masses attracting masses. What kind of nonsense is that? We see no evidence whatsoever of it on this earth, outside the fact that we're walking upright. That's it. Like, that's not evidence enough, because other masses would be attracting other masses. Don't you think?
All they've got is the Cavendish.
Oh, God. Don't. You know what, John? We need to fucking go over and just destroy. Hey there. I got dropped.
Yeah, you get sniped.
Jeremy sniped me. No, I really think we need to go over Cavendish, and I want to hear
we
your.
don't need to. I don't even spend time with Cavendish. I don't need to.
Well, the fact is, though, that
they
this
do, but
happens.
that doesn't force me to do it, because Newtonian mechanics is done way before Cavendish.
Well, sure, but what I'm saying is, I want to know why it does that, and how we can disprove it in some way. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, they don't even. I mean, the scientific community doesn't even follow it.
Well, you're right. For the most part, it's kind of one of these ancient, you know, sainthood type things that they post up all the time.
Like we talked about, we already went over it. I already got the video up.
See, some things you don't have to Hold on, because like some things you don't have to disprove. Once you tell people that they think that they can weigh galaxies and weigh the sun and tell you how much it weighs, I mean, that's enough for most people.
No, dude, it's so ridiculous. They have the mass of Jupiter, the mass of the moon. They know how to weigh it based off of a torsion balance experiment. It's just absolute nonsense.
Well, then they don't know what mass and weight means. I heard a lot of people talk about mass and weight. They're talking about them as the same thing. They're not.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's so far off of in fairy tale land. I don't even need to go to Cavendish.
Well, I know. I just personally, I want to have a nice recap understanding of it. I think I'm going to go read about it and see what I can understand. But you're right. Most professors I've seen 2 videos of professors trying to explain Cavendish, and they're like, "Yeah, we couldn't even get it to work, but this old man in 1782 was able to do it, and we weighed the Earth with it." It just seems like a
I tried to find
ridiculous
some
claim.
information out on him. Not this dude had like, I think I seen like 6 or 7 different photographs of this guy and stories about, you know,
He was an eccentric.
He was so psychotic
homebody.
that he couldn't even talk to his staff.
Yeah, not at all.
I mean,
He couldn't talk to anyone.
Borderline ridiculous stuff. I'm questioning his very existence.
I agree. Like, look at the Aristophanes character that we hear about, who came up with the circumference of the fucking Earth in what 235 BC.
You know what? That's such a big. It's a massive assumption that he made.
Oh, it's huge. He would have to have known the radius, even with the numbers. You know what I mean? That he would have gotten from the shadow measurements. He would have had to know the radius to be able to project the fucking circumference.
Exactly. It's all begging the question, circular fallacy.
This is another one of these priesthood things that they put up there.
Yeah.
This is one of their holy books, and their
Cavendish is a god. I sit in Globe Earth channel, and anytime you bring up gravity, Cavendish, all the time.
Of course, the scientific community doesn't follow Newtonian gravity, but they follow Einstein. Those two are 2 mutually exclusive gravity.
Yes, because the warping of space-time is so rational. And time is a 4th dimension, and there's oh my god.
Well, let's talk about Newtonian. Newtonian says there's a fake tether that's not really there, but it's really there.
Yeah, masses attracting masses.
Yeah, Newton said that was absurd. Newton himself said that.
He said you're philosophically bankrupt if you think this is real.
Yeah.
Newton himself.
Newton himself said it. It was Cavendish after that put big G in his equation. His equation was that gravity was proportional to mass 1, mass 2 over distance squared. Big G was.
Did you know that Big G?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go on. Big G was changed. It's been changed numerous times over the past 200 years, by the way. Now, they claim that, they've gotten more accurate ways to measure it, but it fluctuates, even recently as like 1930s. And do you know who Rupert Sheldrake is? Have you heard that name? Okay, well, John, I'm going to send you a link to this. He had a TED Talk about the 10 dogmas of science, and he was banned. The TED Talk was removed from their archives because he stirred some shit up with it big time. He exposed a lot of problems with science. And, well, this is one of them, is that the speed of light is not a constant. It has changed and fluctuated over the years. The big G is not a constant, even though they call it a constant. It has fluctuated over the years. So when I realized this and I started looking into it, it blew my mind because it's just insane.
Well, for number one, the speed of light, you can't. It's a begging the question fallacy.
It's instant.
If you follow Einstein, you can't. All the speed of light is the average two-way speed, because according to Einstein, you have a problem with simultaneity. That means as soon as you move a clock, that clock is out of. It's not simultaneous with the other clock. So the whole thing is a begging the question fallacy, because to isolate the one-way speed of light, you need to know, guess what? the one-way speed of light.
Yeah, it's circular reasoning.
Even Einstein said it was a circular argument. I got him quoted.
My favorite quote from Einstein is, "There's not a single optical experiment that exists on this earth that can determine that the earth is spinning, nor the other movements."
Destroyed that.
Oh, I know, but it's just
right,
here. This is what's so crazy. So 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, 66,600 miles per hour around the sun. Was it 483,000 around the galactic center, and then the whole galaxy is shooting up more than the speed of light. I think it's like a million miles per hour up.
1.2. That's a little bit less than speed of light.
Okay, so these are the motions that have to exist if heliocentricity be true.
Yeah, that's right.
This is why they're mathematically prescribed, is really what it is. Well, there is not a single testable, observable way to prove any of those fucking claims.
Hey,
Nothing.
that's science, man.
Zero.
Science for you.
Jesus. Well, that right there should be enough to wake people up, in my opinion.
I agree.
But you see, a lot of people, when they hear these things, they think we're being incredulous, or that we're making like ridiculous statements, or that what we're saying isn't true. But the more they dig in, they got to realize that that's what's happening here. Like, it's so frustrating to see what's happening. I tried to explain it earlier. Like, these people are stuck in models, dude.
Yep.
Their head is stuck in a model.
Yeah, you did a great job in that fucking channel, Cathexis, mate.
Oh, thanks, man. I rattled those kids a bit. I stirred the beehive a bit.
I thought you were going to talk about quantum mechanics and double split, but
that's what we were waiting for.
No, I went with the flow of the conversation. I didn't want to be abrasive or anything, but I did decide to bring up a topic that would have gotten their attention. But I'll be honest with you, John. I'm not as fluent as I should be at this point concerning that topic. That's why I liked talking to you tonight about it and trying to get more concise answers. I need to kind of, integrate my thoughts a little bit better on the subject.
We'll go over to double slit again, and then we'll do the delayed choice. That'll end it. And once you grasp that.
Well, I do. I'm just trying to form a more articulate and poignant way of explaining this. And I haven't gotten to that point yet. We'll just put it that way.
Oh, I'll get you.
I can explain it. Oh, I know, sir. But this is the path people need to be going. And those clowns can hate on you all they fucking want. The problem is, for them, you're not wrong. That's what the fucking problem is for them.
That's why they're hating.
That's why they ridicule. If you look at how they do things, they're gonna ridicule the shit out of you until you don't want to say it no more. Because
that's never gonna happen.
Yeah, but Hank's right. That's what their behavior is. Yeah, they've tried it on Hank. They've tried it on Pete. They've tried it on everybody. But I know you.
Yeah, well, they have to invalidate the experiments, which they can't do. So they're done.
No, they want to say that the scientific method is variable and it changes over time and it's adaptable and there is no definitive scientific. What is this, 1700s? No, we have new ways of using the scientific method.
Yeah,
that's what Thor's was saying that to me the other day, and I'm like, no, there is an actual objective scientific mething. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, like I said, they have to invalidate the experiments. Good luck with that.
I've heard y'all talk about the double slit experiment a couple times. Like that, doesn't it like prove like wave particle duality or some shit like that? Like I'm not really up to speed on a lot of science.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, but the wave in that wave particle duality isn't a physical wave. That's the problem.
It's a function of a wave, so it's kind of a hard thing to kind of explain.
It's just
not really a wave.
No, it's not a wave like an ocean wave. It's not physical.
I know that.
Say again?
I said I know that part.
But yeah, if you observe it, then it breaks down the wave function, turns into a particle. If you don't observe it, then or have a knower. You don't even need to observe it. You just have to have a setup where the observer could know. Then what that does is it makes it. If you can't do that, can't have a knower, then it goes wave function. If you have a knower, it goes
It collapses the function.
Yeah.
Guys, I kind of see that, and tell me if I'm wrong, I kind of see it like a video game perspective. Like in Skyrim, Elder Scrolls, like different people that are NPCs, these characters, they go to work, they go home. But when you're actually physically there observing it, you know, there's not particles, pixels on the screen, and it's all being animated. But if you're not there to observe it, the code is doing it, I guess, in waveform.
Listen to
Wave. Yeah, it's not rendered.
Listen to Hank.
It's not rendered. Yeah, he gets it.
Listen to Hank. You're going 3 or 4 more steps, but you're correct. Doesn't have to be rendered.
Well, isn't God an observer? Doesn't God always observe it?
Exactly. That's how material is here.
Hold on a second. That's a good question. That's a very good question. That's it. And you know what? That was my daughter's first question to me when I started going over this, and I nearly felt I was so proud of her for critically thinking and stating that to me. I was gobsmacked by it. It's an excellent. It's an excellent question, and my retort to that is, if a programmer programs a video game, is the programmer in the video game?
Yeah, I get you.
He's on the outside.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
but originally, but originally he was the knower.
Yeah. All you have to do is create Adam and Eve. They're knowers. It's over.
So God doesn't observe it then. So God is not part of the observation there.
Yeah,
it's from the outside.
The only observation that matters is the human observation.
Yeah, it's just a conscious knower, a knower of the path information. And to know the path information, you have to be able to reason. So all it takes is a reasoner. That would probably be a better one.
Yeah.
I call it a knower of the witch path information. But as soon as he made Adam and Eve, he doesn't need to collapse. And then we started getting into, and this is a more complex subject, about free will, because quantum mechanics speaks a lot to free will. So that's another discussion. That's 2 years down the line from where your point is. I'm not trying to be condescending about that. I think it's just we don't want to go there right now before you have the basics down.
Oh, I agree. No, I agree with you.
So you said got a few more steps to take. Can you give me like some advice on where I should start?
Yeah, you can watch we're going to do a exposition on the double slit and the delayed choice quantum eraser. Not this Monday, but the Monday after.
Yeah, but this Monday is like a setup for it. We're going over information.
Talk a little bit about DNA, and it'll be pretty eye-opening. Yeah, there's no response for it. None. You can't respond to it because information is one of those things where it's not material. It's semiotic. Information is semiotic. It's not physically attached to the medium. The medium is arbitrary. Like I could say, look out, there's a tiger behind you. I could say it. I could put it in M&Ms. I could put it in 3/4 inch bolts. I could put it in Cheerios. It doesn't matter. It takes a transmitter and a receiver. If you don't have those two things, then you don't have information.
Yeah, it's supernatural, essentially. And that's what the materialist paradigm can't deal with.
The materialist paradigm can't deal with you thinking of a pink elephant with a tail with purple polka dots.
Yeah, there's no way to quantify thoughts or ideas or anything that consciousness, even time and
time, logic, thoughts, information.
Those are supernatural to a materialist.
Yeah, you can't give me the mass, spin, momentum of any of those because there is none. So, I mean, if you want to boil it down to I could leave it right there and it's over. We don't even have to get into quantum mechanics, basically.
I agree.
It's over right there. Look at the last presentation, Hank. That atheism presentation, it's over.
I will. I will definitely check it out at work tomorrow instead of chatting online.
Yeah, check it out, man. You'll enjoy it. If you have any questions, man, catch up with me. You got my email. I've emailed you a couple times.
Yeah, I got it. I appreciate that, man, because I am always willing to learn something new.
Well, it's the simple things. I always found it's the simple things. I mean, we can get in depth, you know, with proteins, DNA, and cellular structures. We don't need to even go there.
Yeah.
It's over well before that.
Yeah, I agree.
But some people need that, so I'm happy to give it to them.
So I noticed a second ago, Catexas, you were talking about, you know, it doesn't have to be, you know, the biblical God. While you were over there, I was kind of listening a little bit to what they were saying, and they mentioned the biblical Hebrew God 3 times.
Oh,
you know, in a condescending way. And I was thinking, out of all the Hindu gods, all the other gods in the world, why do they keep picking on this one God out of a small tribe of Israel?
Well, because that's the one.
Well, culturally, I think that that's what they're exposed to the most in America, and I think that they have taken that silly Richard Dawkins attitude about, oh look, he you know made this genocide happen, and oh he tried to kill this brother because he wouldn't inseminate his wife, you know, like all of the things that are perceived to be what a bad person would do, so to speak. They take it all out of context. They don't typically understand why these things were done or why they were recorded or the culture of the time or whatever or what was actually happening, and
What
they
about the
use
Hindu
that.
god Kali, though? I mean, Kali is far more fearsome and brutal.
Well,
you know.
Kali is the metaphor of Kali is there has to be destruction for creation to occur and vice versa.
Good point. Let me just add
But-
something. I'm going to have to go here in a couple minutes. Let me just add something before I go.
Uh-huh.
I challenge you to find any deity in the history of man that stated they created the universe and is not a product of it.
Oh my God, the rest of the demiurge.
I challenge you to find one, because you know why? They didn't know the first and second law of thermodynamics, which is implicitly stated in Genesis. So
that's very interesting indeed.
That's my challenge. Do you find one that doesn't state they're a product, or states that they created it and not a product of it? Good luck.
But yeah, with these kids, it's a typical, you know, like angry atheist type of, you know, thing. They'll go after what they know culturally, and they'll point out these things that they can easily, you know, paint as a bad thing. But I see it a lot. But people conflate the notion of a creator with religion, or a creator with the notion of one particular god or another. And I think it's missing the entire point. Like their issue is with, you know, certain stories of the Bible. It's not issues with the creator itself, but they're stuck in that, it seems. At least that was my issue at one point. Like, you know, why would God do such a thing? Or why would this and why would that? And, you know, I was missing the point.
Well, read Genesis 6. You'll get a lot of answers there.
Dude, thank you. I was just about to say. Like that's the answer to why all the Ananites and all of them were Canaanites, and anything that ended the nights were decimated because there was the Nephilim.
If Genesis 6 is interesting to you, then all you have to do is go to the book of Enoch and then look at Greek mythology. 2 + 2 = 4.
Yeah, you know what, Hank? I don't even need Enoch. I really don't, even though that's my stage name on a lot of forums. I enjoy the book, but you really don't need it. Just Genesis 6. You can use Daniel. It's over. Hey, listen, I'm gonna have to go.
Oh yeah, it's late, dude.
Do me a favor, man. Post a couple of your videos to Flamingo. The last 2 we did.
Hey,
well,
John,
sure.
hold on, before you go, I want to add a little challenge for you, and I'm going to give you my email. I don't know if you'll take it or whatever.
No, go ahead. Go ahead and post it. Can you post it in the chat right here?
Yeah, I'll post it right here on the side chat.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm winding down, man.
Yeah, and I realize that it's getting late. I got kind of a challenge for you to prove to me that God created humans specifically, he created us, and not just us being a byproduct of him creating the universe.
I don't know if I understand the question, right?
That God intentionally created humans, and we didn't just come about due to him creating the universe.
The evolutionary natural
I can
selection
defeat,
type
but
thing.
I'm going to have to get into.
Well, yeah, that's why I gave you my email. If you ever have time, just write me up something, because I'm always open-minded about all this stuff. That's why I'm here. I'm not here just to troll.
I have to get into, because I know where you're going with this. You're going with why can't he just, or someone just create the matter, and then you're going to have a problem there again with quantum mechanics, unless you say the creator sat around and watched everything, because you can't even get matter without consciousness. So he would have.
So you think that we were placed here to be the knower?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that's what he's after. Is that explanation?
The other thing, yeah, I can just save a lot of time just with quantum mechanics. But if you want,
you don't need consciousness to observe the double slit experiment.
Well, you need consciousness to know the witch path information.
The knower.
So I've heard him say before, I can't remember exactly who said this, but they said, give us one miracle and we can explain the rest of creation, And I think they were talking about that from
Terrence McKenna. Yeah, he said that.
Yeah, he was talking
about
science. He was talking about evolution too, I think.
Yeah, the one miracle is the first law of thermodynamics has to be falsified.
Right.
But yeah, Cathexis, shoot them links to that email or whatever, man, and I'll come check you guys out.
All right, brother. Yeah, appreciate it.
And you can always, if you want to, you can comment. I know what your name is. You can comment. I got your email right here. You can.
Yeah, actually, John, if you could put in the links. I'm on my mobile right now, so I don't have access to all that yet.
Wonder if they'll post the links
when you get a chance.
I just got off there. Let me just take his email. Let me copy his email here.
Yeah, I don't consider myself theist. I consider myself a philosopher, I guess.
There's nothing wrong with that.
That's me all the way, dude.
Let me see where I can put. I think I know where I can put this email. 1 second. Like I said, I'm winding down here.
Cathexis, is it Cathexis Rexit, like your main channel?
Yeah, that's my main channel, but it's just Cathexis. I had to put a last name on it for some reason, so I just rhymed it. And I do kind of Rex it sometimes.
Hey, when I get some time this weekend, I'm going to be pretty busy, Flamingo Boat. So.
Yeah, that's fine. And just so you guys know, I mean, this is not a troll email or troll account. This has been my email for like 15 years, dude.
Okay, yeah, I won't give it out to anyone.
Video game accounts and everything. My name's Danny.
Yeah, I won't do anything with it. When I get a chance, like I said, this weekend, and then we're doing the presentation Monday, so maybe next week, maybe I'll just pop you a email and say, hey, what's up? And then you can ask your question again.
All right, man.
Okay, hey gentlemen, it's been fun. I gotta go, man. I'm done.
Peace out. Have a great night, John. I appreciate
I'll catch up with you, Texas, later on. Hey, later, Matthew, Hank.
Take care.
Peace out, dude.
Later, guys.
Sounds like you having a party over there, Hank. You guys getting turned up? I got some performers over here, and they like to, open up on the artistic side, and I'll let them.
I love it. Even though you got like a party going on, you're like over here talking about like cosmology and the philosophy and all that. I love it.
Well, I'm not a performer, but I do like to be entertained, and they're doing a little bit of dancing and stuff. It's not really my thing. I don't dance, but it's fun to watch.
Nice.
But yeah, that was one of my major questions. It's always been like, well, if there's intent, if there's a purpose, then there has to be, a desired outcome, right? And what's the desired outcome other than what we want it to be?
In what regard? Are you talking about in creation or?
Yeah. Well, like he created us for a purpose. Well, what's the desired outcome then? And if a lot of religions, they have their what they want their desired outcome to be, heaven or hell. That's what they want. That's not like any proof of this.
Well, I personally see this as a training ground of sorts. We're all birthed into this deception, into this really crazy world, and I think that, not to be all new agey, but it's a spiritual journey, and like it's up to us to figure out what's true or not, and what the right information is. And I think that, I mean, I'm not going to say like reincarnation or stuff like that, but I don't know. It just feels like that everybody's on a particular path to find out what's true or not, and that's kind of the point. It's almost like God, or what creator, whatever you want to call it. We're the physical manifestation of that. We gave ourselves amnesia to come here and experience all of this, and to experience His own creation, kind of thing. So I don't know. I see a larger part in it. I'm not like a biblical person. I just kind of see it as like, even if, okay, let's say it's like Matrix and Avatar mixed, right? So we're going with the quantum stuff. We say that this is all, it's like what's the word? A simulation. Well, what if it's like a big training ground, and we're not told what it is? Like, we're choosing to go in. Like, think about it. Why do you got to sleep every night? Isn't that weird? Isn't it like we're logging off?
Fuck, I don't think some of us do.
Well, right, but you know what I'm saying. Like, why does all life have to sleep? It's not very evolutionarily. It doesn't make sense, right? We got to go unconscious for 8 hours in this dangerous world. No, I think that we're logging off the system. You know what I'm saying?
Could be, man. Could be.
So knows. But
I've heard that argued. I've heard that a lot. That seems to be, a pretty legitimate argument lately.
Really?
I see it just a little bit different. I think that it's more like, if you were God and you're outside of time, space, and all that stuff, you get kind of bored. So what are you going to do? You're going to create some friends, but you don't know who's going to be cool and who's not. So Earth is like 100-year interview process, probationary period, if you will, to see who's going to be a dick and who's going to be cool to hang out with for eternity.
Yeah. That's a good way of putting it.
Us all together.
That's a good idea. Well, hey guys, it is getting late, so I'm gonna go ahead and jump off here. Jeremy left this open, so you don't gotta worry about it. You guys can probably chill. But it's always great talking to everybody. It's good seeing you again, Hank. Matthew.
Hey, you man. Peace out.
Take it easy, man.
All right. Take care, guys.
So yeah, I kind of do, have questions about the scripture.
We all do, man.
It's not like I know that that's exactly what went down, but I believe a lot of the stuff that's in there, like most of it. And I know that the Bible's not a science book, but when it talks about science, it's accurate. And I know it's not an archaeological book, but when it talks about archaeology, it's accurate, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Well, if God is real, or any God, let's say, just not just one specific one, but if He's real, then we have to agree He's a scientist, definitely.
Oh yeah, especially when you look at the DNA code. That's pretty impressive.
The idea that He's perfect is not accurate to me, because we're not perfect. Unless you say, well, He's perfect and He created us the best of His abilities.
Well, look at it like this. The scientific method is flawless, perfect, in my opinion. And the reason it is so is because you have peers to test what you've tested. And it's self-correcting. If it's not true what you came out with your test, then someone else is going to retest it just like you told them to. And they're going to say, that's not what I got. So it's self-correcting, and that's the closest thing we can think of when we think about perfect. The DNA code has this thing that goes through and checks the code that just got copied, and it corrects any mistakes. So in my point of view, the DNA sequence is self-correcting and therefore perfect. Now, is it truly perfect? No, there's cancer and there's genetic diseases, but as close as it can get to being perfect, it's almost there. And I do got a lot of respect for the scientific method. I mean, I can't think of too many things that man has created perfectly. Go to
a tournament, be like.
Yeah.
There's the whole story of Sodom and Gomorrah in the Bible, but I think the story is also outside the Bible too. And people have gone there and picked up, rocks on the ground, and they said that it has more sulfur, more pure sulfur than anywhere on Earth. And that's exactly what you would expect to find at Sodom and Gomorrah, because it says that brimstone came out of the heavens, and brimstone is sulfur. So if it's not from Earth, that would make sense that the stones found there would be different than any other stone on Earth. So anyway, if you want to look it up, I'm sure you won't have any trouble finding plenty of evidence of archaeological stuff that they found that correlates biblical scripture. For example, certain stones that they found in certain places, and it has this biblical king's name written on it, and stuff like that.
So awesome.
After a while, you get this preponderance of evidence that the scripture in the Bible is actually legit. But the bad thing about the Bible is everybody wants to translate it and make money off of it. But I think the closest you can get to is like the Greek version of the Old Testament and the King James version without the J's in it, the original 1611.
Like go.
And the Septuagint, I think, is Greek. So, that's what I mean about things getting lost in translation. Like if we don't define words before we have a debate and we're arguing over something, and you're thinking I'm talking about a writing pen, but you're talking about a pig pen, we're arguing over it, it's not making sense. A lot of people get lost in translation and they argue about stuff because that whole definition thing hasn't been established. Well, hey, man, I'm going to try to get some sleep if I can. It's good talking to you. As always, Matthew, I don't know if you're still up. Peace out.
Take it easy, man.
All right, later.
I would suspect Matthew's in bed.